What's up, guys? Welcome to another one of these videos. I had so much fun making the last one about all of the heroes in Marvel Legendary. I thought, let's do it again, but for the Masterminds. So this video is going to work a little bit differently. One, I don't think it's going to be nearly as long. There are about a third the amount of Masterminds in the game, 104, as opposed to the 289 heroes that are in the game. So hopefully this will take a shorter amount of time. Now that I know what I'm doing, maybe I'll have actual good commentary. And I feel like I'll have a lot more meaningful things to say about Masterminds as opposed to the heroes. So we'll hope that all around this one is better. Same disclaimers as last video. This sorter tool, which is very cool, and I love it a lot, only goes up to the release of Realm of Kings, which is the Inhumans expansion. So all of the ones past that, as soon as I'm done with the sorter, I'll do what I did last time and go through Master Strike, this website here, great website, and read out all of the ones that were not in the sorter, and then input them into the ranking that I get at the end, where I feel like they would fit in. And I feel like I'll have a lot more of a clear idea where they will fit, as opposed to heroes just a vague, like, I think it's in the 150 zone. No, I should be able to accurately slot them in. Also, I should clarify, this ranking is not based off of favorites, even though that's what it says right there. And depending on how I titled the video, that might be how it comes across. The intention is to rank them based off of difficulty. So yeah, hopefully I don't need to give any more context than that. The ranking at the end should be from the hardest to the least hardest. And yeah, with that said, I don't think there's anything else. I will, when we get into the first one, I'll probably talk at length of what I consider when talking about Mastermind difficulty. And yeah, how I'm going to do it is similar to the hero thing. I'm going to read all of the cards. I guess I need to decide whether or not I'm going to talk about Epic Masterminds. I don't think I'll be talking about Epic Masterminds in this video, unless this sorter specifically considers them separate Masterminds, then I'll talk about them. Because the difficulty of a Mastermind is hard to equate when you talk about the Epic Mastermind, because it's going to make it a lot harder. I'll probably do a separate video on Epic Masterminds, and maybe if I were to do a more structured, scripted video about all of the Masterminds and putting them into an actual, like, well-constructed ranking, then I'd probably do the Epic Masterminds separately from the normal Masterminds, because it is just a different game playing with them. But yeah, all that being said, I'll read the main Mastermind card, the 4 Mastermind tactics, because those usually do equate quite heavily on how hard a Mastermind will be, depending on the Mastermind. And we'll see how many times I say the word Mastermind in this video, and if it loses all meaning by the end of it. That being said, let's just get into it. Oh yeah, look at that. Way faster to load, because it only had to load like 70. Okay, and also before I get into it, I might not cut out the big segment of me just comparing Masterminds when it gets to that point, because I might have actual good things to say. We will see on how awful this is to edit. Okay, first up we got Madeline Pryor, Goblin Queen. So yeah, I am going to have to look these up on Master Strike. Let's do that. How the fuck do I spell it? It's with a Y-N-E. Madeline. All right, Madeline Pryor, Goblin Queen. 10 attack. So yeah, all of the elements of ranking a Mastermind, it might sound obvious, but I think it'll make more sense as I explain it. 1, base attack value, of course. That's sort of the first thing you look at when you're like, ooh, this Mastermind is hard. Secondly is if it has any additions to that base attack value. Again, pretty obvious. The Master Strike, which Master Strikes can range from pretty, whatever, don't really do much, to holy shit, how the fuck do we deal with that? And then last is the Mastermind tactics, which some of them really don't do much. A lot of Masterminds actually have tactics that really don't do much. Others have effects with their tactics that are so... We'll get into it. we'll get into it. So starting off, Madeline Pryor, 10 attack. Bystanders captured by Madeline Pryor are demon goblin villains with 2 attack. Wow! You can fight them to rescue them as bystanders. You can't fight her while she has any demon goblins. So it's sort of her own mix of human shield. Instead of paying her attack for it, you just have to pay 2. She doesn't start the game with any, but she's probably going to get some by the time you're going to be at the point where you could fight her. So, yeah. Most of the time, she's probably going to have at least one. So if you want to fight her in a turn, she's going to be at least like 12 attack, which you'll see that's kind of like the sweet spot, the sort of average point of like where masterminds are considered hard is past an average attack of 12. And I'll demonstrate that more. You'll kind of understand what I'm saying when I get into some of these other ones. But she always leads Limbo. The villain group the Mastermind leads usually isn't that much to consider with difficulty. Sometimes it can be, and I'll, of course, note those. Sometimes a Mastermind is built around their villain group. In this case, not the case. Limbo is actually a pretty simple villain group to deal with. They're not very tough. If I remember correctly, their effects are actually very good. I think... if I remember correctly. It's hard because this is one of those Secret War Masterminds where they're like, I think the same set had Limbo, which had a bunch of X-Men as villains, and then there was like Days of Future Past, which was also a bunch of X-Men, and there's just a lot. You're always I think in one game, if you have like 4 villain groups, all of them can be just the X-Men. Okay. Then her Master Strike, Madeline captures 4 bystanders. If she already had any bystanders before that, then each player gains a wound. She doesn't get rid of the bystanders she already has. It's just if she did, then you get wounds. That's nasty. 4 bystanders bringing her effective attack value up to 18. Pretty tough. Thankfully, you only have to put 2 attack, which is very easy to get on any turn, into getting rid of 1. So it's not the same as saying she has 18 attack, but if you want to fight her all in one turn while she has those 4, then that's a lot. And if she gets another Master Strike on top of that, and for some reason you weren't clearing off Demon Goblins, and that's up to like 26, that's not going to happen. You're going to be peeling off Demon Goblins every turn where you're like, oh, I have 2 attack. That doesn't do anything. Ooh, wait, a goblin. But still, 4 is substantial. And wounds are icky. Her Mastermind Tactics, first one, she captures 5 bystanders when you do that. Whew. Pretty bad. Fight each other player reveals an X-Men hero or gains a wound. That one's okay. There are X-Men, I think, is the second most prominent hero team. So you're likely to have 1 or 2 X-Men in your hero deck. If you have none, then that's unfortunate, but you know, each player getting 1 wound isn't a huge deal. Then Madeline captures a bystander from each other player's victory pile, potentially adding anywhere from like 1 to 3 or 4 more bystanders to her pile is spooky. And then for each Limbo villain in the city and or escape pile, Madeline captures a bystander. Could be a lot. Up to 8 is not very good, but probably not going to be that many. Madeline is not super... She's tough. Like, base 10 and then those additions can make it really hard. I wouldn't say really hard. I'd say can make it sort of... you got to chunk through a lot to get 1 attack through to her, and then that 1 attack will probably pile on a bunch more, making it so you're very unlikely to hit her twice in the same turn unless you somehow have like 40 attack, which is possible. I've done it before. So very solid. Emperor Vulcan, I think, is probably tougher. Let's see. This one's a tough one. Let me pull Vulcan up. That's the guy I am. Whoa! Except different letter. Fuck you, Star Trek. I'm a Warhammer guy. Okay. So Emperor Vulcan of the Shi'ar, 10 attack base, and then he gets +3 while he has Throne's Favor. So he's from Realm of Kings. He leads the Shi'ar Imperial Elite. Again, I don't think that plays too heavily into what he does. I think they do tend to give him... I think a lot of the Shi'ar Imperial Elite stuff gives the Mastermind Throne's Favor. I'm pretty sure. I don't own this expansion personally, so. And then Master Strike, each player that doesn't have the Throne's Favor gains a wound, then Vulcan gains Throne's Favor. So if I remember correctly, Throne's Favor is like any number of players can have it, but if the Mastermind gains it, then he basically takes it from one other player. And then if a player would get it and the Mastermind has it, they can take it from the Mastermind. I'm pretty sure that sounds about right. So he's going to be gaining Throne's Favor a lot. It's likely he's going to be at 13 attack a lot of the time, but it's not super hard to take it from him and pump him back down to 10. His tactics, and again, I'm going to skip over the Epic Mastermind. First one, blast every form of energy. Fight. If you have the Throne's Favor, you may KO a card you played this turn, and you may KO a card from your discard pile. That's really good. And then he gains the Throne's Favor. Makes sense. Then if Vulcan has Contempt for Weakness, if Vulcan has the Throne's Favor, each other player discards each of their cards that cost 2 or less. Okay. And then you gain the Throne's Favor. So instead of him taking it back, he gives it to you, which is interesting. Then Solar Cage, if Vulcan has the Throne's Favor, each other player shuffles a wound from the wound stack and a non-gray hero from their hand into their deck. Can be a little unfortunate. And then you gain the Throne's Favor. Then Vast Wealth of the Shi'ar, if you have the Throne's Favor, you get +4 recruit. Then Vulcan gains the Throne's Favor. It seems like a really fun Mastermind to go up against. I don't think I have fought him personally, but a lot of back and forth of vying for the throne. I really like that thematically. Doesn't seem super hard. Like I said, a lot of the time he is going to be that 13 attack. And I guess that really depends on if I feel like if Madeline Pryor's sort of stacking of smaller dudes outweighs the 13 attack. I think it might, because yeah, plus 3 bringing him to up to 13 is really nasty. But Madeline Pryor is always going to have more than that. Yes, it's ones that you can cut through, but she has a few ways of adding more. And I think Limbo might actually give her bystanders, which I'm not entirely sure of. I'm not going to go look because I don't want to waste all of my time. I have things to do today. But yeah, I'm actually not entirely sure. I think in this case, because Throne's Favor is good for you and you can get Throne's Favor from him from a lot of his stuff. And I feel like, you know what? I should double check this, make sure I'm understanding Throne's Favor correctly. Because that is important to knowing if that's going to be a lot tougher than I think it is. So let me take a quick look. Okay, so Throne's Favor, yeah, it's how I said it worked. However, I did mistakenly say that any number of players can have Throne's Favor. Only one player / Mastermind can have the Throne's Favor. If somebody else gains it, you take it from them, which is interesting and makes some of the heroes I ranked maybe a little bit worse, but I think it's still pretty good. Yeah, in this case, I feel like, especially if you have quite a few heroes that can easily take Throne's Favor. If you don't, then this is a lot harder to deal with. But if you do, if you're playing the Inhuman stuff that gives you Throne's Favor, then he's not going to be that tough. 10 isn't very hard to overcome. Like I said, 12 is sort of the point where it becomes harder to overcome. So I'm actually going to give it to Madeline Pryor. I think having a lot of Demon Goblins, because getting 4 per Master Strike is rough, and you can get Master Strikes back to back, and that can be a lot of extra attack that you have to chunk through. Yeah, I think they're pretty equivalent, but Madeline Pryor will get that. We'll see if I'm able to say words better in this video. I don't actually know. Okay, next up we got Adrian Toomes, not the Vulture. That's a separate mastermind from the same set. Adrian Toomes from the Spider-Man Homecoming set, and then Baron Helmet Zemo from the Civil War set. First off, 5 base attack, extremely low, but he has double striker, which means that he gets +2 attack for every for every master strike that has resolved or is in the KO pile. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So first master strike goes up to 7, then 9, then 11, then 13, then 15. So base 5, really low. Potential of being up to 15, which is actually pretty substantial and high. He's probably not going to get to that point. A lot of the time, unless you're unlucky, he'll probably only get as high as 13 or 11. Still big, still high, but not super crazy. Sometimes you can have effects like, that when this villain escapes, it becomes a master strike. So the potential is theoretically higher than 15, not going to be super likely. Always leads salvagers. They might have things that give him extra master strikes and stuff. And then his master strike is starting from the sewers. Each villain in the city uses its escape ability. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. Let me actually pull this open as well. I think I should look at the villains. That's probably going to help quite a bit, because that might make an effect in this. In this case, I feel like it's important. Escape. Okay, looking at the escape effects of the Salvagers villains. This is the wrong. Looking at the escape effects of the Salvagers villain group, none of them are too bad. They're just like discard, get a wound, very basic escape effects. So that's actually not too bad, but having each one of them do it with each master strike, if your city is loaded up and they each have escape effects, that could be really, really bad. But it could also do nothing. So all around okay. I'll read the other mastermind tactics and I'll get into it. First one, don't interfere. Fight danger sense 4. If this revealed any bystanders, rescue them. It potentially giving you 4 more attack on that same turn is huge. Depending on where he's at, that could give you enough to fight him again, which is pretty interesting. Next one, each other player discards a Spider-Man hero or gains a wound. That's way more impactful than just revealing a Spider-Man hero. Because then there's an actual choice. It's not just like, we all have Spider-Man because we are playing with our Spider-Man guys because we're playing the fucking Spider-Man set. It's then a choice. Well, it's not a choice. It's I have this card, but it's super good, so I have to get rid of it. In some cases, you might wish and hope you don't have that card in hand so that you can just get a wound. So actually pretty good. Take everything. You may put a card from your discard pile on top of your deck. Pretty good for you. And I guess I have to specify if it's good for the mastermind or good for you, because it's very different things. The world's changed. Fight danger sense 3. Sort of same thing as this. Put all henchman villains revealed this way into your victory pile. Then do their fight abilities. That's an extremely powerful effect for the players if they get that, because henchman villain fight effects are real good for the most part. Can be a little annoying late game because most henchman villain fight effects are just like KO one of your heroes, and sometimes you don't want to get rid of your stuff, but still, that's a really useful effect. All around, concerning part about Adrian, he does at least surpass the minimum threshold of what I feel like Masterminds should be at, which is above 4, because all starting decks start with 4 attack in the entire deck. And so if your Mastermind starts at a base 4 attack, there is a possibility of just, if you have 4 players, just killing the mastermind before a full game rotation has happened, which, extremely unlikely. Adrian, surpasses that threshold, which is good. You can't kill him immediately, but it's reasonable that at least one player could get 5 attack before a Master Strike comes out and kill him for kind of very cheap amount at least once. And none of his Mastermind tactics count as like Master Strikes when they resolve, which I kind of assumed would be the case, but he's not super bad, but I don't think he's that tough. Moving on to Helmut Zemo. Baron Helmut. I can spell. Baron Helmut Zemo. Gets -1 attack for each villain in your victory pile. Base 16, which is scary, but that -1 for each villain in your victory pile is substantial. On solo, Zemo is very easy. In other difficulties, that is tough. Which henchman villains do count as villains in your victory pile. So potentially in like a 4-player game, I think a lot of the time when I'm playing with my family, there's like one player has like 8 villains in their victory pile. Some have like 2. It feels sort of like the average is 4 or 5 throughout most of the game, which of course can stack up. It's interesting. Helmut Zemo is one of the few masterminds. There are a couple, but he's one of the few masterminds that gets weaker as the game progresses, which I guess makes sense. So potentially in like a 4-player game, average is going to be like 12 or 11. Hey, there's that magic number 12 I said. So that's interesting at the very least. Ooh, headache. Always leads Thunderbolts, which is an okay villain group. Nothing special. Master Strike. Each player KOs a villain from their victory pile, and any player who cannot do so gains a wound. So that Master Strike effect is pretty schnasty. It's going to make it so each player... going to make him +1 attack for each player until they can get replace that villain with more villains in the victory pile. And even if you're that unlucky player who hasn't killed anything yet, you're still getting a wound. So there's always bad effects to every player. Solid Master Strike. His Mastermind tactics. I don't know why it's like that. Let me... It's weird. I don't know why it's formatted like that. But Blasted Henchman. Fight. Each other player reveals a tech hero or KOs a villain from their victory pile. Again, same thing. Clearing out villains for making him stronger for your allies. Oh boy. Water break already, man. So, which is solid, but tech heroes, if I guess they're not necessarily, if this is the first time you're playing against Zemo, that might be a surprise. Like, we needed to be getting tech heroes because there are a few. There's also this Mastermind tactic, which also cares about that. So that can catch players off guard, but it's not super unlikely for 1 or 2 of the players to have that and him to only clear out 2 villains from victory piles. So then Curse Dynasty, when you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 2 extra cards. Substantial for you as a player. Each other player reveals a tech hero or chooses a villain from their victory pile, and it enters the city, which is same as this one, but just better for the Mastermind. Having them enter the city, like if you have 3 villains enter the city and it's already full, 3 escapes is no good, especially depending on your scheme that you're playing with. And then Revenge for My Father. Each other player reveals their hand. Each player who revealed an Avengers hero gains a wound. That'll probably happen somewhat frequently. Like I said, Avengers. X-Men is the second most prominent hero team in the game, as far as I'm aware. Avengers is the most prominent. So you're very likely to have at least one Avengers hero in the mix. So people gaining wounds from that is very plausible. But I mean, it's possible that none get any. So yeah, these tactics are nasty, both making him harder to hit and this one making the city a lot more clustered, which can be really bad. Yeah, super solid. I don't think there's ever a case where you're going to get Zemo lower than like 8. Even getting him down to 8 is tough if you're not in solo. So yeah, I think Zemo is pretty tough. I don't think he's super, super strong, but I think he's definitely harder than Toombs, who I think takes a lot of effort to get him anywhere close to where Zemo is just sort of at baseline. And there's always that sort of low possibility that Toombs, you just never get a Master Strike and you just, all the players build up their decks pretty quickly and then just sort of blitz him down. So that goes to Zemo. Okay. So we got Hela, Goddess of Death, and Mojo. So Hela, Goddess of Death from the Heroes of Asgard set, as you could probably guess. Let's pull that up really quick. Okay. She has Bridge Conqueror 5 and Streets Conqueror 5. Means she gets +5 attack for any villain that's in the bridge and +5 attack for any villain if there are any villains in the streets. Which those are the last 2 spaces on the city. So potential of going all the way up to 20 attack. It's pretty likely that she'll always be at least 15 attack with a lot of the effects that she has. But we'll get into it. Always leads Omens of Ragnarok. Not one I'm super familiar with off the top of my head. But I think they do have a lot of things about Conqueror and caring about empty city spaces and stuff. So, yeah. Master Strike. This strike enters the city as a 5 attack Army of the Dead villain with 3 victory points. Then choose a villain with 3 victory points or more from your victory pile, including an Army of the Dead, to enter the city. If you don't have any, each player gains a wound. Which is funny. The players are like, well, you're going to put a villain in there? Oh, I don't have any. Oh, we all get wounds? Fuck you, man. Kill more dudes. I think that's funny. It all cares about that one player and everyone else gets penalized. Which in comparison to the Heroes video, having something happen to one player that penalizes everybody else is funny because evil. So that's nasty. You're most likely always going to be getting 2 villains just inserting themselves into the city, very likely pushing something up to at least the streets and potentially the bridge to make her a lot harder to hit. So, yeah, pretty good. Tactics, her first one is Hela's Cloak, which is rescue 4 bystanders. Then Hela captures this card as a villainous weapon. So villainous weapons work as artifacts, but for masterminds, and for villains. Normally when a villainous weapon would come out, the nearest villain in the city would capture it and it would boost their attack. And then if they escape, they give it to the mastermind. In this case, it just goes straight on the mastermind and gives her 2 extra attack. Substantial. Bring her to baseline 12, a potential of up to 22. And then when you beat her, you get this artifact, and it's once during each player's turn. If you would gain a wound, you may draw a card instead. Is super solid. You're not preventing every wound ever, but you're preventing a good number of them. So, and rescuing 4 bystanders for just fighting her, crazy with special bystanders. Then Naglfar, feels like I need to be careful saying that. Long Ship of Fingernails, that is nasty. I don't like the sound of that. Fight, the player on your right reveals the villain from their victory pile that's worth the most victory points. That villain enters the bridge or streets if one of those spaces is empty. So if neither are empty, then you just don't do anything. If they're not, you're both pumping Hela because a Conqueror, and you're putting a really nasty villain back into the city close to the escape pile. Pretty bad. Seize Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a villain, that villain enters the bridge or streets if one of those spaces is empty. same deal, pumping Hela. Potentially not going to be as nasty as this one, but could be more. We like randomness, or it could be nothing if you pull like a Master Strike or something. Then the Night Sword, another villainous weapon, 4 bystanders. She captures it, gives her +3 attack. When you get it, it's a thrown artifact. When you throw this, you get Bridge Conqueror 3. So you put it on the bottom of your deck, and you get 3 additional attack if there's something on the bridge. Pretty good. So kind of helps you offset her stuff. Yeah, Hela is strong. I really like playing against Hela. She makes you think about your turn sequence like, oh, I have like 13 attack, so I can't fight Hela. Oh, but because there's a guy on the streets. Oh, but that guy on the streets is only a 3 attack henchman villain, so I use my 3 attack to clear him off. Then I have 10 remaining attack, and she's now down to 10, so now I fight her. It's really fun. It's really interesting. Difficulty-wise, I think it is tough. She has a lot of ways of pumping herself, and I shouldn't say things like that. But also, she can be really tough if the scheme is like have villains escape, because that's likely to happen a lot with some of the things she has going on. So super solid. Mojo is a hard one for me to judge. 6 baseline attack is, but then start of game he captures 3 human shields, and then all bystanders and victory piles are worth 3 victory points. That I don't really care about that, but 3 human shields at the start of the game. Yeah. Wow. So human shields are just you have to instead of fighting the mastermind, you can't fight a villain or mastermind while they have human shields. Words. You can instead pay that villain or mastermind's attack value to fight one of the human shields and rescue that bystander and get its effects. So effectively, he starts out with 18 attack, which is pretty high. Thankfully, that's 18 attack that you can stretch out via multiple turns. He, of course, has ways of piling more human shields on there, so could potentially be more. But like human shields with 6 attack is substantial. That's not anything to sneeze at. You're likely going to have to spend like 12 attack on one turn to beat them, which is quite a bit. And hey, there's that magic number I mentioned again. I'll probably stop doing that. Always leads Mojoverse. They don't really play into him all that much. Then Master Strike. Mojo captures a human shield. Like I said, very good for him. Each player then reveals a tech hero or discards a card at random. Could be nasty, could not be. The important part is he gets a human shield. That extra bit is more just a little fuck you, which is funny. Then his Mastermind Tactics. Doop. Forgot how to spell for a second. And his Epic Mojo. I again, not in consideration for the ranking, but 6 human shields to 7 is really, really scary. Okay. Billions of TV viewers. Each player reveals a tech hero or chooses a random bystander from their victory pile. Mojo captures those bystanders as human shields. So, sounds scary. Oh, he could get like up to 4 more human shields. That's a lot. And that is. And he'll likely probably get at least 1 or 2, which is, 12 more attack piled on. That's substantial. The difference with something like this, as opposed to the Helmet Zemo stuff, ones that cared about tech heroes, is he has a concern about tech heroes printed on his face card. His Master Strike makes you reveal tech heroes. So you probably already have tech heroes in mind when you're building your deck just to avoid this effect. So you're already likely to have resources to avoid this when it comes out. Whereas with Helmet Zemo, you don't really understand that going into it if you haven't fought him before. So he's a lot more likely to blindside you with that. But still, even if you build your deck with a lot of tech heroes, you're going to have turns where they're just not going to come up, and this is going to just fuck you in the ass anyways. So, again, likely to get at least 1, and getting at least 1 is still pretty good for Mojo. Then Brain Melting TV Marathon. Each other player without a Mojo tactic in their victory pile gains a wound. You'll be seeing that one a lot. That's sort of, I don't want to say it's their like cop out mastermind tactic that they design, but it's an effective one, an easy way to dish out wounds, and it works. So there's nothing wrong with it, but you definitely see that one a lot. Then cross-dimensional marketing. You get +1 recruit for each bystander in your victory pile, but then he gains a human shield. So automatically getting just 1 human shield will, because when you beat him, he'll be out of human shields. Pumping him up to at least 12 attack that you have to go through is substantial. But giving you a lot of recruit as well is nice. Which this one, namely, does not give him a human shield. So if you get lucky and you start a turn with him having no human shields and you have 12 attack, 6, beat him, get this mastermind tactic, go, oh, he still doesn't get any human shields, and you beat him again. So that's where that low attack value is a little hurt. I feel like this should say that effect, and then he should also get a human shield, but whatever, what do I know? Then Mojo branding opportunity. Draw a card for each Mojoverse villain in your victory pile. Substantial. Then he captures a human shield. Sure. I feel like that should say 2, because that's a really strong effect for the player. I feel like masterminds that have... That's what I was saying earlier, that mastermind tactics can be a huge sort of swing for how hard a mastermind can be to fight. Because sometimes an effect like that can just give you another Mojo kill, or potentially even 2, because drawing cards is very good, as I talked about in my previous video. So, and you'll, when we get to the masterminds in like the core set and some of the earlier sets, they have a lot of effects that are like, oh, you beat the mastermind. Good. You get this cool fun effect. That's very good for you. Then they realize that that really hurt balancing, and veered much more into, having them do negative effects. And a really hard mastermind, will be one that has nothing but really, really bad mastermind tactics that really fucking kick the ass of the players. We'll fucking talk about Apocalypse. In this case, he has half that are actually very good, and that does reduce his difficulty in my mind. Getting human shields from these, it is going to make him a little tougher, so it offsets it a little bit, but that's a strong effect for the players, so that's something I definitely have to keep in mind. And honestly, with that argument, I might be enough to give it to Hela, because I think Mojo is scary, because human shields are not super tough, but starting off with 3 of them and having 6 attack for each human shield, that's a lot. But past that starting 3, he'll get a few more with Mastermind or with Master Strikes, and then the Mastermind Tactics will give him like 1, potentially 2 or 3. But he's never going to be at that same strength level that he was initially, unless you get really unlucky. So I think for that reason, I'm going to give it to Hela over Mojo, just by a bit. Okay, next, Professor X from the villain set, which they are called Commanders instead of Masterminds. I'm just going to call them Masterminds because I don't give a shit. And then Strife from the Dark City set. I do a lot of talking and my voice is already getting shot. All right, Professor X. The villain set, much like the original core set for Legendary, has 4 Masterminds, and each of those 4 are sort of supposed to be a... what's the term I'm looking for? A counterpart to their Heroes core set version. So I can't remember all of the villains ones off the top of my head, but Professor X is sort of supposed to be the villain's version of Magneto, because they both have 8 attack, but Professor X is actually a bit tougher because they realized that the base game Masterminds were way too easy. So going over Professor X, 8 base attack, pretty low. Very kind of, that's sort of like the baseline of, that's like an easy Mastermind is when it's at 8 or 9. Once you get to 10, then it's like, okay, this could be a bit tougher. Anyways, Always leads X-Men First Class. I don't really think that has anything to deal with him. Then his Master Strike, choose the 2 highest cost allies in the lair, heroes in the HQ. Stack them next to Professor X as telepathic pawns. He gets +1 for each hero stacked next to him. Players can recruit the top hero in the stack next to Professor X. Could get pretty high. So on the first Master Strike, he goes up to 10, but then you can get rid of him by buying those heroes. But he specifically grabs the highest cost heroes. Thankfully, you get to stack them in whatever way you want initially. So you're more likely to put the cheaper one on top so you can clear it away and get him lower in attack. But, you know, he's already more powerful than Magneto, who just had 8 attack with no additions. Let's look at his Mastermind tactics. First one, Cerebro device, fight, reveal the top 3 cards of the adversary deck, play any of the adversaries you revealed that have extreme attack, which is +1 for each other guy with extreme attack in the city. Cool. So play any that you revealed that have extreme attack and put the rest in random order. Cool. So potentially getting up to 3 villains played out into the city is nasty. Could be very, very bad. Mental dominance. Stack the top 3 cards of the hero deck next to Professor X in random order as telepathic pawns. In random order makes it so if you get really unlucky, that's a 7 cost on top of his pawn deck. And getting 3 extra cards, like if he had none, that Mastermind tactic will bump him up to 11 just with that. Tough. Then Mightiest Mutant Mind. A nice alliteration, guys. Each other player reveals a Brotherhood ally or stacks a non-gray ally hero, I'm just going to say them interchangeably, from their hand next to Professor X as a telepathic pawn. Clears out a good card from your hand and boosts him. Scary. Then each other player reveals a Brotherhood ally or gains a Bindings or a Wound. Yeah. Wow. So, like I said, those Mastermind tactics are all scary and make him those alone elevate his difficulty in my mind. And I can already tell you Strife is not holding up to that. Yeah, Professor X, I don't think I fought him. I don't really play much of the villain set. I don't think it's very good. But that effect is strong, and all of his Mastermind tactics are strong. He could be at a lot of attack and just you can't get through it because of maybe the top card of his deck is like an 8 cost card, or God forbid like a 9 cost Iron Fist card. That would suck. And so you could, with a few Master Strikes and say that one Mastermind tactic, have him as high as 9 additional attack, bring him up to like 17. That could be really bad. I don't think it will ever quite get to that point. This is one I would need to test with, see how it plays out. But honestly, kind of scary. Then you got Strife, who's really not. Always leads MLF, who don't really do much. Then Master Strike, stack this Master Strike next to Strife. Strife gets +1 attack for each Master Strike stacked next to him. Then each player reveals an X-Force hero or discards a card at random. You'll hopefully be building around that. And discarding cards at random can be good, can be not. So he essentially just is 7 base attack with Striker. So potential of going up to 12 attack. Again, there's that baseline for difficulty. But even like, oh no, his max potential is 12 attack. That's by the point where, God forbid, you get all 5 Master Strikes and he's at that 12 attack. That's not going to be hard to overcome, believe me. I will look at MLF because I kind of vaguely remember them having stuff about... no, they have Rainfire, who's a villain. When he escapes, he becomes a Master Strike. If that happens, that's no good. I don't think that's ever happened while I've played this game. I've played against Strife quite a few times. That effect has never happened. So, yeah, his Master Strike is not super strong. That him having Striker, it'll make him definitely stronger from 7. 7 is like, you're very easy. When you're at Red Skull levels, you're very easy. But let's look at his Mastermind tactics, see if they add anything because I don't actually quite remember these. Okay, yeah. So Furious Wrath, reveal the reveal the top 6 cards of the villain deck. Play all Master Strikes you revealed. Put the rest back in random order. Okay, so that's actually going to make him more likely to stack up those Master Strikes early, making him a little tougher than he would be at that point. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Put 1 into your hand and discard the rest. Very solid. A wound from the wound stack becomes a Master Strike that takes effect immediately. Also, this card was Psychic Torment. This one is Swift Vengeance. I will see if I keep up reading those card names. So actually brings us the potential up to 13. Not insubstantial. 12 isn't insubstantial either, but 13, I don't know. That feels like a jump for me for some reason. So yeah, no, that's good. And then next one, Tide of Retribution. Each other player reveals an X-Force hero or gains a wound. Okay. Sure. Again, you're probably going to be building X-Force heroes to avoid that. You'll probably have at least one, but that could still give out wounds, which isn't, super bad. But, this Master's Mind tactic, if you get it, could boost him up pretty high. This one, automatically giving him extra attack could be pretty bad. Again, this is one where if every Mastermind tactic was like, take this and make it into a Master Strike, so that his potential goes up higher and higher, that would make him a much harder Mastermind. Since there's only one of those effects, it's still pretty low. I don't think Strife is very hard. Again, he does have ways of getting Master Strikes quicker, but his Master Strike effect isn't super strong, and even with the max potential of getting all of his Master Strikes and the +1 from the wound and the +1 if you happen to get a Rainfire, it's like 14. It's, it's tough. I guess potential of 15 if you get both Rainfires in the escape pile. That's, a lot. That's not going to happen. He's most likely going to be in like the 10 to 11 range, which isn't very hard. I think that does go to Professor X because I see his potential being way higher, way easier. But I could be way wrong about that, but I'm going to go with that. Okay, this one's an interesting one. I'm sort of doing the math in my head already, and it's weird. Sorry. So Magus, first off, from the Into the Cosmos set, and up against Mysterio from the Paint the Town Red set. So Magus, base 9 attack, not super high, but he gets +1 attack for each villain in the city that has any shards. So he's a mastermind that deals in shards that are also probably going to be buffing him at some point. He always leads the Universal Church of Truth, which is a henchman group. Their effect is they have 2 attack. They have an ambush where they give each henchman villain in the city, including themselves, a shard. And then if there are any of his Master Strikes out in the city, which we'll talk about, they give that a shard as well. Which is both, could be pretty scary. Those henchman villains boost themselves up. But then you get shards from killing them. And then their fight effect is you can burn 2 shards to KO one of your heroes. Okay. Which is solid. But yeah, he's going to be getting a lot of attack from that because each of those guys is going to be having shards the moment they come into the city. So just from that alone, that's a base potential of, if you have the city full of guys with shards, 14 attack. That's a lot. That's pretty high. Probably not going to be that high necessarily. Probably going to be closer to if I feel like on average there's 3 villains in the city. So again, 12. I feel like I'm not crazy. 12 is sort of a magic number for Masterminds. I don't know. Master Strike. If there are already any villains with shards in the city, each player gains a wound. Oh no. That'll probably always happen. Then this strike enters the city as a Cosmic Wrath villain with 4 attack with 4 victory points. Then you put a shard on each villain in the city. So namely, it comes in first, then all of the villains, including that one, get shards. Which if they already have a few shards with the Universal Church of Truth, and depending on what other villain groups you have, if you got unlucky and had Kree Star Force or something, don't do that to yourself. That's a lot of attack on all of the villains. So Very solid. Looking at his tactics, first one, Conjured Shade of Thanos. Fight, rescue 4 bystanders, then it enters the city as a villain. Then each villain in the city gains a shard. Eek. And it does specifically mention, hey, you still win the game when the mastermind has no more tactics stacked under it. So even if this is the final tactic and it would enter the city, you still win the game because the mastermind has no more tactics. I'm discovering that tactics is a hard word for me to say with my mouth hole. So yeah, that's spooky. Dark Side of Adam Warlock. Fight, Magus gains a shard. Then Magus takes a shard from each other player that does not reveal a red hero. He could get a lot of shards from that. Again, that's one that can kind of jump out at you if you don't have any red and haven't been building that. So I could foresee that being 2 or 3 more shards. That's a lot more attack. Resurrected as the Child Magus. Fight until the start of your next turn. Magus can only be fought with Recruit instead of Attack. Could potentially be better for you. Probably going to be worse because you're probably not building for that. Seize Cosmic Power. Magus takes a shard from each villain in the city. Then the villain with the highest attack gains a shard. So he gets all of that attack printed on him from all of those shards, and he keeps them, and then he gets more attack by giving a villain a shard, if that guy no longer had a shard. Yeah, that tactic is crazy. The rest of them are pretty tough. Yeah, Magus is Magi, pretty nasty with only base attack 9, because that's gonna stack up quite a bit. But next up we got Mysterio, base attack 8, no modifications to it. Seems easy, and he still kind of is, but he has some stuff going for him that's interesting. So always leads Sinister 6. They don't do a whole lot. Doesn't account for anything. Master Strike. Shuffle this Master Strike into Mysterio's Mastermind tactics. It becomes a Mastermind tactic worth 6 victory points that has no effect. So interesting. You have someone who has a lot of attack from getting shards, and which I guess I should also mention some of that shard shenanigans of him having a lot of attack and having a lot of shards is offset by when you beat his villains, which are going to be hard to do, but when you beat them, you're going to get their shards, which will offset the amount of attack he has that's increased by shards. So take that as you will. But anyways, back to Mysterio. Him getting a lot of Mastermind tactics from his Master Strikes is interesting. It's hard to equate how much that changes fighting him. Because that makes that 8 attack make a lot more sense. Because instead of fighting him 4 times, you might be fighting him like 7, maybe even like 8 or 9 times, which is a lot. First of his Mastermind tactics, Blurring Images, you get +1 recruit for each Mastermind tactic he has left after this one. It could give you quite a bit, actually. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm reading ahead. Captive Audience, rescue a bystander for each Mastermind tactic Mysterio has left after this one. Also a really good effect with special bystanders. Again, those 2 alone are kind of de-escalating his difficulty just a bit. That's not as strong as drawing cards, but still pretty good. Master of Illusions. If this is not the final tactic, shuffle a Master Strike tactic from each other player's victory pile into Mysterio's Mastermind tactics. Which, if in the case where you have 4 players, each other player has a Master Strike in their victory pile, you just, you beat him once, but he net gained 2 Master Strikes back into his pile. Ooh! So that could bring his potential from beating him 9 times to 11 times. Okay. Full, potential of all of the attack you have to do to him goes from 32 to 88 with all of that. But then there's one more, Missive Deception. If this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 5 cards of the villain deck, play all the Master Strikes you revealed, put them on the bottom. So you're likely to feed his chain of, haha, you didn't actually beat me, you beat a Mastermind tactic, or a Master Strike. I don't think it's as tough as this one. And you're not likely going to get 3 Master Strikes put back into his tactic pile. you're probably going to get 1, maybe 2. That's still substantial. That's like, oh, I kind of didn't beat him. So yes, Mysterio has a low attack value. 8 is not hard to overcome. But it's kind of made up with the amount of times you have to jump through him. I think it is reasonable to say on average, you have to beat him at least 7 times as opposed to 4. So, which that's what, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56 attack that you have to spend to beat him total. Which is quite a bit. Go away, G-Force. Magus, on the other hand, like I said, with that average of 12, and you have to beat him 4 times, 12, 54, and 36, 48. Boy. Yeah, that's actually weird. Rightfully so, Mysterio is a very weird one to calculate for. Because, again, 8 attack is low. And that's sort of a similar thing to, like, human shields in a weird way. But, 8 isn't nothing at the very least. And, again, total value of, like, 56 is high, but you have to spend more in one turn to beat Magnus once. And he's giving all of these shards to every villain in the city, which makes the city harder to deal with, which in a lot of cases can make the scheme more likely to fail at. So this one's surprisingly tough, but I think it does go to Magus, as much as I kind of want to give it to Mysterio, because I think he's a fun mastermind to go up against. And I do like how they play around, oh, he only has 8 attack and that doesn't go higher, but he has this other thing that it makes it interesting. That is going to go to Magus. Okay, so the Grandmaster from I believe that's the Into the Cosmos set. And then Misty Knight from the Civil War set. So starting with the Grandmaster, I don't think I've actually read this one. I don't fully remember it. Base 10 attack. Always leads Elders of the Universe. I don't actually know what any of those do. I'll look at them really quick. I'm just gonna skim through. Okay. Is the Contest of Champions. So his Master Strike is reveal the top card of the hero deck, then put it back. Okay. Contest of Champions for that card's color. Okay. Each player that loses gains a wound. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains a shard. So that's not super tough, I don't think. So Contest of Champions is the... Oh, actually, that is going to be kind of tough. I'll explain. So Contest of Champions is... each player reveals a single card either from their hand or that they have played this turn. I'm definitely not reading this word for word on my other monitor. Or the top card of their deck. So you reveal from hand, played, or top of deck. That player announces their contest score, which is that card's printed cost, doubled if it's that the color of that Contest of Champions. Then after all players have announced their score, the evil tries to win. You reveal the top 2 cards of the hero deck. You use the highest score among those 2 cards, accounting for the doubling. Then you put them back on the bottom of the deck. And then... So in this case, you do that for whatever the card color is of the top card of the deck, which is important. Each player that loses that gains a wound. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains a shard. The reason why that's actually substantial is he will always be doubling his effect because you're revealing the top card, choosing that color, and then that card will be in that Contest of Champions for that color. So if you pull like a 6 cost red card, your Contest of Champions for red against a 12, which is hard to overcome unless you have like a 7, or like a big ultimate card that happens to be red. So there are, of course, plenty of chances for beating him, but the chances of him winning Contest of Champions is actually pretty high. So solid. That being said, that effect is strong. Not super strong, though. Each player that loses gains a wound. Giving every player a wound is rough, of course. And then him gaining a shard and sort of being an increase to his. I mean, it is an increase to attack. That could stack up if you get a few Master Strikes back to back before you can beat him, and just lose every contest of champions and get unlucky. He could get up pretty high, but it's not likely that he's going to be more than 11 or maybe even 12. So on the face of it, that doesn't seem too bad to me. But let's read his tactics. So first one, cheated against Thanos, contest of champions for blue, with evil selecting from 4 cards from the hero deck. That's going to be harder to deal with. Each other player that loses must KO half the bystanders from their victory pile. Uh-oh. If you win, rescue 3 bystanders. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains 3 shards. See, now that is substantial. Gaining 3 shards from one thing, pumping him up to 13 if he wins. Okay, fair enough. Excuse me. So, solid. Deal with death, contest of champions for red, with evil selecting 4 cards. It seems like that's the case for all of those. Each other player that loses must KO a non-gray hero from their discard pile. Rough. If you win, you may gain a non-gray hero from the KO pile. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains a shard. Okay. Cool. Contest of champions for yellow with selecting 4. Each other player that loses must discard down to 4 cards. If you win, draw 2 cards. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains 2 shards. Losing that sucks. Winning that is very good. Losing that to the Grandmaster is real bad again. Then match offenders versus defenders. Okay, that one was called Galactic Marathon, by the way. Contest of champions green for selection. Each other player that loses must gain a 0-cost card from the KO pile. That's funny. If you win, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. KO any number of them. Amazing effect. And put the rest back in any order. If the Grandmaster wins, he gains 4 shards. Yikes. So he's probably going to get quite a few shards. That could make him pretty tough. This one is hard to know because I haven't played against him if he's going to be actually that hard. Who knows? Sorry, just checking the time. We've been doing this for an hour. Okay. That sounds about right. At least with these Mastermind tactics, he's not like getting control of what color it is, thankfully. But picking from the top 4 cards, you're more likely to get one of those colors and perhaps double them. But there is more chances of the other players winning at the very least. Or at least not losing. It doesn't care about other players winning, cares about you winning, which, you know. It seems very RNG heavy. It seems very fun, which I want to try it. Hard to say for certain how tough that'll be. So I'll talk about Misty Knight while I think about it. Oh, you know what? I just realized I've been flipped the wrong way for the entire session. I had to redo my camera. Well. Now I should be looking the correct way when I'm looking at Misty Knight. So she's 14 base attack. Whoa, high, but she has bribe, which means you can use any combination of attack and recruit to fight her, which makes her a lot easier, honestly. Getting up to 14 attack is hard. Getting a combination of 14 attack and recruit is still difficult, but not nearly as hard. You would only need to have, like, say 8 attack, which is, you know, still not insubstantial, and then 6 recruit. I feel like 8 attack, 6 recruit is not that hard to get, but her other stuff always leads heroes for hire, which all have bribe and it's not a very hard villain group to deal with. Master Strike, each player reveals 4 cards with star icons or gains a wound. So it doesn't do anything early game, and even if you, because you're probably going to have a lot of cards with star icons, and even if you fill it, you just get wounds, which, you know, isn't, again, is something, but not super scary. And you're probably going to be building around that. When you're playing against Misty Knight and she has bribe, all of her villains have bribe, you're probably going to be prioritizing getting a lot of recruit instead of attack. Um, but like you're definitely going to be wanting to do both, but you're probably going to hard commit to recruit way past early game. But her mastermind tactics, first one, Bionic Repulsor Field. Each other player reveals a Marvel Knights hero or puts 2 cards from their hand on top of their deck. Not super scary. I mean, it can be. Going down to 4 cards in hand sucks for each other player, but you might have Marvel Knights heroes, because this is Civil War, right? There aren't that many Marvel Knights heroes in Civil War, so actually possible that could happen. Putting them on top, though, is not as bad as discarding them. Cyborg Detective. Reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck. Put them back in any order. Okay. That's actually pretty good for you. You don't like get any stuff. You don't play a villain. You just put them back in any order. Okay. I mean, sure. Trusted Bodyguard. Going clockwise, the first other player with Colleen Wing in their victory pile, who's one of the villains on the villain set, rescues 5 bystanders. Substantial. And then returns Colleen Wing to play Fortifying Misty Knight. Means you can't fight Misty until you beat Colleen, and I believe Colleen is a 9 attack villain with Bribe. So not super hard to get through. Getting 5 bystanders. Whew! That's really, really good for whoever gets that. But then there's also the chance that Colleen Wing just hasn't come out of the villain deck yet, and that just doesn't happen. So could be kind of scary, but also very good. Could just do nothing. Vibranium Cyber Arm. Each other player reveals an MK hero or gains a wound. Kind of same deal as this. It's not super likely you'll have MK hero. I think gaining wounds, I guess that's kind of the same level as putting 2 cards from your hand on top of your deck, even though this one's a bit more permanent, but sometimes you like wounds. So yeah, I'm not super, anytime a thing says each player gains a wound on like a villain or a mastermind, I don't think that's that bad. If you get a lot of them back to back, it can be scary, and can really slow down the game. But that's also sort of outweighed by sometimes you're playing with a lot of heroes that really, really like wounds. So take that as you will. Yeah, none of these Master Strikes are super scary, or Mastermind Tactics are very scary. Her Master Strike doesn't do much. I don't think 14 Bribe. It's high. It's not insubstantial, but it's not crazy. I don't think Misty Knight is that strong. I think that will go to Grandmaster, even though I still am having a hard time equating him fully. We'll give it to that. Okay. Fin Fang Foom from the Champions set, and Shikala, the Demon Bride from the Deadpool set, I believe. No, she's not from Deadpool. She's from... Oh, I don't know. We'll find out. So Fin Fang Foom first. 20 base attack is a lot, but he has size changing green, yellow, red, black, and blue. So he has every instance of size changing for every color you reveal, he'll get -2 attack. So potentially with 5 down to from 20 down to 10 attack. Still like decently high, but not nearly as much as 20. But I think a lot of the time you're gonna have like 3 colors, unless you're playing like Spectrum stuff, then you might have 4 or that 5, but a lot of the time you're more likely to have 3 or 2, so potentially down to -4, 16 or wait, is that how math works? Yeah, 16 or 14. Which is still high. His average of being at 14 is pretty spooky. You will have that rare moment of having all 5 colors, and you're probably going to be building for that, where you bring him down to 10, and that's definitely a lot easier to overcome. But still, that's substantial. And we'll see how many times I say the word substantial, because I'm not good at thinking of unique words. Always these monsters unleashed. They do all sorts of stuff with demolishing and size changing. Then Master Strike. Demolish each player. So you reveal the top card of the hero deck, put it on the bottom. Then each player looks at their hand and discards a card with the same cost as that hero you put on the bottom of the hero deck. Then do it again for each monster's unleashed villain in the city and escape pile. So could be a lot. You're probably going to get at least like 2 more from that. Maybe none more, but having at least 1 and probably up to like 3 demolishes on each player, that can really ruin a whole round of turns. So yeah, that's a scary Master Strike. Demolishes. It is random if 1 demolish will do any damage, but 3 demolishes will most likely do at least 1 or 2 cards of discard, which, could be bad. Could be pretty bad. And it could potentially be a lot more demolishes. So, tactics. Fin Fang. That's not one word, you big dumbass. Fing Fing? That's not how it works either. You bitch. Okay, Fin Fang Foom. Alright, so first one. Alien Dragon Technology. Fight a hero in this HQ gets size changing all of the colors this turn. Means you're probably going to get a hero for free this turn, which is big. And even then, making heroes quite a bit cheaper is very good. Then Flammable Acid Breath. Fight, KO the top card of the hero deck. Then each other player KOs a hero of that hero class from their discard pile. That's unfortunate. That's very likely to hit a few players decently hard. Multi-pronged Assault. Each other player reveals at least 3 hero classes or gains a wound. Yeah, okay. Supersonic Dive Attack. KO the top card of the hero deck. Then each other player reveals their hand and discards a hero of that hero class. Sort of Demolish, but for colors instead of stuff. Instead of a cost. Words. So, yeah, these Mastermind tactics are spooky. This one is pretty bad. That one's, that one's okay. That one's actually very good for the player. So a little bit of balancing in that. Fin Fing Foom, scary. Pretty tough, pretty variable on how tough he'll be depending on the heroes you get, but that's kind of the same for all Masterminds, honestly. Now over to Sheiklaw, who I'm gonna look this up so I can see what set she's from. She's from Secret Wars Volume 2. I don't know why I was thinking Deadpool. Oh, because she has a certain Mastermind tactic. We'll get to that. She always leads Monster Metropolis. I don't really remember what they do. They don't do a whole lot, I don't think. She has 9 base attack and no printed ways of getting higher than that, so not super high. Master Strike, reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck. Put all Scheme Twists you revealed on top of the villain deck. Put the rest on the bottom in random order. That can be really scary. If you get no Scheme Twists, then you're putting all of those non-Scheme Twist cards on the bottom, so you're more likely to get Scheme Twists faster. And putting all of the Scheme Twists on top, so you go through them really quick. Hopefully you have Danger Sense or something that lets you shuffle, because that's a really scary Master Strike. Again, only 9 attack, not tough. That Master Strike effect, depending on the scheme, can fuck you really fast. But let's go over her Mastermind tactics. Fight Fateful Resurrection. Here's the sort of added on effect of why she's only 9 attack. Fightful Resurrection means you reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a Scheme Twist or a Master Strike, they do not die. And instead, they just, in this case, you just shuffle the Mastermind tactic back in. And you're also stacking the deck to put the Scheme Twists on top to feed Fateful Resurrection. That makes this way tougher. Enslavement Beam, so that first one, sorry, I didn't even read that full first one. Drain Life, Fateful Resurrection. If she resurrects, defeat a villain in the city for free. So at least you get some benefits, like, oh, you didn't just waste your attack, you get something out of it, but that's still rough. Next one, Enslavement Beam, Fateful Resurrection. If she resurrects, rescue 4 bystanders. Again, pretty nice. Infernal Power, Fateful Resurrection. If she resurrects, draw 2 cards. Very good. And then the next one is not a Fateful Resurrection. It's Sheiklaw's husband, Deadpool, which I guess enters the city as a villain. It doesn't say that printed in like an ambush or whatever. No. It doesn't enter the city. I can't read, guys. No, it just says fight, gain this as a hero. So when you beat that Mastermind tactic, you just get a cool Deadpool. who gives you 5 attack and +1 for each odd-numbered hero you play this turn. Crazy! That's pretty fun. Yeah, Sheiklah is tough. It's sort of a similar thing to Mysterio, where she only has the 9 attack, but you're probably going to be fighting her a few more times than 4. I could see that going up to like 6 times. With her stacking the deck for scheme twists and stuff. So, interesting. The one sort of caveat with her stacking the deck like that is you'll probably put the one scheme twist on top and it's like, oh, okay. Well, I just won't fight her this turn then. I'll fight some of the other villains. And then you'll know for a fact that the next 2 cards on top of the deck, if they were in scheme twists, that they're not scheme twists or master strikes, depending on how you stacked it. So that kind of more or less offsets that, now that I think about it. It makes it bad for, if all the top 3 cards are scheme twists and master strikes, then that's rough. You're just not fighting the mastermind for 3 turns. And for those turns, she's pumping out scheme twists, which, again, depending on the scheme, most of the time playing a lot of scheme twists back to back will just lose you the game. So there's a lot of different sort of offset things. I think a lot of the time Fing Fang Foom is just going to be scarier. That base attack of 20, and again, likely only going to bring him down to 14 on the average turn. And his minimum is 10. I think Fing Fang Foom is Fin Fang Foom. It's not Fing Fang Foom. It's Fin Fang Foom. I think he is tougher, though. Sheiklah, nothing to sneeze at. Okay. Yeah, this one's probably pretty easy. Artem Zola from the Captain America set and Loki from the Core set. So Artem Zola, base attack 6, pretty low, but ultimate abomination. That means he gets extra attack equal to the attack value of the highest attack hero in the HQ, which sometimes will be none. Sometimes you're unlucky in the entire, or in this case you're lucky and the whole HQ is just recruit cards or like gambit cards that draw you 2 cards and put a card from your hand on top of your deck. Or it could be a lot. You could pull like the fucking Iron Fist card that gives you 8 attack and suddenly he's fucking 14 attack. Most of the time it's going to give him an extra 3 or 4. Oh, I might be wrong about Ultimate Abomination actually. I'm going to double check that. Oh yeah, no, I'm really wrong. So, disregard everything I just said. Ultimate Abomination means he gets plus attack equal to the total printed attack of all heroes in the HQ. That's quite a bit more. So if you have that Iron Fist card, yeah, that's an extra 8. And then he's probably also getting like 4 more from all of the other cards in the HQ. On average, if I were to guess, average HQ looks like, recruit card that gives you 3 attack, recruit card, 2 attack, 2 attack. Sort of seems like a good baseline for me. In that case, he would be 13 attack, which is a lot. So yeah, that's spooky. You do have control over that with like recruiting heroes from the HQ that have high attack, but then they could potentially get replaced with Iron Fist Ultimate. So another one that's harder to judge, but on the offset and sort of averages, it seems like it's going to be pretty high a lot. Always leads to Zolok's Creations, doesn't really play into that all that much. It does, because some of those hero villains specifically filter out cards that don't have high attack because they also have abominations, so that alone could help pump him. Master Strike, for each hero in the HQ that has less than 2 printed attack, put it on the bottom of the hero deck, replace the hero deck, and then each player discards a card of that hero's cost. So not only is he pumping himself by getting rid of the low cost attack cards, potentially that could actually lower his attack depending on what cards replace them, but he's also basically demolishing each player for each of those costs. Yeah, no, that could be really bad. That's a strong Master Strike effect. Let's read his tactics. Fight each other player reveals a tech hero or discards a card. Computer uploaded genius is the name of that one. Okay. That one's whatever. Crush pacifist resistance. KO up to 2 of your heroes that have less than 2 printed attack. That's actually really good for you. Dominate the weak. The player of your choice gains a hero from the HQ that has less than 2 printed attack. Sometimes that can be good for a certain player. Sometimes that's not great. You get a hero that's just like, oh, yeah, I got a recruit hero in late game when I don't need recruit anymore. And that also pumps him up further because you're clearing out a hero from the HQ that wasn't giving him much attack. Then each other player reveals this one's called Pet Projects. Each other player reveals a Zola's creation villain from their victory pile or gains a wound. You don't have to word it like that. You can just say each other player without a Zola's creations villain from their victory pile, but whatever. That's picky. Whatever. Yeah, that one's okay. So the Mastermind tactics, not too bad. His actual Master Strike and Ultimate Abomination ability, that's rough. Again, on average, in my head with the basic math, feels like it's going to be at least 13 attack. Maybe, probably more than that. Maybe less than that. Tough. I kind of undervalue Arnim Zola, and I feel like I was wrong for that. Okay, Loki, who, when the game came out, was the hardest Mastermind in the game, and now he's one of the easiest. Still the hardest in the base game, and also one of the easiest in the entire game. 10 attack, no additions, leads enemies of Asgard, which is a core set villain group that doesn't synergize with itself or the Mastermind. And then Master Strike, each other player reveals a green hero or gains a wound. You're going to be building around that. Gaining wounds, again, is not super scary. It can be. I might be undervaluing that a little bit because I've definitely had games where that effect of, like, I played a game with my family recently where we got 3 Master Strikes pretty back-to-back early game, and that killed our pace for a long time with those 3 wounds and no way to clear them out. But if you build around that, get green heroes, or are building right and have ways to clear out your deck, that's not too bad. And then his tactics don't really do much either. Cruel Ruler, defeat a villain in the city for free. That's extremely good for you. Maniacal Tyrant, KO up to 4 cards from your discard pile. Insanely good for you, especially to clear out those wounds that you might have got. Vanishing Illusions, each other player KOs a villain from their victory pile. Doesn't really do anything in this case, if you don't care about victory points. And even if you do, I guess that's offsetting them from you, which is nice, but I don't know. That's not something I'm going to ever account for, the victory points, because that's not how I play. So, and this is all opinionated around me. I probably should have said that earlier, but you probably should have assumed that coming into this. Anyways, Whispers and Lies. Each other player KOs 2 bystanders from the victory pile. Same thing. That doesn't really do anything. Yeah, Loki is very easy. I don't have to linger on that more. That goes to Arnim Zola. Okay, another easy one to determine. Uru, Enchanted Iron Man. 7 attack. Leads the Mighty. They do things. I need to look up Uru Enchanted Weapon because I don't really remember what that does. So, 7 base attack on Uru Enchanted Iron Man. Always leads the Mighty. They deal with Uru Enchanted Weapons, which we'll get into. And his Master Strike, demolish each player. Rough. Then stack this strike next to Iron Man. He has Uru Enchanted Weapon for each strike stacked here. Uru, my God, I really got to pronounce that correctly. I don't want to be clipped out of context. Uru Enchanted Weapons is when you try to fight an enemy that has some number of enchanted weapons. You reveal cards from the top of the villain deck for each weapon he has, and you add up the total victory points of those cards you revealed, and that enemy gets that amount of attack, which is probably going to be a lot. If he has 2 Master Strikes stacked next to him, and you flip, say, a henchman villain and then a 4 victory point villain, that's 5 extra attack. That's 12 attack. Didn't even mean to do that intentionally that time. Right? Yeah, 12 attack. Which is substantial. And the annoying part about this is you spend the attack first, or you say, oh, I'm going to fight him. And you spend the 7 attack, then you reveal the cards, and his attack increases. And then if you don't have enough attack, you just lose that 7 attack that you tried to spend fighting him, which sucks, I'm pretty sure. And namely, you can't play any more cards until that fight is complete. It says that underneath in that same sort of rules text. So play all your fight cards, try to fight him, see how much additional he gets, and hope it's not more than you have. That's really annoying to go up against, because you don't see his attack value until after he reveals stuff. Thankfully, you know, there's a chance you fight him while he has no Mastermind Tactics next to him, and you just get the free 7 attack, which is nice. But then he's most likely has things in his Mastermind Tactics that gives him additionals. So let's see. Armor of the Destroyer. For each tech hero you have, demolish each other player. That sucks. Uh-oh. Oh, and this was from Fear itself, of course, not from the villain set. Pepper Pots and Rescue Armor. A bystander from the bystander stack becomes a Master Strike that takes effects immediately, so that gives more Uru Enchanted Weapons. Quantum Inventions, draw 2 cards, and if you reveal a tech card, draw 2 more cards. That's a fun little call out to the core set. That is the name of Iron Man's ultimate card in the core set. It does that same effect. Also, it has a 7 cost. That's cute. Good job, guys. I really like that. Repulsor Coils. Each other player reveals a tech hero or gains a bindings. So actually, these Mastermind Tactics aren't super tough. There's the one that adds 1 Uru Enchanted Weapon, but none of the others do. That's probably a good thing, because Uru Enchanted Weapon is very annoying. Getting 4 instances of Uru Enchanted Weapon, if you get unlucky and all of them are like 3 victory points, that's 12 more attack, that's 19 attack. That's obnoxious. But that's probably a good thing that he's baseline 7. Yeah, hard to judge. Again, it's very random on whether it gets any additional attack or not, or any substantial additional attack, but yeah. Oh, namely, once you're done revealing cards with Uru Enchanted Weapon, I don't know if I mentioned this, those cards go on the bottom of the deck, which sucks. You don't even get any villain deck manipulation because they just go on the bottom. I mean, you get a little, but you don't get top deck manipulation, I should say. Dr. Doom. Normally, this one would be hard to equate. Uru Enchanted Item Man would be hard to equate. In this case, it's easy because Dr. Doom is a core set villain, so he's very easy. Always leads Doombot Legion henchman group that just lets you look at the top 3 cards, KO 1, put the rest back. Insanely good for players to beat. So that alone actually makes him easier than Master Strike. Each player with exactly 6 cards in hand reveals a tech hero, puts 2 cards from their hand on top of their deck. That's scary. I think that is... it's sort of on par with gaining wounds. Like I said, everyone just gets a turn with less firepower, but sometimes that might not do much if they weren't going to do anything with those 2 cards anyways. Potentially getting them next turn could be better. I don't know. You're probably going to be playing around that with getting tech heroes anyways. That Master Strike doesn't really do much. Then his Mastermind Tactics. First one, you may recruit a tech hero or ranged hero from the HQ for free. Insanely good for you. It's called Dark Technology. Monarch's Decree, choose one. Each other player draws a card or each other player discards a card. You're always going to be choosing players to draw cards. Great. Secrets of Time Travel, take another turn after this one. I hate that effect. I've talked about that in the hero video, taking extra turns. In solo, that doesn't do anything. In multiplayer, that's just like, oh, I guess all the other players just have to wait longer while you do more stuff. That's annoying. Then Treasures of Latveria, when you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 3 extra cards is huge. Yeah, all of these cards are extremely good for you as the player, making him even weaker. Dr. Doom is... yeah, he really doesn't do anything. Goes to Iron Man there. And doing even less. We have Maria Hill, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who is, we'll talk about, is not bad. And then Red Skull, the classic, the first mastermind every player is going to play against when they play this game, and the easiest in the game by a substantial amount. But we'll get to that. Maria Hill, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. from the Civil War set, 7 base attack. So on par attack-wise. They're not. Double shield clearance means in order to fight her, you have to discard 2 shield cards from your hand. And then you can't fight Maria Hill while there are any shield elite or shield officers in the city. Which all of the shield elite have shield clearance and all of that. So you want to be keeping your shield cards or buying a lot of shield cards if you have the shield set. This makes Maria Hill a lot easier, but discarding 2 cards to fight Maria that's tough. But 7 attack isn't too hard to get through, but you know, that offset of you can't fight her while there are any shield things in the city, rough. Always leaves shield elite, and that just, you know, built in onto her card makes her harder. Master Strike, 2 shield officers enter the city as 3 attack villains. When you fight them, gain as heroes. Not super tough, but having 2 villains enter the city, I've talked about, that can be bad. That could be pretty bad. But they're only 3 attack. I, for some reason, remember them getting shield clearance from her. That's not the case, actually. So that's not too hard to get through, thankfully. So looking at her stuff. Crash the Helicarrier. KO any number of your shield heroes. Very nice. Though you'll probably want to keep a few of them because you need shield clearance. Man, I'm having a really hard time talking today. I'm sorry about that, guys. Okay. Thankfully, I was going to say there might be a chance where you just accidentally clear out all of the shield from your deck, and so you can't ever fight her again. You can just buy shield officers or fight them when a Master Strike makes them come out. So declare martial law, put a shield officer into each empty city spaces of 3 attack villains. When you fight them, gain them as heroes. So immediately filling up the city and clogging it after you've already spent your attack fighting Maria Hill, and if you don't have any more, oh, that can be bad. I could foresee an instance where the city is clear. You have a scheme that cares about the amount of villains that have escaped. And you only need 1 more villain to escape for you to lose. Okay, the city is clear, though. I'm going to fight the Mastermind. Double shield clearance. You get this one. The city is suddenly full. You can't do anything else because you just spent your fighting and you don't have any more. Which maybe sometimes you'll have a lot more than 7, but in this instance you don't have any more. You end your turn, you flip the top card, it's a villain, and you just lost the game by fighting the Mastermind. Again, that's very circumstantial instance, but in a lot of cases that could be pretty bad. Evacuation code Epsilon. Each other player reveals their hand and discards their shield card. Makes getting shield clearance a little harder. Rough. Then this one, 2 shield officers enter the city. When you fight them, gain them as heroes. Just worse than this one, potentially. This one could actually do nothing. This one could push your villains out. Sort of same instance there. Yeah, Maria Hill, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is tough. She's not super tough, though. I feel like I kind of hyped up some of that. Double shield clearance is not hard to get through. Only having 7 attack isn't super hard. You do have to make sure you're keeping the city clear, which in solo is actually very hard. It's offset by you having a lot more attack in solo, especially golden solo. But with extra players, you could always have like... That's a fun Mastermind to fight because you essentially just say, hey, this player, can you be city clearing duty? Can you be the city sweeper? So all around, she's solid. She's going to win this one because she's up against Red Skull. I already said all the things basically, but we'll go over it. Always leads Hydra, one of the easiest villain groups in the game, except for the Endless Armies of Hydra villain card, which when you beat them, you flip 2 more cards from the villain deck, which is fucking annoying and awful. But everything else about them is pretty easy to deal with. Master Strike, each player KOs a hero from their hand. That might, on the offset, sound bad. Oh no, I have to KO a hero from my hand. That's going to decrease my effectiveness. This is the only Master Strike in the game that's actively good for every player. Because early game and late game, there are very few instances where your full hand that you have is all good things. It's like, oh, yay, I get to get rid of this one shield agent that was just in this insanely good hand. And even later, oh, I have a wounded hand. Sure, I'll just get rid of that. Oh, no. It says KO a hero. Never mind. Can't get rid of the wound. I'm fucking stupid. But no, clearing out stuff from your deck is very good. Yeah, it comes directly out of your hand. That's a little unfortunate. 1 turn of less effectiveness. Oh, well. I cleared out something not as useful from my deck. Thanks, Red Skull. Yeah, that's a really, really weak Master Strike. And his Mastermind tactics are on a similar level. First one, unless resources, you get +4 recruit. Really good for me. Hydra Conspiracy. Draw 2 cards, then draw another card for each Hydra villain in your victory pile. Oh, you're drawing like 5 cards from that. Probably closer to 4. But that's so many cards. Even base drawing 2 cards is so good. Nega Blast Grenades, you get +3 attack. I mean, if you had fucking like 11 attack and you used 7, oh, I'm down to 4. Hey, I got 3 more. I get to fight Red Skull again. And then look at the top 3 cards of your deck. KO 1, discard 1, and put the 1 back on top of your deck. Yeah, all of these are really good for the player. Both of these are giving you the potential of just fighting him again in that same turn. Yeah, easiest Mastermind in the game. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Goes to Maria Hill. And now on the opposite side of the spectrum, we have Apocalypse from Dark City and Mephisto from Dark City. Apocalypse, in my mind, is the second hardest Mastermind in the game. Oh, fuck, man. He fucks with me so hard. Base attack 12, scary. Like I said, baseline for, okay, this Mastermind is tough. Doesn't get any additions, doesn't get any negatives. It's always 12. Rough. But there's a lot more on why he's tough. Always leads to 4 horsemen, and he has the additional effect of 4 horsemen villains get +2 attack. I think he's one of 2 masterminds that do that, of buffing his own villain group just directly like that. On top of that, the 4 horsemen villains are already tough. Making them all +2 is... That's all I have to say about that. Then, printed on him, there are a few masterminds that have this. He just has Apocalypse wins when famine, pestilence, war, and death have escaped. That has happened to me before. It's not super likely. That's not going to happen all the time. But with them all having +2, the chances of you getting close to that is pretty high, actually. When I believe there are like 2 copies of each of those in the villain group. So in solo and 2-player, that's a lot more likely. In higher player games where you have more villain groups, less likely. Still super substantial. Then his Master Strike, each player reveals their hand and puts all of their heroes that cost 1 or more on top of their deck. He completely neuters everybody's hands for that entire round with each Master Strike. Probably not the scariest Master Strike in the game. One of the scariest. Yeah, that's insanely bad. No effect to get rid of that. That's just, nope, take all of your cards that aren't shield or fucking wounds. They go on top of your deck. You just have your shield cards in hand for this turn. Insanely, insanely scary. And then his Mastermind tactics. Oh my god. Yeah, so first one, Apocalyptic Destruction. Each player KOs 2 heroes from their discard pile that each cost 1 or more. I've talked about in the hero video, KOing cards from your deck is very good, unless they're, good cards that cost 1 or more. You can, at the very least, pick out cards that are not as good as your other ones, unless your discard pile contains exactly 2 cards, because you used, like Berserk that turn. Then you're clearing out potentially very powerful cards from your deck. Yeah. Or I guess it wouldn't be you. It would be of each other player. Still, that's pretty bad. Horsemen are drawing nearer. Each other player plays a 4 horseman villain from their victory pile as if playing it from the villain deck. Can be very bad. And feeding his own win condition on his card, and they're all going to be tougher. It was already hard to get rid of them the first time. Yikes. Oh. Here's the one that makes him already much stronger than he already is. Immortal and undefeated. If this is not the final tactic, rescue 6 bystanders, which is very good, but then shuffle this tactic back in with the other tactics. You didn't beat him, fuck you. Getting the 6 bystanders with all of the special bystanders is very, very good. But that's so bad. There has been a time where I fought him where I got that card. Like, that has to be the final tactic. You are very likely for that. The chance of that being on the bottom of the stack when you play against him is low. It's a 1 in 4. So the chances of you having to fight him at least one additional time is a 3 in 4 chance, a 75% chance. The chances of then shuffling that back in and it not being on the bottom again is another 75% chance. And, overall the chances, I don't know exactly how the math checks out, but I think I have had a game where I had to fight Apocalypse 10 times and I didn't beat him because you can't fight. That's 120 attack. It could potentially do nothing and make it so you have to fight him 4 times and he's still hard. This could, you might have to fight him upwards of 8 times or 10 times like I did. Probably at the very least, you're going to encounter that probably twice. And have to fight him a total of 6 times with 12 attack. Mysterio was kind of a little interesting and difficult because of his potential of fighting him, upwards of 7 times with 8 attack. Apocalypse has that same thing with this one Mastermind tactic with 12 attack. That is absurd. That alone, I always go back and forth on whether Apocalypse or another Mastermind who I'll talk about, and you probably already know, is the hardest Mastermind in the game. I go back and forth. Right now, I'm kind of feeling Apocalypse is harder, but I don't know. I feel like we'll cross that road because that is so difficult. And this isn't even... Imagine an Apocalypse epic Mastermind. I don't. End of all things, final Mastermind tactic. Each other player reveals the top 3 cards of their deck, KOs each one of those cards that costs 1 or more, and puts the rest back in any order. Sem deal is this one. Just so bad. So nasty. Apocalypse is crazy tough. Next up, we got Mephisto, who is also pretty tough, but it does not even compare. 10 attack base, no additions. But with his own additional effect of whenever a player gains a wound, put it on top of that player's deck. That makes wounds way scarier with that alone. Always leaves the underworld. They tend to care about wounds. And then Master Strike, each player reveals a Marvel Knights hero or gains a wound. Marvel Knights is not a very common hero group, or hero team, I should say. In Dark City, the set he comes in, it is common. There's Iron Fist, Elektra. There are quite a few. But if you don't end up having those, that's just each player gains a wound right on top of their deck. Pretty nasty. And his Mastermind tactics, I remember also being pretty bad. Damned if you do. Each other player KOs a bystander from their victory pile or gains a wound. If it was just that first effect, that wouldn't really do anything. That second one, bad. You want to get bystanders or you're getting wounds on top of your deck. Devilish Torment. Each other player puts all 0-cost cards from their discard pile on top of their deck in any order. Rough. And with piling wounds on top of your deck. Each other player's next turn is just going to be bad. Unfortunate. Pain, pain begets pain. Choose any number of wounds from your hand or discard pile. The player to your right gains them. And those will go right on top of that player's deck. Sorry, buddy. Then the price of failure. Each other player without a mastermind tactic in their victory pile gains a wound. Like I said, we see that one a lot, but that one's already scarier just because of his base effect. Yeah, Mephisto's tough. Putting wounds on top of your deck is a very, very scary effect. It's unfortunately nowhere close to Apocalypse. Okay, next up we got Evil Deadpool from the Deadpool set and Nimrod Super Sentinel from Secret Wars Volume 1. Now, in my heroes video, I talked a lot about how I really don't like the heroes in the Deadpool set. I think they're just not... Like, they're jokes. I get that. They're not my thing, and I think some of them are poorly designed and just not... They're fun the first time you play with them, and then past that, they're just not. They're just not. However, I think the villain groups and the masterminds in the Deadpool set are actually very well designed and are pretty tough, all things considered. So, fuck yeah. And I just noticed he has 2 right hands. That's kind of funny. So he has base 11 attack. Decent, pretty solid. And then revenge for mastermind tactics. So, which means he gets +1 attack for every mastermind tactic in, I think let me look that up actually. Revenge. Okay, so revenge says you get +1 for each of those in your victory pile. So if you beat Evil Deadpool once, it'll be harder for you to beat him going forward, which is interesting because a lot of the time 1 or 2 players will be beating the mastermind while the others aren't really doing it. And in solo, that's really rough. In solo, like the 4th time you're beating him, he's at 14 attack. That's high. So yeah, pretty tough. And starting out at 11, substantial. Good. Always these Evil Deadpool corpse. Nothing extra to add on that. Just a pretty tough group. Master Strike, without talking, each player simultaneously discards a card. Whoever discards the lowest costing card gains a wound. That's a fun little mini game. And also, you're both discarding cards, and players who discard the lowest cost card, like a 0 cost, get wounds. That's 2 pretty bad effects wrapped into 1. Awesome. Hell yeah. So Evil Deadpool. Mastermind Tactics. Evil Even Oddball. Oh, I get it. That one took me a second. It's the Evil Even Oddball. Callback, of course, to Deadpool in the core set with his card Oddball. Gets +1 attack for every odd cost card you played this turn. And so this one's the evil version of that, that's really funny. Each other player reveals their hand. Whoever has the fewest cards with odd numbered costs or tarred for fewest gains a wound. That's funny. I like the theming on that. Good. That's a really good joke. Okay, I actually forgot about this one, and this elevates it quite a bit. Hyper Insane Healing Factor. If this is not the final tactic, you get +6 recruit. Awesome. And then you shuffle it back in with the other tactics. For that same reason, that's the same thing as Apocalypse had that made him super tough. It's not as bad on Evil Deadpool because Evil Deadpool base is not as hard as Apocalypse, but that's still same thing. That's 11 attack you just spent, and yeah, you got 6 recruit out of it, but it just went back in the pile. Again, on average, you're probably beating him 2 or 3 more times, 6 or 7 times total. 11 attack each, that's a lot. That makes him a lot harder with that alone. Of course, it's Corpse. Each other player with the fewest Evil Deadpool Corpse villains in their victory pile gains a wound. Rough. Then stitched from Deadpool parts. Each other player discards the top card of their deck. Whoever discards the lowest costing card gains a wound. So random, potentially getting wounds. Discarding from the top of your deck is whatever. It's fine. Yeah, those are rough. That's substantially harder. Evil Deadpool is definitely up there as one of the harder ones in the game. Yeah. All right. Nope. All right, next up we got Nimrod Super Sentinel, again from Secret Wars Volume 1. 6 base attack, pretty low, but you can't fight Nimrod unless you made at least 6 recruit this turn. You might look at that and go, oh, so it's bribe 12? No, you need 6 attack and 6 recruit. No combinations work out here. You have to have that particular layout. Rough. I think that is harder, and I'll talk about it now. Kingpin and Misty Knight. Kingpin has bribe, but has 13 attack. Misty Knight has 14 attack, bribe. I think this is harder than both of those, because yes, it's technically less than their total value, but having to have the exact values of 6 and 6 is harder to get to, in my opinion. Because with Kingpin with 13 attack, you could have potentially 9 and then get the additional 4 recruit to get that. Misty Knight, same thing, but 1 higher. Nimrod, you have to have 6 and 6. Tough to get. You have to have very particular turns. It's not the hardest thing. I don't want to make this out. I don't want to mislead you and make this out as being like, oh, this is one of the hardest masterminds in the game. Nowhere close. I do, but I think the bribe ones are weaker. Because the specifics of that can be tough. Always leads Sentinel territories. They're fine. They don't do a whole lot. That's actually another one in Secret Wars that is just the X-Men again. So there are 3 villain groups in Secret Wars that are basically you just fighting the X-Men. It can get a little confusing. It's funny though, so whatever. Master Strike, each player who does not reveal a tech hero must choose stars or attack, then discard all their cards with that icon. Rough. Especially if you're playing like a Dark Hawk strategy or like a domino strategy, which would be the best way to deal with this. That could potentially make you discard all of your cards. Thankfully, those particular cards have tech heroes, so you'll probably be fine, but you'll want to build around that because that will basically guarantee you're not fighting Nimrod this turn if you don't get that. So rough. Solid Master Strike effect on his end. Tactics. First one, adapt and destroy. Choose star or attack. Each other player reveals their hand and discards a card with that icon. Not nearly as bad. Detect mutation. Choose star or attack. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it has that icon, draw it and repeat this process. That's fun in the same way that Daredevil is. Of you might randomly draw a lot of cards from that, or you might get nothing. That's kind of funny. Scatter the mutants. Choose star or attack. Put all the heroes from the HQ with that icon on the bottom of the hero deck. That could be good, actually. Manipulation for if you are saying, oh, I have maybe too much recruit in my deck, or I actually have too much attack in my deck. Filtering out the HQ for cards that give you of the other set that you don't have is actually good for you. Teleport and incarcerate. Choose recruit or attack. Then reveal the top card of the hero deck. If that card has that icon, gain that card and teleport it. Insanely good for you. If you can guess correctly. So the Mastermind tactics don't do much. That definitely lowers his difficulty. But that Master Strike is solid and gives him a little bit of defense. And like I said, 6 and 6, I do think is kind of tough. But Evil Deadpool is like actually hard, whereas Nimrod I kind of consider mid difficulty. So Evil Deadpool gets that. Okay, MODOK from the World War Hulk set and Odin from the Villain set. MODOK is actually one of my favorite villains in the game, or masterminds in the game. I think he's very fun to go up against. Can't really place why. Well, I think I can when I get more into it. So 9 base attack. I've talked about lower end. And no printed way of getting through that, but you'll see. Then all cards outwit abilities require 4 different costs instead of 3. Normally it's you reveal 3 different costs of card in your hand or cards that you've played, and you get that outwit effect. But this one pumps it up to 4, which is tough. Because 3 outwit is really easy to get. 4 outwit is actually pretty hard to get. Then he always leads Intelligentsia, which cares a lot about outwit, so he makes those villains harder to deal with. pretty solid. Master Strike, each player who can't outwit MODOK gains a wound. It's likely you might be getting wounds from that. And then he transforms into his other side. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, there he is. Had to scroll through the entire thing because you can't search for him like that because of the way he's named. Annoying. Oh well. So when he transforms into MODOK Network Nightmare. You can only fight MODOK with Recruit, not Attack. And he has 8 printed attack. But you have to spend Recruit. 8 Recruit is harder to get to. Now, if you know what you're going up against when you fight him and you build towards that, that's not super hard to deal with. It still can be because most cards don't have Recruit printed higher than 2. But so you have to build around both. It's sort of a similar Nimrod problem where you want to build for both Recruit and Attack. But this one is you want all of your attack on one turn and all of your attack on another turn, and you're not really sure when he's going to switch off. I think it's interesting. It makes it dynamic and does make him a bit more difficult to deal with. Still not super hard, but fun and dynamic. Master Strike, and namely, when he's on this side, the Outwit ability no longer applies, which is interesting. Master Strike, each player who can't outwit MODOK KOs a non-gray hero from their discard pile, then he transforms. That one is much rougher effect than gaining a wound, but it's offset by you no longer have the 4 outwit cost problem. As far as I'm aware, that's how it's presented at least. That card it's not on that side that's face up, so I would assume it doesn't apply to that side. Tactics. Brain Scramble. Each other player discards their hand, then draws as many cards as they discarded. I mean, okay. Could be good, could be bad, sort of offset, doesn't really do a whole lot. And then he transforms. Sure. Designed only for KOing. Funny. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, KO one of them, draw 1, and discard 1. Solid. Then he transforms. Draw a card, or don't get a big head about it. Draw a card for each Intelligentsia villain in your victory pile. Substantial. Then he transforms. Redundancy algorithm. Each other player reveals their hand and discards 2 cards that have the same cost. Good job, guys, on misspelling. I think that's the website. Then he transforms. Mastermind tactics don't do a whole lot. They keep him transforming, which is nice and fun. Yeah, all around MODOK is solid. Not super hard. He has some things that definitely keep him out of the easy range of Masterminds. But all around, just fun. If I was ranking this based off of favorites, he would be definitely way higher. Then we got Odin, who's the counterpart of Loki, of course. You could probably guess that from the villains set. But is much harder than Loki, because by the time the villains set came out, they had a much better idea of how Masterminds should be balanced. And even, they released Core Set and immediately realized these are too easy. Then they released Dark City with shit like Apocalypse and Mephisto, and maybe realized they needed to tone it back a bit, and then probably did that for a few sets, and then said fuck it, and just sort of kept with really hard Masterminds. So, when Villains set came out, yes, they're sort of analogs of other villains, or other Masterminds in the core set, but just way harder. That was long-winded to say that one thing over and over again. Always leads Asgardian warriors. I think this villain group's pretty tough. Oh, he's base 10 attack, by the way. Then he gets +1 for each Asgardian warrior in the city and the overrun pile. Could get pretty big. Probably going to be at least maybe 2 more. Again, I might be sort of subconsciously trying to make that magic 12 number happen over and over again, but that seems about right, but could be a lot more. Master Strike, each player puts an Asgardian warrior from their victory pile onto an empty city space. Any player who cannot do so gains a bindings, and that's going to buff him up a lot and potentially push things into the escape pile to permanently buff him. Yeah, and bindings are rough. They're hard to deal with. Then his tactics. Divine Justice. Each other player with the bindings in their discard pile gains another bindings. That's just mean. Might of Valhalla. Draw a card for each Asgardian warrior in your victory pile. Same as all of the other effects that are like that. That's very good for the player who gets it. Riches of Asgard, you get +1 recruit for each Asgardian warrior in your victory pile. Then Rite of the Valkyries, each other player reveals a for Foes of Asgard hero or discards a card for each Asgardian warrior in the escape pile. You're probably going to have a few of those in the escape pile because I remember them being tough to deal with already and then flooding them with the Master Strikes when you kill them. Yeah, Odin is pretty tough. These Mastermind tactics are weak, so brings him down a bit. I still think he's definitely tougher than MODOK, but very interesting. Okay, Shadow King from the X-Men expansion and Grim Reaper from... I'm not entirely sure, but we'll find out. So Shadow King, who I'll just say outright I don't think is very hard. 7 base attack. He always leads Shadow X, which is a somewhat difficult villain group. Doesn't really apply to him all that much. Master Strike, KO all heroes dominated by the Shadow King. Then each player chooses a non-gray hero from their discard pile, and he dominates those heroes. So dominate means basically he just gets +1 attack for each hero he's dominating. When you beat him, you get to distribute those dominated heroes again. In solo, he's very easy. He'll only get up to a max of 8 attack. He has some other things that'll make him a bit stronger. But with other, if you're up to 4 players, potentially if all players have non-gray heroes in their discard pile, sometimes that won't happen. Sometimes discard piles will be empty, so he'll more likely get like 2 or 3. But if he gets all 4, that's up to 11 attack. That's like high, but not that 12 baseline of being super tough. So, yeah, but we'll read his Mastermind tactics. Shadow King. The epic is definitely a lot tougher, but we're not talking about epics. I think I'll state here, another reason I probably shouldn't talk about epics, and it makes more sense to me, is some Masterminds don't have that. So if I equate epics into it, it's going to give the Masterminds that have epics an unfair advantage, even if they're not very tough, like I don't think Shadow King is. But anyways, first Mastermind tactic, Fiend of the Astral Plane. Each other player reveals their hand and shuffles 2 cards with star icons from their hand back into their deck. Okay. That's, similar thing to putting 2 cards from your hand on top of your deck. Usually that'll be like shield agents. If it's good cards that are giving you recruit, then that's unfortunate, but that's not too bad, I don't think. Poison their minds. Each other player reveals their hand and chooses one of their non-gray heroes. Shadow King dominates these heroes. That's one thing that will pump this along with his... Actually, the Master Strike can't pump it any more than that. So that's still only going to be 3 additional. But that's after you beat him. Okay, well, he's still like at 10 or... Because that one, taking them from their hand, that sucks as well. That's limiting their next turn. But still, that won't bump his attack up that much. I feel like his base attack probably should have been higher, but the Epic Mastermind makes up for that. Well, again, I'm not taking that into account. It feels like, I think the X-Men set was the first set where they introduced Epic Masterminds, and they weren't sure how to balance that, and so the base balancing of just the base Masterminds feel a bit lower from the X-Men set on some of them. Some of them are still pretty tough. And we'll get to that. Psychic Seduction. Shadow King dominates each hero that costs 5 or less from the HQ. Could get pretty high. Sometimes it won't get any, but again, the problem is his Master Strike KOs all of the ones he already had dominated, which sucks. You're not getting those cards back. And that's one thing to take into account, but it's still not buffing his attack up by much, and you can replace those cards with other cards. Then Telepathic Betrayal. If the Betrayal of Shadow Trap is in any victory pile or KO pile, put it on the top of the villain deck, which that... trap, let's see. By end turn, pay 6 recruit or suffer. Each player reveals their hand, then chooses a Shadow X card from their hand or discard pile to enter the city as a villain. It's not too hard to deal with. That's like, okay. That's whatever. Again, there's a chance that just might not happen because, if you didn't deal with that trap, it goes in the KO pile. So, and if you do, I have to pay 6 recruit again, or the next player has to play 6 recruit again, which, could be bad. They might not have that, but then that's just, oh, a Shadow X villain enters the city. Could be bad, could not be. Whatever. Yeah, these Mastermind tactics definitely help him stay alive a little longer. But yeah, no, Shadow King is not very tough. Grim Reaper, also not super strong, but I think is definitely a little bit more. Base attack 8, already a bit better. He gets +1 for each location card in the city. This is a very new thing introduced. I think this was introduced in, I'm actually not sure. I think it was New Mutants. Let's find out. Grim Reaper, this was from the Revelations set. Okay. So, yeah, because +1 attack for each location card. They are cards in villain groups and also in Mastermind Tactics that we'll see that enter the city and do not like push villains forward. They sort of sit above the city and apply a new effect to that city space and give the villains their extra attack potentially, or usually it'll be like if you fight a villain here while this location is here, you have to do this bad effect. So you usually want to fight the location first. Add some interesting buffering to villains that are there. Really interesting concept. And I believe... Yeah, that's fine. Cut this out. Okay, he leads the Lethal Legion. They really care about locations. And this actually plays interestingly with that villain group. They are half locations that buff the other villains in the villain group, which is interesting. Master Strike, this strike enters the city as a 7-attack graveyard location that says this gets +2 attack while there's a villain here, and it's worth 5 victory points. 7 attack on a fucking location is big, and so you want to get rid of that because he's also, buffing himself with that location, which you can only have 5 locations out at a time. If you flip out a location while the city is already full with locations, you just KO one of them and replace it. So his max capacity, which he's likely to be at, is 13. Pretty high. That's above the threshold of being difficult. Most of the time, you're probably going to be dealing with that. It's probably going to be closer to 3 locations, so closer to like 11. Still pretty good. His tactics, like I said, are all locations. If this was not a location, draw 3 cards, and this card enters the city as a location with this ability. Whenever you fight a villain here, each other player KOs a bystander from their victory pile. Okay. Next one, KO 2 cards from your discard pile. Very good for you. Then it enters the city as a location. When you fight a villain here, each other player reveals their hand and discards a non-gray card. That sucks. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to be fighting villains when they're at these locations. You're going to be wanting to get rid of these locations first. Next one is Maze of Bones. So first one was Carnival of Concussions. Second one was Code of Skulls. The names of these actually does matter, and I'll go over it. Maze of Bones is the third one. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, KO any number of them, put the rest back in any order, then it enters the city as a location. When you fight a villain here, each other player gains a wound. Rough. Prison of Coffins. You get +5 recruit, becomes a location. When you fight a villain here, each other player puts a villain from their victory pile into the escape pile. Rough. So all of those effects of fighting villains while on those locations is hard. Those effects for fighting, like getting those Mastermind Tactics out initially are really good for you, which they should be, because you just spent 8 attack to fight the Mastermind. You should get something really good for that. If it's not going into your victory pile and is going into the city to help the Mastermind. That makes sense. Namely, and this is something that I think is really cool and well designed and makes Grim Reaper a really cool really cool Mastermind in my mind. Fucking Dead by Daylight entered my brain. I need help. Is the names of the locations. Every villain in his villain group, the Lethal Legion, cares about specific location names. So, for example, the Living Laser villain, which I'll bring this over. The Living Laser, he gets +3 attack while there's a maze location in the city. And you'll see that there is, in the villain group, one of the locations is called the Laser Maze. Also, Maze of Bones on this Mastermind tactic will also buff Living Laser. That's really cool design. I think that's super smart. Also just makes his villain group harder to deal with. That's good. Adds to his difficulty. Extremely cool. Again, not rating on how much I like them in this particular video. I might do that on a later video, but that I feel like that's harder for me to figure out in my head. But Grim Reaper would be up there. In this case, he is definitely stronger than Shadow King. As I said, Shadow King is definitely on the lower end for me. Grim Reaper is just solid. Okay, definitely already talked about Madeline Pryor. I already foresee you're not going to be seeing future Ethan in this video. Hopefully. Maybe if I say one or two things that are wrong, or if I somehow miss a mastermind, then he'll show up, but I don't think that'll be the case. I definitely remember talking about that. That was the first one. Baron Heinrich Zemo, which this is battle number 15. We've already talked about like 28 of the masterminds, right? Yeah, 14 battles. So 2 each. Yeah, 28 masterminds. So we're making good progress. It's been 2 hours, but I think we'll get through this a bit faster now that I've talked about a lot of my criteria. So Baron Heinrich Zemo from the Captain America set has 9 base attack. Whenever you fight a villain, you may use 2 recruit to rescue a bystander. He gets +9 attack unless you are a savior. So, oh wow, fucking 18 attack while you're not a savior? That's crazy, right? I mean, yeah, but savior is extremely easy to get. Now, thankfully, he has things to fuck with that. One, a lot of heroes care about rescuing bystanders. You're probably going to get a lot of bystanders. And even if you don't have heroes that care about bystanders, he has a printed way of just giving you bystanders for 2 recruit per villain you fight. That's a pretty low rate. So that's actually pretty not hard to deal with. When you fight him, he's usually going to be 9 attack, which again, lower end. Always leads Masters of Evil World War II. Those ones care about bystanders and capturing them, which actually helps feed into fighting them easier. So, okay. Master Strike, each player KOs a bystander from their victory pile. Any player who cannot do so gains a wound. That makes it tougher to maintain Savior at the very least. So that's something. That's still not going to be very hard to deal with. Getting up to 3 bystanders, even like a 4-player game, you can definitely have ways of doing that. But let's read his tactics. Wow. Oops. Okay. Oh, it's formatted like that because the tactic names are Baron Zemo, but I can't type that in because then it would bring up whatever. First one, Fallen Idiots. That's me right now. Fallen Idols. Each other player that is not a savior discards a card. Unfortunate. Fuck you. Finding Zemo. Okay, I'd never noticed that. All right, good meme, good job. I'll give you that one. Reveal the top 5 cards of the villain deck. If you revealed any bystanders, KO them, and each other player gains a wound. Put the rest back in random order. Makes it harder for bystanders to enter the city, giving you more chances for getting savior. Fair enough. That actually makes sense. Hatred for the Avengers. For each of your Avengers heroes, rescue a bystander. Solid. That could give you a lot of bystanders and give you a big buffer for never getting rid of savior. Nice. That's actually very good for you, and I think that alone decreases his difficulty. Prisoners of War. Each other player reveals an Avengers hero or chooses a bystander from their victory pile, and you rescue that bystander. Okay, so you feed yourself savior. It does make it so the other heroes are pumping savior into one hero one player while other players might lose savior. Sure, makes sense. Yeah, he's not very tough. That's definitely Madeline Pryor with her demon goblins and having a higher base attack, and some scarier effects on her master strikes. Yeah, that's going to go to her. Interesting. We're already going through some of this. So then we got Vulcan, which is definitely harder than Zemo. Okay, interesting one. Mole Man from the Fantastic Four set and Kingpin from Dark City. So first, Mole Man, 7 base attack. He gets +1 for each subterranean villain that has escaped. He's actually going to get quite a few from that. Potential of up to 15 attack. It's not going to be that high. Probably going to be at least like... the first time you fight him, it'll probably be 7. Then past that... Well, we'll get into it. We'll explain more. Master Strike. All subterranean villains in the city escape. Just straight out. Nasty. If any villains escape this way, each player gains a wound. Rough. And you're killing heroes from the HQ. Mole Man is actually pretty scary in the sense that he's not super hard to fight, but that Master Strike, a lot of scheme twists care about villains escaping or heroes being KO'd that are non-gray. And when you're with that Master Strike, you're doing both. Villains are escaping, and you're with every villain that escapes, you're killing heroes from the HQ that costs 6 or less. So depending on the scheme, that might not do anything, or that could be really, really bad, especially in solo. That can be really rough. And if the city is full of subterranean villains, not super likely, but that's immediately 5 escapes, rough. You're KOing 5 heroes from the HQ, and he's a permanent +5, already up to 12. Again, that's not likely. But that Master Strike is scary. His tactics... Mole Man. Dig to freedom. Each other player chooses a subterranean villain in their victory pile and puts it into the escape to villains pile. Doesn't go into the city, goes straight into the escape. Rough. Even killing those villains is not an escape. Or is not a way to deal with that. Yikes. Master of Monsters. If this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 6 cards of the villain deck. Play all subterranean villains you reveal to put the rest on the bottom of the villain deck in random order. Again, filling up the city, making him tougher. Secret Tunnel. Secret Tunnel. You get +6 attack, usable only against villains in the streets. Helps with the burrow mechanic, which a lot of subterranean villains have, which care about villains in the streets. So that one's good for you. You get +6 recruit, usable to recruit under the streets. That one's called Underground Riches. So those 2 are good for you. Which, all right, these 2 are pretty nasty, so it sort of evens itself out. Mole Man I sort of undervalue in my head, but reading through that and playing against him recently, he's actually tough. Again, he's not going to end up being super strong printed on his card. With both his Master Strike and this Mastermind tactic, you're probably going to get like 4, maybe 5 in the escape pile, bringing him up to 11 or 12. That's a good amount. The scary part is that Master Strike, depending on your scheme, and a majority of the schemes are like this, could just lose you the game very quickly. Solid. Good job, Mole Man. Kingpin, 13 attack, bribe, so you can, again, use attack or recruit. Didn't need to reiterate that. Always leads Streets of New York. All villains that have bribe as well. Master Strike, each player reveals a Marvel Knights hero or discards their hand and draws 5 cards. Could be rough. If you have a really good hand, discarding it is sad. At least you're getting... No, you're losing out on one card. Yeah, bad effect. You'll want to be getting Marvel Knights heroes to avoid that. So Kingpin himself, his tactics, call a hit, choose a hero from each player's discard pile and KO it. Actually very good. Criminal Empire, if this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck, play all villains revealed, then put the rest back in random order. Scary. I've talked about why that's scary. You're just filling up the city is always real bad. Dirty Cops, put a 0 cost hero from the HQ, or from the KO pile, sorry, on top of each other player's deck, making the other player's decks worse. Is funny. Mob War, each other player reveals a henchman villain from their victory pile as if playing it from the villain deck. Yeah, same thing as this one, flooding the city. This card is good for all the players. The others are pretty bad. Yeah, Kingpin is solid. Kingpin sort of feels like very... Well, I don't know if he's like the mid of difficulty. I consider... no, I feel like he is sort of middle of the road as far as difficulty goes. We'll see if that ends up being the case when the full ranking is on screen. But, yeah, because 13 is a lot. With bribe, that's not hard to get to. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It is definitely hard to get to. He's a mastermind. He should be hard to fight. But comparatively to other masterminds, it's not that hard to get to. Do I think that's... These two are kind of tough. Because I think the Mole Man ability will sort of... Yeah, he starts out low, but that'll bring him on par to Kingpin a lot of the time, maybe even above, because that's all attack that you have to use. This you could mix and match. And yeah, I think that Master Strike is scary enough. Pumping things into escape pile is real bad, real scary. I'm going to give it to Mole Man, just barely. I think he's just above Kingpin. Okay, King Hulk, Sakaar-sun from World War Hulk, and Ragnarok from Civil War for some reason. Which this one confuses me. Maybe it makes more sense if you've read the Civil War comics. I'll get into it. So, first King Hulk, 9 attack. He gets +1 for each warbound villain in the city and in the escape pile. Similarly to fucking... I already forgot his name. Mole Man. Jesus Christ. But already base tougher, at least in the attack department. Always leads warbound. Each player KOs a warbound villain from their victory pile. So already pumping this. Actually, doesn't pump this. That doesn't do anything. Or gains a wound. Then he transforms. So the KOing a warbound villain from their victory pile, I guess it's just to prevent you from gaining a wound, which is fine. In World War Hulk, you actually really want wounds. So, but putting that, like KOing them doesn't buff him at all, interestingly. But then he transforms into a King Hulk World Breaker with 10 attack and Wounded Fury, which if you're gaining a wound from that effect, that'll instantly make him stronger. So he'll get... Wounded Fury means you get +1 for each wound in your discard pile on your turn. Or he gets +1 attack for each wound in your discard pile, I should say. His Master Strike on this side is each player reveals their hand, then KOs a card from their hand or discard pile that has the same card name as a card in the HQ. Rough! That's no good. That hurts. Then he transforms back into the other side. Just with these, pretty tough. Let's read his tactics. Fight each other player... Fury of the Green Scar. Each other player reveals their hand and discards a hero that isn't gray and isn't green. Yikes. That can be rough. Then he transforms. All of them will say he transforms, so I'll ignore that part. Oath of the Warbound. The villain in the escape pile with the highest printed attack enters the sewers. That one actually isn't great. It could potentially lead to pushing out more villains and netting more villains into the escape pile. But he gets that attack for them being in the escape pile, so that's going from a permanent thing, you can't get rid of that villain now, it's in the escape pile, to, oh, you can actually fight that. Okay. Which I should mention, with there being 8 warbound villains, brings his potential attack up to a total of 17, I think. Actually, it's going to be a little lower than that. I think 1 or 2 of those villains is a trap. Indeed, one of those 8 villains is a trap. So the potential is actually 16. I mean, still, that's super fucking high. It's not going to get that high. Same thing as... Mole Man, you're probably going to, but maybe lower because Mole Man has a lot more ways to make those guys escape. Potential is going to be probably 4 or 5, which is like 13 or 14. That's high when you're on this side. When he's on this side, it's lower. Let's read the rest and then we'll determine that. Sorry, side rant. That's just how I work. You should know this if you watched the previous video, which if I'm pretty sure at least one person at the time of this recording has watched the entire 8-hour video on the heroes. Thank you for that, man. I'm glad you appreciated it. Hope you like this one just as much. But yeah, no, you probably know I like going on rants. Revenge from the Stars. That was another one I just went on. After you put this in your victory pile, cross-dimensional Hulk Rampage. It means for each player has to reveal a Hulk card from their hand or a victory pile that has the word Hulk on it. If they don't, they get a wound. So that helps the Wounded Fury. Then you get +1 for each of your green heroes. Rule by strongest. Whoa, cool. Yeah, all right. Um, so you actually usually want it to be on the World Breaker side, I think, because Wounded Fury is scary. A lot of the time you might have 1 or 2 wounds in your discard pile, but he only has 1. The Master Strike will give you wounds if you don't have Warbound villains, which you'll hopefully be killing, but yeah, and then this tactic will give other players wounds. So he could be upwards of like 12, 13, pretty high. But also there are a lot of ways of getting rid of wounds, especially in this set. So this side is going to end up being the weaker side because, like I said, potential, unless you're playing very competently, the Sikarsan side could be up to like 13 attack, potentially. Very good. Very strong. Yeah, solid Mastermind all around. Ragnarok has 6 base attack, pretty low, but he gets +2 attack for each hero class among heroes in the HQ. So there are 5 hero classes up to a max of 16 attack. Sort of an opposite of Baron Zemo from the same set. Kind of interesting. Probably not going to be that high. Again, it feels like average amount of colors in the HQ is like 2 or 6. So from 10 to 12, there's that 12 number again. Haha, funny. But still substantial. And he's never going to be 6. He's always going to be at least 8, probably 10. So solid. Solid attack. Always leads registration enforcers. Again, this feels weird. I don't know the lore of this one, I guess. I read some of Civil War, not all of it. And I don't remember Ragnarok showing up. But maybe it's been a while, so maybe I just don't remember. Master Strike, each player says 0 or not 0. Then each player discards all their cards with that cost. That's not super bad. When you get to late game, that won't really do anything. You just say 0, and you might not have any 0 cost cards in your hand. That'll limit some hands, definitely. And early game, that's rough. Well, super early game, that won't do anything because you just say not 0. But when you have a mix, it's a little tough, but that Master Strike is not very hard to deal with. But then of course, Master Strikes count how many blue heroes you have, draw that many cards. Whew. Okay, really good for the player. You can spend Recruit as attack this turn. Okay, so first one is called Electrical Charge. This one is called God of Sagborg Thunder. Funny. So, yeah, pumping your Recruit into attack, potentially fighting him again or villains. That's really good. Then KO each hero from the HQ that costs 7 or more. Hammer Goliath. That's sad. Why? I mean, yeah, that's solid because those cards are very powerful and getting rid of them so that players can't get them. I mean, yeah, I don't have to explain why that's good. Unnatural Storm Clouds. Put all heroes from the HQ on the bottom of the hero deck in random order. See, this needs more effects like that. The thing that makes Ragnarok not very strong is, yeah, he gets stronger for hero classes in the HQ, but he doesn't have manipulation to fully capitalize off of it. Like, you're probably not going to get the 5 colors unless you're playing with stuff like Spectrum and stuff, or divided cards. That'll make it actually easier. And this is a set with divided cards, so sure. But even with all of that, you're still probably only going to have 4 colors, which, I mean, 14 attack is good, is a lot. But I feel like, again, on average, you're only going to have 3 different colors. Which still 12 is nothing to sneeze at, but these Mastermind tactics aren't very substantial. This one is like whatever. It actually could be beneficial for the players if there was 5 colors in there, so that doesn't seem good. The Master Strike doesn't really do much. Yeah, Ragnarok definitely isn't weak, but isn't super strong, so that's going to go to King Hulk. Oh boy. I'm realizing this was probably a mistake to do this video today. I really wanted to, but I have D&D later today, and I'm going to have to be talking a lot during that too. So, okay. So, Zombie Green Goblin from Secret Wars Volume 1, and Emma Frost White Queen from New Mutants. Zombie Green Goblin is probably my least favorite mastermind in the game. Ugh. Oh boy. Yeah, let's get into it. 11 base attack, already strong. He gets +1 attack for each hero in the KO pile that costs 7 or more. Which is sad. And has the potential, if you're playing with 4 players, or like Golden Solo, of bringing him up to 16 attack that you cannot really deal with. Always leads the Deadlands, which is the most annoying villain group in the game, because of this keyword, Rise of the Living Dead. Rise of the Living Dead means each player looks at the top card of their victory pile. If that card has Rise of the Living Dead on it, that villain re-enters the city. So if each player has a Rise of the Living Dead on top of their victory pile, that's 4 villains entering the city. In solo, that's not as tough, but it's still sad and really hyper annoying. But that's not all his Master Strike says. It says Rise of the Living Dead. Then you KO each hero in the HQ that costs 7 or more. Then each player discards a card for each hero in the KO pile that costs 7 or more. Oh, so many powerful effects stacked on top of each other. Getting rid of those 7 cost cards. 1, you don't get the super powerful cards anymore. That sucks. 2, fucking pumping himself. That's a gross visual. 3, then you're discarding cards. And if you have 4 cards, which, you are somewhat likely to see a few of those ultimate cards, probably upwards of 3 or 4. Which, if you have 3, oh, look at that, he's up to 14, and each player is discarding 3 cards from their hand. That's a lot. You're discarding half your hand. Fucked up. Yeah, this alone, already super strong. There are things that, of course, can offset this, like playing with Spider-Man heroes that don't have 7 cost cards. They only have 2 cost cards. So, yeah, that might change it slightly. Also might not. There's sort of all sorts of dials that might change that. Still, even with that, super tough. Now we read his actual tactics. Let's do, so it's easier to read. Goblin. So each of his Mastermind tactics has Rise of the Living Dead. These will never bring Mastermind tactics back. Thank God. Thank you for printing that on there. Because that would be way too annoying. That would be Mysterio 2.0 with 11 attack, and that would be the hardest Mastermind in the game. But in this case, that does not matter. That just influences your other players with bringing guys back with Rise of the Living Dead, etc. Then each other player discards a card for each villain in the city that has Rise of the Living Dead. You could potentially be discarding 5 cards, especially if you just brought 3 more villains back into the city. That's called Army of Cadavers. Love to have you for dinner. Funny. Rise of the Living Dead. Then reveal the top 5 cards of the hero deck. KO all of those cards that cost 7 or more. Then put the rest on the bottom of the hero deck in random order. The odds of one of those being 7 or more is, chance of increasing himself is pretty nasty. Reign of Terror, Rise of the Living Dead. Then put all heroes from the HQ that cost 6 or less on the bottom of the hero deck, feeding into putting more 7 cost cards into the HQ so that he can eat them. The nice side of that is they're in there for a bit, so maybe players can get them, but we'll see. The Hungry Dead, Rise of the Living Dead. Then each other player gains a wound. If there are any villains in the city with Rise of the Living Dead, there are going to be. So that's just each other player gains a wound. Rough. Yeah, Zombie Green Goblin is really hard. He's definitely up there in the top 5, probably. Then we got Emma Frost, the White Queen. Definitely not as hard. Still something interesting. During your turn, she gets +1 for each gray hero you have. So going to be harder to deal with her early game. once you get to late game and you've cleared out most of your gray heroes and your good turns are only 1 or 2 non-gray heroes, then that won't matter too much. That'll bring her up to like 10. But wow, at the start of the game, she has 14 attack, guys. But you're not going to be fighting her anyways, so whatever. The interesting effect, definitely incentivizes you to get rid of your gray heroes, which you wanted to do anyways. So not the strongest like additional effect on top of an 8 attack, but you know. Always leads the Hellions. They do things. I don't think they apply to her. Stack this strike next to Emma Frost. Then each player has a Waking Nightmare for each strike stacked here. Waking Nightmare meaning you discard a non-gray hero from your hand and then you draw a card. Could be another non-gray hero or could be a gray hero. So that sort of feeds itself, makes herself a bit harder to deal with. Fair enough. Then tactics. Assume diamond form. Emma Frost cannot be fought again until the start of your next turn. Actually a crazy mastermind tactic. I'm surprised that's not on more masterminds. Because if you have like 36 attack, you spend the 8. Oh, well, the other 24 attack or 28 attack, sorry, is just wasted. That's unfortunate. Solid. Definitely helps with survivability. Next one, put a 0-cost hero from the HQ on top of each other player's deck. All those cards that you spent time getting rid of, they're coming back. Makes this a bit tougher. Solid. Psychic X-Men Link. Each other player has a Waking Nightmare. Each of those players who did not discard an X-Men hero this way gains a wound. So that makes you go, I should discard X-Men heroes. Rough. Waking Nightmares on villains and masterminds is unfortunate. Fight, you may play the top card of the villain deck. If you do, you get +5 recruit. Tempting bargain. That calls back to Emma Frost in the core set, which that card I talked about is probably the worst hero card in the game, or a contender for it. On a mastermind tactic, that's funny. It's like, oh, that 5 recruit could really help, but playing the top card of the villain deck is really rough. So that is an interesting little bargain on that one. Because I think in the core set, it only gave you like 2 more recruit. That's never worth it. Emma Frost is solid. Emma Frost has ways of making her effect happen and matter. But in the cases where you're going to be fighter, you're not going to have a lot of gray heroes anyways. So it's interesting at the very least. Zombie Green Goblin is definitely harder. Baron Helmet Zemo, already talked about him. Losing my mind. General Thunderbolt Ross from the World War Hulk set. Base 6 attack, but start of game you stack 8 bystanders next to General Ross as helicopter villains with 2 attack. You can fight them to rescue them as bystanders, and you can't fight him while he has any helicopters. So very similar to Madeline Pryor, basically the same thing, but he starts with more, has less, and has less. He actually, well, I guess I should say he starts with these. Madeline Pryor doesn't start with any. He starts with 8, which is crazy, but he has a much lower base attack. Interesting. So effectively a starting attack of 14, but again, we've talked about you can jump through those on multiple turns. Then he always leads Code Red, which is a villain group that exists. Then Master Strike, he transforms, then you cross-dimensional Hulk Rampage. I talked about that already. Let's go to his tactics. Okay. And he transforms into Red Hulk, which has 9 attack and Wounded Fury. That ignores the helicopter rule. So you still have the stack there, but you can fight him even without those helicopters. And you can still fight the... or no, I don't think you can fight the helicopters while he's on this side, because that rules text is no longer on the Mastermind. Oh, and also it just says you can't fight helicopters and they don't stop you from fighting Red Hulk. It says all that on that side. Great. Just in case you were confused. But notably, he transforms, then cross-dimensional Hulk Rampage, so he gets full effect from Wounded Fury. Probably, again, going to get 1 or 2 attack from Wounded Fury, maybe, but he's in the set that cares about KOing wounds. It's not going to be that much higher. So again, you're probably going to be fighting him while he's on this side, because 8 helicopters, 8 instances of 2 attack is takes a while to chunk through. Thankfully, you can be doing that as early as like turn 1, because most common starting hand is 2 attack, 4 recruit. At least you can spend that 2 attack on something. Anyways, his Master Strike in Red Hulk form, he transforms, then stack a random bystander from each player's victory pile next to this as a helicopter. Each player who didn't have one gains a wound instead. Feeds both sides, makes sense, and is cool. Then his tactics bust you down to private. Each other player puts a non-gray hero from their hand on the bottom of the hero deck, then puts a 0-cost hero from the KO pile into their hand. Then he transforms. Transforms on all of those. I won't read that again. Simultaneously making your current hand worse and making your next attack... well, just making your current hand worse. Kind of funny. And adding chaff back into your deck. Next, call out the army. 3 bystanders from the bystander stack next to this mastermind as helicopters. So feeding that himself, solid. Personal arsenal. For each Master Strike in the KO pile, put a bystander from the bystander stack as a helicopter. Cool. Then put a random bystander, Urban Warfare, put a random bystander next to the mastermind as a helicopter from each of these places. The bystander stack, the escape pile, each city space, and each other player's victory pile. You're going to get a lot of helicopters from that, actually. Yeah, he's going to have a lot of helicopters constantly, actually, with both the tactics and the Red Hulk transformation. Yeah, again, they're not hard to jump through. 2 attack each, you can do that multiple times a turn. And if you do get through that 6 attack, easy to fight. But again, you're probably going to be fighting him while he's on the Red Hulk side, because I feel like that's just going to be easier to get through, because 10 attack or 11 attack, not hard. If you're unlucky and you have 4 wounds in your discard pile, well, that's unfortunate, but you're just not going to be fighting him that turn, I guess. Yeah, his Mastermind tactics are strong and make him tough. That being said, I don't think he's that hard. Do I think he's easier than Zemo? It's rough. Again, I think Zemo, I guess I should also mention here, in my head, I'm evaluating these as if I'm playing with 4 players, or basically not playing solo. Like I mentioned, if you're playing solo, it makes certain villains harder, or masterminds harder, but I'm not going to account for that fully with a lot of these. Like Zemo is definitely easier on solo. Ross is harder on solo, I think. But I think in this case, with Zemo being at like 4 less, usually when you fight him, maybe 5 upwards of 6, that's still tough. They're pretty equivalent. And I feel like Ross's mastermind tactics are harder to deal with, and Zemo does KO villains. Oh boy. The Master Strikes are tough. I think Zemo is a little bit harder than Ross, just based off of that the Master Strikes on both sides aren't. Zemo's Master Strike will always make him stronger. Yes, Ross's Master Strikes will make him stronger as well, potentially, but I don't know. I feel like Zemo will always be in sort of a harder place than where Ross is. Maybe I'm wrong. That's just what I feel. 2 ones we talked about, Toombs or Ross. Ross is definitely harder than Toombs. Okay, 2 hard ones as well. King Hyperion, who is one of the hardest ones in the game in my opinion. I think he's from World War Hulk as well. No, he is from... Where is he from? I guess I'll find out. Let's find out right now. Hyperion. King Hyperion is from Secret Wars Volume 2. That's right. So yeah, King Hyperion from Secret Wars Volume 2, or Ultron from Ant-Man. King Hyperion, 12 base attack, no modifications. Like I said on Apocalypse, that's hard. That's the baseline of being hard. Always leads Utopolis, which are villains that care about charging, which charge means when they enter, they move that many spaces across the city, pushing as they go, which is an extremely difficult effect to deal with. And again, some schemes. Last time I played against Hyperion, me and my mom had a scheme that cared about villains escaping, and we lost in like 5 turns. It was really bad. Master Strike, he enters the city if he was not already there. Then he charges 3 spaces. Then he's a mastermind with an escape effect. Each player puts a wound, or each player gains a wound. Then he goes back on the mastermind space. So no ways to get rid of that wound. You all just gain that wound. Spooky. The harder part, well, there is a way to get rid of that, of not getting that wound, which is killing him before he escapes, which is hard. Charging 3 spaces means you're probably going to get a few villains escaping from that, which is really rough, especially if they have escape effects, which his villain group does, and KOing heroes from the HQ is no good. Yeah, that's a really hard effect. Really cool that you have a mastermind that enters the city as a villain. Super neat. Looking at his tactics, Monarch of Eutopolis. If King Hyperion is in the city, put him back on the mastermind space and shuffle this tactic back into his tactics. If you do, when you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 3 extra cards. That's nice. What this means is if you fight Hyperion in the city, you get rid of him out of the city, but that didn't count for one of the mastermind tactics that you dealt with. Rough. So sometimes you might want him to escape so that, yeah, everyone will gain a wound, but when you fight him, it'll actually contribute to getting rid of a tactic fully. Super rough to deal with. Next one, same deal, but you get +5 recruit. Same one, same deal. You defeat a villain in the city for free. Actually very good. Then Royal, and they're called Royal Treasury, Rule with an Iron Fist. Then the last one, Worship by Millions. If you do, you rescue 6 bystanders. Also very good. You get good effects for doing that, for killing him, but that's extra times that you have to fight Hyperion. So similar to the Apocalypse problem, you're probably going to be fighting him more than 4 times, probably considerably more than that, maybe upwards of like 8 times. But again, you can kind of avoid that by letting him escape. Depending on your scheme, that can be real bad, but at least the escape isn't too bad. But it's going to be a while to let him escape, because that's 3 city spaces that are clear that you have to wait to fill up. And you might not want to do that. So Hyperion is very hard. I think it would be fair to say that Hyperion is the 3rd hardest mastermind in the game, maybe 2nd hardest. I don't think he's as hard as Apocalypse. That's hard, actually. Yeah, no, I think Apocalypse's Master Strike is just harder. And that one tactic of always just shuffling back in is rough. And I guess we'll get to that when we get to that. I don't have to compare that now. Hyperion is really tough. Ultron is something. 9 attack base, leads Ultron's Legacy, which is pretty actually easy villain group to deal with. Master Strike, each player reveals a tech hero or puts a non-gray hero from their discard pile into a threat analysis pile next to Ultron, and he's empowered by each color in his threat analysis pile. So, which empowered means that he would get +1 attack for each of those colors. You can play around that by getting a lot of tech heroes. You're going to want to commit to that, because that is very nasty. So, and notably, he can never get more than 1 extra attack from a single card. It says that in the text of Empowered. That can only be up to a max of 5 attack. Still a lot. Could bring him up to 14. And if you're failing on those Master Strikes, and with his Mastermind Tactics, I think he gets quite a few more. It's pretty likely that it'll be 14 or at least like 12. So pretty solid. Let's look at his tactics to make sure I'm right about that. That will feed into that pretty easily. So first one, you may gain a hero from Ultron's threat analysis pile. Actually helps you get rid of that, which is nice and interesting that that's on a tactic card. Paralyzing, and that one's called Arrogant Blind Spot. Next one is Paralyzing Encephaloray. Each other player reveals their hand and discards each card that has the same card name as any card in Ultron's threat analysis pile. Scary. Predictive analysis, put the top 3 cards of the hero deck into Ultron's threat analysis pile. That's really bad. That's gonna hurt. And then Self-Repairing Legions. Each other player in turn reveals a tech hero or puts an Ultron's Legacy villain from the victory pile into an empty city space. Filling the cities is scary. Yeah. So there's the one Mastermind tactic that helps build that, but that's mostly going to be met from Master Strikes. If you get lucky and not get a lot of Master Strikes, you can beat him for 9, which 9 is high, but not super. That's, again, low end. But I think it is likely that he'll have enough in his threat analysis where he'll be from the 11 to the 13 range on average. Scary, tough to deal with. Hyperion is definitely harder in my mind. Okay, Thanos from Guardians of the Galaxy and the Hood from Revelations. The fucking GOAT right here. Thanos, I think, might be one of the only Masterminds with a 7 victory point cost. Sort of, everyone looks at him and goes, oh, this is the hardest Mastermind in the game, right? No, he's up there. He's super tough. Not quite the hardest Mastermind in the game. I think he's top 10. I don't think he's quite cracks top 5. Maybe. We'll see by the end of this. Base 24 attack. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't know if that's the highest printed attack on a card. Base attack. That's not like an epic Mastermind. That's a shit ton. There's no way you're getting... I mean, you can definitely punch through that without his modification, but that's... You basically need to play around the next part of him, which is... He always leads the Infinity Gems, of course, and they're a really tough villain group, but they're also all artifacts, which when you beat them, you gain them as heroes, and then when you play them, they just stay out, and they always give you an effect every turn, and they're very strong, but they're hard to deal with as well. And then he gets -2 attack for each Infinity Gem artifact card that are controlled by players. So there are 8 total Infinity Gems in the villain deck, so potential of bringing him down by 16 to 8. That's not going to happen. He's going to do so much shit about getting rid of that. His Master Strike is each player reveals their hand and puts one of their non-gray heroes next to Thanos in a Bound Souls pile. Sucks. He doesn't get any benefits from the Bound Souls pile for the most part. Sort of feels odd and out of place with the rest of the stuff he's doing, but that's still bad. Like, you're getting rid of one of your good cards forever next to Thanos. Not forever, but for the most part. Okay, then his Master Strikes. Thanos, there you are. Or sorry, Mastermind Tactics. Centuries of Envy. Each other player discards an Infinity Gem artifact they control. Makes him harder to deal with for a few turns. That's powerful. God of Death. Each other player reveals their hand and gains a wound for each card that player has with the same card name as any card in Thanos' Bound Souls pile. I was wrong. He does deal with this pile. Keeper of Souls. Gain a hero from the Thanos Bound Souls pile. Then each other player puts a non-gray hero from their discard pile into the pile. Helps you. Hurts everybody else. Sucks. Mad Titan. Each other player reveals their hand and discards all cards with the same name as any card name as in Thanos' Bound Souls pile. Yeah, yikes. Really tough Mastermind Tactics. This one kind of helps you, but then hurts everybody else. So thinking about averages, he's real tough. Like, if you're playing with 4 players and you have more villain groups, getting those Infinity Gems, you're going to be looking for them actively, which makes sense thematically. And you do not want those gems to escape. If they escape, that's a full 2 potential extra attack that's just gone. So you really want to avoid that. Also, the gems usually have shards, and when a villain escapes with shards, they put them on the Mastermind, making Thanos even tougher. But I feel like usually, if you can get like to 4 or 5, which feels like the level you want to be at by the point where you're going to be able to start fighting Thanos, that's going to be like 8 or 10 less attack, which is still 14 or 16. So he's big and chonky. All of his other effects are good, are like strong. Getting rid of your cards from your hand sucks. And potentially having to discard a lot of cards from the cards that are in his Souls pile sucks. they are not as tough as some of the other effects. That's why I don't think Thanos is super strong. Definitely still up there. Like that potential for getting potentially 6 or 7 artifacts out at once, still unlikely. And getting him down to like 12 or 10, still hard, manageable, but you're most likely going to be fighting him when he's at 14 or 16. So real hard. Yeah, I think that's all the explanation I need to do for Thanos. The Hood, Revelations. 9 base attack with Dark Memories means he gets +1 attack for every... is it every color or is it every class? I think it's every class. Yeah, it means that he gets +1 for each hero class in cards in your discard pile. So potential of being up to 14, which could suck. You're probably going to build around that and get only 1 or 2 colors. So yes, he could be upwards of 14. And if you're not actively building around that, probably more likely going to be 12. But if you're building around that correctly, probably going to be 10 or 11. Not super hard to deal with. Always leads Hood's gang. They don't really contribute to him that much, I don't think. Master Strike, each player reveals the top 6 cards of their deck, discards all non-gray heroes revealed, and puts the rest back in any order. Rough Master Strike. Both feeds Dark Memories for him and makes your next hand worse. Unfortunate. Looking at him. Mastermind Tactics. Demonic Revelation. Each other player reveals their hand and discards a non-gray hero. Sucks. Makes your hand worse. Feeds Dark Memories. Focus Magic through guns. That's sick as fuck. Each other player reveals a red hero or discards a card. Then each player reveals a black hero or gains a wound. Sucks. Depending on if you're building this right and you're building 2 colors and you don't know to go for red or black and you're building like blue or green, then that's unfortunate. 2 very bad effects on 1 card. Peon to Dormammu, or Peon. Either way, each other player discards their deck. Oh yeah, that's guaranteed gonna give big effects to Dark Memories for those players' turns, unless they have draw card effects. Then actually that could be good if all the players are like, oh, I have a thing in my hand that lets me draw a card. Then you're actually going to be on your turn flipping your discard into your deck and then no Dark Memories. So could actually be good. Probably going to be bad. The Hood's Warehouse. This is a location. If this is not already a location, rescue 4 bystanders and it enters the city as a location. And then while it's a location, when you fight a villain here, you play another card from the villain deck. Terrible. You don't want to deal with that. Definitely want to clear this out first, but 9 attack is hard to get to on a location. So Hood is solid. Definitely in the good range of difficulty. Definitely Thanos, though. Big chunker. I'm back from my big meal. All right, next up we got the Goblin Underworld Boss from Noir. Very cool set. And the Beyonder from Into the Cosmos. All right, so starting with the Goblin. Start of the game, he has 10 base attack, and then at the start of the game, he captures 2 Hidden Witnesses. Hidden Witnesses kind of work like human shields. Differences being... instead of having to pay that villain's attack power to rescue that bystander, you just have to pay 2 recruit, and then you rescue one of their hidden witnesses. So not super bad to deal with. But similarly to human shields, you can't fight a villain or mastermind while it has any hidden witnesses. Always leads Goblin's Freak Show. Deals a lot with hidden witnesses, I'm pretty sure. And it has Master Strike. 2 random bystanders from each player's victory pile become hidden witnesses, held by the Goblin. Any player who didn't have 2 bystanders gains a wound instead. So, if you only have 1 bystander, it doesn't actually take that bystander. You just get a wound, which sucks. And then, 2 random bystanders from each player's victory pile. Means it's going to be buffing itself up, making itself harder to hit. So, weird one, 10 attack with 4 recruit that you have to spend, but you can spread those out. You're usually going to have 2 spare recruit lying around pretty frequently, so that's not too bad to deal with. Him giving himself more is rough, but I don't see that as being much harder. But let's look at the tactics. Blackmail the judges. For each Goblin's Freak Show villain in the city, the Goblin captures 2 hidden witnesses. Not human witnesses, you bitch. So for each one of those villains in the city. So if there's 5, he's getting 10 hidden witnesses. That's a lot. That's pretty big. You might get like 2 probably, if I were to guess and guesstimate. Excuse me. So probably more like 4, which is quite a bit. That's 8 recruit that you have to spend on various turns. But again, I still kind of feel like 2 recruit is easier to spend than 2 attack. I don't know. I am willing to be wrong about that. Blind Loyalty. Investigate the villain deck for a Goblin's Freak Show villain and put it into your victory pile. Cool. Neat. Carnival of Carnage. For each Goblin's Freak Show villain in the city, each other player discards a card. That could also be really bad. Up to 5 cards discarded is bad. But even if it's discarding 2 cards, that's rough. Sinister Dreams. For each other player reveals a Sinister Six or Spider-Man hero or gains a wound. Which is fun that there's that dichotomy if you're running this in the villain set, which I think you could probably do, I guess. Neat. So all around solid. Nothing super special with the Goblin. Seems pretty middle of the road for me. The Beyonder, yikes. So base attack of 21, pretty monstrous. But he has Cosmic Threat for cards that cost 5 or more. So essentially he gets 3 less attack for every card you have in your hand or that you've played that costs 5 or more. Which, I mean, that'll definitely... I have no real way of guessing his average attack power. Maybe, like... I mean, if you're building around that and just getting 5 cost cards, that's hard. But you can definitely do that, and you're probably going to build up a lot of recruit early on. But, like, in an average game, you might have 2 5 cost cards in hand. That'd bring them down to 15, which is still a lot. But each one you add, potentially you could get them all the way down to 0. Probably not likely. Beyonder seems really difficult to get pretty low, but you can... It's not impossible. Always Leads from Beyond, pretty tough villain group. Master Strike. For each player reveals a card that costs 5 or more or gains a wound. Then put the strike under an HQ space that doesn't already have a strike. Pulling that space into a pocket dimension. To recruit a card from a pocket dimension, you must also pay 1 attack for each pocket dimension in play. For each pocket dimension in play. So, if you're recruiting from a space that has a pocket dimension and there are 4 out, you also have to pay 4 attack to recruit that card. And you're probably going to be wanting to recruit 5 cost cards. So that's a lot of resources just to get 1 card. That's pretty substantial. And also the added effect of just, and if you don't have any 5 cost cards, you gain a wound. That's really mean. Let's look at strikes. First one, create the Secret Wars. Fight, choose a team, can be any team. Contest of champions for that team icon instead of a specific color, with evil selecting from 4 cards from the hero deck. Each other player that loses gains a wound. If you win, the player of your choice gains a hero from a pocket dimension. So that's pretty good. There's no effects on if evil wins. You're just trying to beat evil and hope your allies also don't lose, which is pretty nice. And it's nice that you can give a player of your choice a hero of your choice. That's always good. I am kind of off center, huh? That's a little better. We'll see if it stays. Dimensional Collapse. Destroy an HQ space that's a pocket dimension. That space doesn't refill. To mark this turn, the hero there face down. The pocket dimension card stays in play. Yikes! Just removing an HQ space, like, even with that not being his main gimmick, is really unfortunate. Seeing less cards in the HQ is always bad. and still getting the the negatives of the pocket dimension is crazy. Playthings of a Petulant God. Each other player reveals their hand and KOs a card from their hand or discard pile with the same name as any card in a pocket dimension. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I feel like that one's a little more unlikely to actually do damage, but if it does, it's pretty sucky. And then pull Earth into the Beyond. Rescue 4 bystanders. Put this card above the sewers, putting it into a pocket dimension. To fight a villain there, you must also pay 1 attack for each pocket dimension in play. Real rough. There are always villains in sewers, and making specifically the villain in the sewers harder to fight is really, really rough. Yeah, Beyonder is real tough. There are definitely ways to make him weaker, but Cosmic Threat for cards that cost 5 or more is harder to get than you would think, at least in my mind. So that's definitely going to the Beyonder. Okay, we can skip Hela. Ironmonger from the MCU Phase 1 set is 9 attack base with Bank Conqueror 4, so it gets same as Hela Conqueror stuff. That's kind of interesting. So potential of up to 13. Yikes. Always leads the Iron Foes, which I think also have some stuff about Conqueror. If there is a villain in the bank, each player gains a wound. Otherwise, put this Master Strike onto the bank as a 6 attack Stain Tech Weaponry villain worth 4 victory points. So nothing in the bank. Then you load the bank, and if there is something in the bank, you gain wounds. Yikes. So he's always going to be looking for ways to bump himself up to 13. The bank being the second city space means it's almost always going to have something on it. So Ironmonger is likely always going to be 13 attack. Pretty big. One upside is if the villain there happens to be a henchman villain with only 3 attack, then you can kill that villain first and then fight Ironmonger, and you really only spent 12 attack to fight him. Still high, still strong. Let's take a look at his strikes. Ironmonger. So hostile takeover. If there are no villains in the bank, reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a villain, it enters the bank, feeding the bank. Overloaded arsenal. Each other player reveals a tech hero or gains a wound. Then each other player reveals a blue hero or gains a wound. Potential of giving every player 2 wounds is rough. And that's likely going to give at least every player at least 1 wound. Sonic Stunner. Each player reveals a tech hero or discards down to 4 cards. That really sucks. Unexpected Betrayal. If the bank is empty, the player on your right chooses a villain from their victory pile. That villain enters the bank. Yeah, he's always going to have something in the bank. Always going to be that high 13 attack. Tough to deal with, honestly. That's a much easier Conqueror to get than Hela. And they're both extremely similar. At the very least, Hela's villain she creates is less attack and doesn't enter the specific city spaces that makes her tougher. Ironmonger's... It seems like, yeah, Ironmonger's Master Strike just is strictly better. No, but Hela also, you get an additional villain in the city, which causes its own various issues. Yeah, this is a tough one. The Hela with villainous weapons, but they kind of counteract each other with being helping you once you get them. And it's like Bridge Conqueror 5, Street Conqueror 5. So yeah, there's the potential of 20 for Hela, but 5... You know, the interesting thing about Bank Conqueror 4 is usually villains have more attack than 4. So it's still... To clear the thing off the bank, you would be spending more attack than just fighting him straight out. And so Hela's Bank Conqueror, or Streets Conqueror and Bridge Conqueror 5 means like it's more likely that you'll be able to kill the thing on there if it's a henchman or a 4 attack villain and spend a less attack overall to fight Hela. It's interesting having these two paired up. I am kind of feeling that Ironmonger is maybe slightly harder. I mean, these Master Strikes aren't anything super crazy. And Hela's Master Strikes are pretty nasty. It's so close. Again, I'm not using the tie button because I don't want to. It's as simple as that. You know, in my head, I feel like Iron Foes is actually a much easier villain group to deal with. This is going to be the deciding factor, actually. And Omens of Ragnarok are actually pretty tough, if I remember, so we're going to go with Hela. Barely. Mojo or Ironmonger. This one I'm willing to give to Ironmonger, I think. I don't think Mojo is that tough. Human shields are not a super big problem in my mind. So yeah, we'll go Ironmonger there. Okay, Spider Queen, who I think is from Secret Wars Volume 2. Let's take a look. Oh, there's a dash. Fuck. Spider Queen from Secret Wars Volume 2. Yep, and Malekith the Accursed from Heroes of Asgard. So Spider Queen gets +1 for each bystander in the escape pile. Uh-oh. Then always leaves the Spider Infected, which... Yeah, so Spider Infected, which are a henchman group that captures bystanders as an ambush, and then their fight is the next hero you gain this turn is Wall Crawl. So with all the villains, with all of their henchmen having bystanders, makes sense that that's the condition. So 8 base attack, I don't think I mentioned, but you can see that on the screen. Wow, I'm losing my mind. That was weird brain fart there for a second. Sorry about that. Master Strike. Each player puts a spider infected from their victory pile into an empty city space. Any player who cannot do so gains a wound. It's nice that they don't just straight up enter the city. They are in empty city spaces, so you're less likely to just pump villains through to escape and with bystanders. But more likely, as they enter, they'll get bystanders. So a lot of bystanders going around in the city as far as just her base stuff and the group she leads. Thankfully, them being a henchman group means you're pretty... It can be pretty easy to clear them out before they escape. So I don't think that effect is super strong just with this knowledge alone. So let's see what else she's got. Tactics. Control arachnid genes. You may gain a Spider-Man hero from the HQ. Great. Infect the entire city. Put a bystander from the bystander deck into the escape pile. Great. Permanent addition. Then each spider infected in the city captures a bystander, stacking up the ones that are already in there, so she can hope that they escape. Nice. Sonic Scream. Reveal the top 8 cards of the villain deck. Put all the bystanders you revealed into the escape pile. Whew. Put the rest in the bottom of the villain deck in random order. Yeah, that could give her quite a bit, depending on if you get unlucky or not. I mean, looking at the top 8 cards, you're probably going to get at least 1, maybe 2. Then each other player reveals a Spider-Man hero or puts a bystander from their victory pile into the escape pile. Okay, so this one is like very good for the player. The rest of them are effects that do actively buff her. Like this one's guaranteed. This one's less guaranteed, but you're probably going to get at least 1 or 2, maybe. And everybody's going to have bystanders because they're fighting spider infected. So great. And that one's probably going to get 1 or 2, like I said. So by yourself, you might get 1 or 2, probably only like 1 spider infected that ever escapes during the game with a bystander, giving her an extra +1. But then from those, 1 more, +2 more, +1 more ish, probably, or 2 more, 1 or 2, 4. Yeah, she could be upwards of like 13 attack, maybe. I don't see her getting that big, and that would be like for the last hit on her, probably. Unless you get pretty unlucky. But even then, you know, I don't think it's super likely for... yeah, I don't foresee many instances where she goes above, like, 11 or 12. Yeah. Doesn't seem super hard, just on the offset, so... Next up, we got Malekith. 8 attack base. Always leads Dark Council. Master Strike... Malekith captures a villainous weapon from the city or any player's control or discard pile. Then this Master Strike enters the city as a villainous weapon called Dark Spear that gives +2 attack. When you gain Dark Spear, it becomes a thrown artifact that gives +2 attack when thrown. Okay, so no additional things printed on him, but he gets a bunch of villainous weapons. And I'll look at Dark Council. They probably have a lot of villainous weapons. They have 2. Oh, okay. Only 2 in the 8. So you're actually not likely to get many of those. But one of them's +3 attack, one of them's +4 attack. So if he does manage to get one of those, that's nasty. The nice part is he does generate his own villainous weapons with his Master Strikes. Though, specifically, he captures a villainous weapon, then he generates a new one. So, and there will be off chances where you'll generate a villainous weapon, but the city is empty. And in a case where a villainous weapon would enter the city and there's no villains in the city, it gets KO'd. Doesn't go to the Mastermind, it just gets KO'd. Which is unfortunate that his Master Strike could do literally nothing and he stays at 8 attack. Let's look at his Master Strikes, though. That's probably where a lot of the villainous weapons are going to come in at. How do you spell it? Malekith. There are fucking Malekiths in every piece of media I play, and I never remember how to pronounce that. I feel like it's spelled different in all of them. Fucking Warhammer Malekith, Elden Ring, whatever. Okay. So first tactic, yeah, looks like he's got 3 of his tactics are villainous weapons. For each one, when you beat them... Oh, interesting. So they all have the text, rescue 4 bystanders, captures a villainous weapon from the city or any player's control or discard pile. Then this enters the city as a villainous weapon. So something as his Master Strike, kind of, where he just gets a villainous weapon and then it enters. Artifact, once per turn, you may KO a hero from your discard pile. Ooh, nice. And it gives you 4. It gives the enemy 4 attack. That's pretty big. Same thing with this one. Artifact, once per turn, you may defeat a villain worth 2 victory points or less. That's extremely nice as a once per turn effect. Gives +2 attack. Artifact, once per turn, draw a card is insane and +3 attack. Those are Black Hammer of the Accursed, Dagger of the Living Abyss, and the Haunting Horn of Fairy. Then the last one is not a villainous weapon. Feel like you probably could have done that, but maybe in playtesting it didn't work out. You get +2 recruit for each tech hero you have. Okay. Very interesting. So this definitely increases his difficulty a lot, because he'll be gaining villainous weapons from people's control, and you'll be generating these villainous weapons, which will then be reacquired by Malekith and making him tougher, potentially a lot tougher, like 12, 10... 11 plus any additional that he gets from Dark Spears. Okay, that's one I would have to play with. I don't think I've played against Malekith yet. I own this expansion, just that's not one I've dealt with quite yet. So yeah, without the Mastermind tactics in mind, I was thinking Spider Queen probably had this, even though I don't think she's very strong either. I think Malekith can be a lot stronger, and he probably will be as the game goes on. Spider Queen, even as the game goes on, I don't think will get that much stronger. Malekith seems to just scale way more, so we'll go with Malekith there. Okay, Professor X, already talked about it. Authoritarian Iron Man from Civil War. So, base attack 12. This one's another very, very powerful one. Always leads to Superhuman Registration Act. Makes sense. Pretty strong villain group. Master Strike, Iron Man fortifies the city space to his right, starting with the bridge. You can't fight him while there's a villain in that space. Villains in that space get +3 attack. And so, as far as I'm aware, you put the card on that city space to his right, and he stays there forever, and you just can't fight him while there are villains on that space. And then, as the game goes on, with each Master Strike, it doesn't also reinforce the next space. He moves to the next space over. So he's actively moving through the city, buffing people as he goes. Very cool, very unique, and very strong, especially once you get him down to the sewers on the 5th Master Strike. It's going to be a lot harder to fight him, because there's always a villain on the sewers most of the time. And 12 attack is a lot to jump through. So yeah, base 12 attack with a condition where you can't fight him if there's other stuff going on, and buffing the villain on the space that he's on with +3. Very, very tough to get through. Now let's look at his tactics. First one, you get +6, only usable to recruit blue and or black heroes, Armada of Armors. Okay. Freeze domestic assets. Each other player reveals their hand and discards all their cards with star icons. Yikes. Could be really bad. If you have only a hand of only stars, you just have no hand that turn. That sucks. Man the fortifications, reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a villain, it enters the city space that authoritarian Iron Man is fortifying. Yikes. So a guaranteed sort of bubble for him and a tough villain to deal with. Recall to service. The villain with the highest printed attack in the escape pile enters the city space that authoritarian Iron Man is fortifying. Same deal as that one. These are tough tactics. This case, it kind of makes sense to have this one be a good effect because the rest of them are very, very strong. I mean, yeah, Professor X is good and he can get pretty high in attack power, but Iron Man is just hard to pin down and I like him. I think he's cool. Okay. So next, Supreme Intelligence of the Kree and Deathbird. Supreme Intelligence of the Kree from the Guardians of the Galaxy set. Base 9 attack. Always leads Kree Star Force. Kree Star Force is all about shards, and they love giving shards to themselves and the Mastermind, which will become important. Master Strike, the Supreme Intelligence gains a shard. Then each player reveals their hand and discards each card with cost equal to and cost 1 higher than the number of shards on the Supreme Intelligence. So if he'll probably by the first Master Strike have 2 shards. That means you're discarding all of your cards that cost 2 and 3. Yikes early game. And by that point he's, getting +1 attack for each of those shards. If in that same instance he has 2 shards, he's also 11 attack now. That's pretty big. The nice counterbalance to that is each of those villains, like I said, are getting shards, which makes them tougher, but when you beat them, you get their shards, which counterbalances the attack power he's getting from shards, luckily. Now, he is going to get a lot of shards. That's going to make his somewhat low attack of 9 pretty hard to chew through, but let's look at his tactics. First one, combined knowledge of all Kree. The Supreme Intelligence gains a shard for each Kree villain in the city and or escape pile. A lot of shards, probably. Most likely going to be like 3. Cosmic Omniscience. The Supreme Intelligence gains a shard for each Master Strike in the KO pile. Also very good. A little more likely to happen to get a lot than from this one. Countermeasure Protocols. The Supreme Intelligence gains a shard for each Mastermind tactic in any player's victory pile. Crazy. If this is like the third one, then that's 3 more shards. Yikes. And then Guide Kree Evolution, the Supreme Intelligence and Kree villains in the city each gain a shard. Yeah, so all of his stuff giving him shards. It's unlikely that you're ever going to fight him at 9. He's going to be pretty high up there, like 12s, 13s. Pretty good. Again, offset slightly by you're going to get a lot of shards too because you're fighting against him and his villain group. And when you fight him once, you get rid of all of his shards, but he'll definitely get an influx because of these other things. Pretty strong. Not bad. Deathbird from the X-Men set is 8 attack base and then gets +1 attack for each Shi'ar villain in the city and escape pile. Interesting, same sort of as Mole Man with more base attack. Here's where she's a lot harder, and also some other things. Always leads the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and a Shi'ar henchman group. She specifically designates 2 things that she always leads, and both of them have to be Shi'ar villains, which will boost her quite a bit more often than, say, Mole Man or King Hulk was doing. Because you're guaranteed to have a lot more Shi'ar just in the villain deck. 18 as opposed to 8. Did I over-explain that? Yes. Do I care? No. All right, and then her tactics. Oh, sorry, her Master Strike. Didn't even read that. If there are already any Shi'ar villains in the city, each player gains a wound. Yikes. Then the strike enters the city as a Shi'ar battlecruiser villain with 7 attack, worth 5 victory points. 7's a lot. That little symbol is a little token symbol, something the X-Men set did that I don't think any other set has done yet, which is sad because I think it's cool. They have these little token cards that are used to represent things such as these battle cruisers and like the killer clown things from like the one of the other villain groups in that same set. They're really cool little tokens. And that token in particular has two sides for both the normal Deathbird version and the epic Deathbird version, which just generates 9 attack ones, but that's yikes. So yeah, that not only buffs herself, because that's another Shi'ar villain, it's also just a really fucking tough villain. 7 is a lot for a basic villain in the city. Then her tactics, which also really fucking boosts her a lot. Shi'ar elite bodyguards, rescue 4 bystanders. This tactic enters the city as a villain who has escape. Shuffle this card back into Deathbird's Mastermind tactics as another tactic. So we'll talk about this. I'll just keep reading them. Shi'ar Extermination Legion, rescue 4 bystanders, enters the city as villain. Escape. Each player discards 2 cards. Each of the Mastermind tactics becomes a villain, so I'll just skip that part. Shi'ar Hover Tank Battalion, escape. Each player gains a wound. Shi'ar Master Spies, escape. This card becomes a scheme twist that takes effect immediately. So, first of all, this one's crazy. If this card manages to escape, you never actually beat Deathbird. She just got back into her fucking pile. Yikes, yikes, yikes. You have to kill this ASAP. 2, each of those is considered a Shi'ar villain because they have Shi'ar in their name. So those also boost Deathbird. And third, 8 attack on each of these, which it's actually really nice that these are 8 attack villains even on the epic Deathbird version, because that would be too much. But yeah, so you beat Deathbird, but whenever you attack Deathbird, you have to make sure you're not gonna, the city isn't fucking filled or some shit, because it's immediately going to enter as a villain every time that you then have to fight to get rid of to make Deathbird weaker. Deathbird usually gets a lot of attack. Having villains escape against Deathbird is very easy. And even with the city full, she's up to 13, but then also it accounts for things in the escape pile. Yeah, she's going to have a lot of attack. I definitely think, one with that Master Strike generating really big villains and her Mastermind tactics becoming really big villains. I think Deathbird definitely wins out over the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree. I think Deathbird is very tough. Oh, okay, I lied earlier. Zombie Green Goblin is not my least favorite hero is not my least favorite Mastermind in the game. It's Onslaught. I already talked about Megas. Onslaught from X-Men. 10 attack base, and then this line of text, which makes me just so pissed. Each player's hand size is 1 less. You don't draw 6 cards at the end of each turn, you draw 5 cards at the end of each turn. That is such a huge difference. You go from, like, being able to do things early game is already hard, especially if you're pulling, like, hands that are, like, 2 attack, 4 recruit. Okay, but what if you have 1 attack, 4 recruit, or some other 2 attack, 3 recruit? It hurts throughout the entire game. Having 1 less card makes you so much less powerful. Yeah. And then always leads the Dark Descendants. Pretty powerful villain group. Master Strike, KO all heroes dominated by Onslaught. Then each player reveals their hand and chooses one of their non-gray heroes. Onslaught dominates those heroes. I think that's the exact same Master Strike as Shadow King, who Shadow King's was not very good. No, he takes from discard. Onslaught takes them directly from your hand, making your 5-card hand a 4-card hand. Even fucking worse. So not only is that stronger than Shadow King, it does the same thing as Shadow King. He has more attack. He's making your hand size 1 less. Extremely annoying to go against. And when I'm playing solo, I usually forget. So I'll have turns where I basically cheated and drew 6 cards and didn't realize until afterwards. And it just feels bad when I do that because I want to play by the rules. But it's so ingrained in my head. Draw 6 cards at the end of each turn. Except in this case... So already crazy. Let's see what else other bullshit he has. So tactics. Onslaught dominates all 5 heroes from the HQ. Fucking Great, cool. So up to 15 attack. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I'll keep moving on, and then I'll talk about attack values. Sins of X-Men Past. Each other player reveals the top 6 cards of their deck and chooses an X-Men hero revealed this way. Onslaught dominates those heroes. Put the rest back in random order. Looking at top 6 cards, and especially when this is in the X-Men set, where everything is X-Men, you're probably going to reveal some X-Men, I would assume. Worldwide Mental Control. Onslaught dominates 4 zero-cost heroes from the KO pile. The next time a player fights Onslaught, KO those heroes. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. I'd say, like, that's one's less guaranteed to give him a lot of attack than, say, this one, but you're likely going to have a lot of zero-cost heroes in the KO pile. That's what you want to be doing. Then Xavier and Magneto combined. Reveal the top 3 cards of the hero deck. Onslaught dominates all the X-Men and Brotherhood heroes revealed. Put the rest back in random order. Again, X-Men set. If you fight honestly, the strat is don't fight Onslaught with any X-Men heroes, but that feels a little lame and hard because there's a lot of X-Men, like I said. Yeah, really tough. Usually when his Master Strike goes off, he's going to get, again, accounting for 4 players, 14 attack. With this one, 15 attack, 14 attack, potential of 4 attack, potential of 3 attack, or of 13, 14. He's always going to be more, I mean, only time he's going to only be 10 is the first time you fight him, if you happen to fight him before a Master Strike. Each other time, he's going to be at least 13, most likely. So there are definitely chances of him being lower than that if you all get lucky, but yeah, no, that definitely goes to Onslaught. Magus is definitely hard. Onslaught is dog shit stupid. Okay, we got the Hydra High Council and Macho Gomez. So Hydra High Council from the Shield set is a very interesting one. I want to get this expansion because I like these Masterminds quite a bit. So you'll see there are only 4 cards because there's no face card. It's all Mastermind tactics. So let's read through this and I'll explain it a bit more. 7 base attack on Red Skull. He gets +1 for each 2 Hydra levels. So for each Shield and or Hydra card in the escape pile, counts for Hydra levels, and so he gets +1 for each 2. Okay. Always leads the Hydra Elite. Start of the game, adapt. That means after you're done setting up everything at the start of the game, you shuffle the 4 Mastermind tactics and flip 1 over to be the face card that you have to deal with. Then once you fight that card, you get its fight effect, and it goes into your KO pile. So there are basically 4 different Masterminds roped into one, and I think it's very cool. And his Master Strike on the Red Skull side is each player KOs one of their non-gray heroes, and then he adapts. So you shuffle him and flip over a new one. Then fight, KO one of your gray heroes, adapt. Great. So you'll see for all of these, the 4 Masterminds listed here, they are very reminiscent to other counterparts that they've had throughout the game. Like Red Skull has the base 7 attack that he does in the core set, except he's actually not weak as shit. He's still pretty weak. I mean, with 4 Hydra level, which I feel like is a little hard to get to. Hydra Elite does pump Hydra level quite a bit, but not a whole lot. That's only 2 more going up to 9. Red Skull is still pretty easy, but Master Strike now being each player KOs one of their non-gray heroes is a lot scarier than just KO one of your heroes. So they definitely learned their lesson there. And then fight KO one of your gray heroes also seems appropriate for that. And yeah, you'll see on everything Master Strikes or fights, you adapt, shuffle, flip over a new one, and that's the new guy that you have to fight. So now going through these, Arnim Zola it has 6 base attack, gets plus attack equal to the total printed attack of all heroes in the HQ. Basically gets the ultimate abomination thing. I've talked about how that can be very, very strong. And also how it's very random how strong that will be. But yeah, like I said earlier, it's very likely to be at least 13. Master Strike, each player KOs 2 heroes with an attack icons, sucks, and then he adapts. Fight, you may KO a hero from the HQ with an attack icon for free. Fuck yeah. So not as hard as, the Arnim Zola from the Captain America set, but can still be pretty tough when he pops up. I think that one's probably the hardest one of the 4. Baron Helmet Zemo gets -1 for each villain in your victory pile, same as the Civil War version. Master Strike, each player KOs a Hydra villain from their victory pile or gains a wound. Specifically specifies, I don't need to say that, specifically says Hydra villain, so if you don't have any, then, well, you gain a wound, but you can, it's a lot less likely that he'll dump villains from your victory pile with that. Then fight, each other player KOs a Hydra villain from their victory pile or gains a wound. So basically same thing, just doesn't apply to you. Interesting. Same reasons why Helmet Zemo in Civil War can be difficult, can be easy. Viper gets +1 for each Hydra villain in the city. Starts at 9. It could be a lot, up to possibly 14. Probably going to be only like 11 or 12. Master Strike, if there are any Hydra villains in the city, each player gains a wound. Nice and basic. Fight, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards is insanely good effect. Yeah. So this one is hard to judge because it is 4 masterminds altogether, and finding the average of how they all fit together is interesting. You can sort of do like averages math. Like Hydra levels don't have a whole lot on him to pump up Hydra levels, but I think the villain group does. That's probably going to be, like I said, I feel like him being around 9 when you fight him feels about right. The big ones like Zemo, probably going to be like 12 when you fight him as well. Zola probably is going to be around 13. Viper is probably going to be close to 12 or 11. So it averages out to 12-ish. Very rough estimation. It's very sort of all over the place, which makes me think it's not super hard. And yeah, like Arnim Zola and Helmet Zemo seem like they would kind of be hard to get through, but they're only around for a bit, and you only have to deal with those phases once. You don't have to do that 4 times. So all around doesn't seem too hard to me at the very least. Then we got Macho Gomez from the Deadpool expansion. 9 attack. Revenge for Deadpool's friends. That's also the villain group he leads. So I already explained how revenge works. His Master Strike is actually very interesting, one of the most unique in the game. Put this strike in front of you as a bounty on your head. Then each player gains a wound for each bounty on them. Any number of times during your turn, you may pay 1 recruit to move a bounty from you to the player on your left. Interesting, really kind of fun mini game of moving your bounties around so you get less wounds, giving them to other players. I talked about that that's not as fun with heroes, but that design is just sort of fun and adds for interesting gameplay. Yeah, I like the thematics of that. Let's look at his... and Deadpool's friends is not a super hard villain group from what I remember. So looking at Macho Gomez's tactics, you get +1 recruit for each bounty on your head on other players. Fun. Each other player with at least 1 bounty on your head discards down to 4 cards. Sucks. Yikes. Oh, bounty payout and interstellar assassin is what those are called. Renegotiate the contract. Redistribute the bounty on your head cards among any number of players is funny. Super Macho Man. Rescue a bystander for each bounty on your head on other players. Yeah. These Mastermind tactics aren't anything special. Just playing around with that sort of bounty mini-game thing. The Revenge for Deadpool's friends is less good than the Revenge for Mastermind tactics. Because, I mean, it could technically bump him up as high as 17, but you're not killing all 8 Deadpool's friends yourself, especially in a 4-player game, so it's probably going to be closer to like 2 or 3 more. Yeah, a tough one. I feel like both of these aren't super hard. I think Macho Gomez is fun. and his strikes aren't very powerful. I think I'm actually going to give it to Hydra High Council. I think half of their tactics are hard, half of them aren't. I think that makes up for... it's a hard sort of thing to balance. I am gonna go here though. That feels more correct to me. Okay, Charles Xavier, Professor of Crime from the Noir set. He gets 8 base attack, +1 for each bystander in the HQ and the city, which is interesting. He always leads X-Men Noir. And then Master Strike, 4 heroes in the HQ capture hidden witnesses. I believe that also means you can't recruit those heroes until you save the hidden witnesses. And he gets fucking... every time guaranteed to get 4 additional attack, so up to 12. There's that number again. Which, here's your PSA. If you're designing custom cards for Legendary, remember the magic number 12, man. That seems to be the philosophy they're going with, so keep that in mind. Anyways, yeah, solid all around. Quickly go into his Mastermind tactics. Charles Xavier. Okay, commit to the Asylum. Each other player investigates their deck for a card with an attack icon and KOs it. Players reveal all the cards they investigated. Sure, that could be good for you, that could be bad for you. Corrupt Weak Minds. Each other player puts a random bystander from the victory pile onto a hero in the HQ as a hidden witness. So in a 4-player game, probably going to get 3 of those. And those will stack with other hidden witnesses. That could get pretty big. Master Manipulator. Investigate the hero deck for an X-Men card and put it into your discard pile. That's pretty cool. That's actually really good for you. Ex-con men. Each other player reveals an X-Men hero or gains a wound. Sure. So, yeah, all around these tactics are fine. This one's strong. That'll boost him up quite a bit. I think X-Men Noir also do a lot of hidden witness shenanigans. So he's probably going to be getting a lot more than 12 attack. Seems tough. I haven't played against him. Then we got Mandarin, who is also very, very tough. So, 16 base attack. Yee. All Mandarin's rings get +1 attack, and that's also the group he leads. Mandarin gets -1 attack for each of Mandarin's rings among all players' victory piles. Okay. So there's sort of the kicker there. He always leads the Mandarin's rings, which are a henchman group. However, they are unique in which they're the only henchman group in the game where every card is unique and has a different fight effect. They all still have 3 attack, but they have different names, different fight effects, and with Mandarin, they all go up to 4 attack each, which is quite the jump, actually. His Master Strike, each player chooses a Mandarin's ring from their victory pile to enter the city. Any player who didn't have a ring gains a wound instead. So he's filtering the rings back from your victory piles into the city, so you have to fight him again. Also, they just straight up enter the city. That's 4. If everybody's beaten a ring, which you're likely to, because henchman villains, they just filter immediately back in. That's 4 enters, and if the city is full, that's really, really bad. So, super powerful Master Strike. Then his tactics. Oh yeah, notably, I didn't read this part. I don't think I did. -3. He gets -3 attack for each ring you have in your victory pile in solo mode, which in that same vein, you would only run 3. They changed it recently. You would only run a certain number of henchmen villains in solo mode unless you're playing Golden solo. So if you're playing Golden solo, ignore that rule. There's your little note for the day. So, and I should mention he's from the Revelation set. His tactics, circles and broken, draw a card for each Mandarin's ring in your victory pile. Could give you a lot of cards. That's actually going to be very good for the player. Then the Dragon of Heaven spaceship. What the fuck? If this was not a location, KO up to 2 of your heroes. Nice. And this card enters the city as a location. Whenever you fight a villain here, each other player reveals their hand and KOs one of their non-gray heroes. Yikes. And then the fight of that one is KO up to 2 of your heroes. Again! So this one card lets a player KO 4 of their heroes, which is kind of crazy, but it does become a pretty nasty location as well. Intertwining powers. Each other player without at least 2 Mandarin's rings in their victory pile gains a wound. Yikes, that'll hurt a bit. Really incentivized to kill as many rings as possible. Rings seek their true hand. Each other player reveals a tech hero or puts a Mandarin's ring from their victory pile into the escape pile. Straight into the escape pile. You can't fight that anymore. That's less attack that you can deal with. That's really nasty. You want to make sure you have those tech heroes. And again, it's hidden in the Master Strike or in the Mastermind tactic pile, so you might not even know that you need those. Yeah, that's really scary. Yeah, all around Mandarin is very thematically appropriate, very fun to fight against, and very strong. I really like how when henchman villains get 10 cards in their decks. Why don't, instead of a villain group, we just make a very unique, interesting henchman group so that we can do all 10 rings. Extremely cool. I love the Mandarin as a villain. Was very different in the Iron Man Armored Adventures TV show that I watched a lot as a kid. So he's always been one of my favorites. And I think he is stronger than Charles Xavier. They're sort of, opposite sides of the spectrum. If you do manage to get all 10 rings somehow, he goes all the way down to 6 attack. But that's probably not going to happen, and he's always going to be filtering rings back in, putting rings into the escape pile, letting rings escape and shit. It's more likely that you're going to get him down to like 11, maybe lower than that. But it's going to be a while to build that, and he'll always be pushing back against it. Very tough. And yeah, Charles Xavier will probably always be at least 12, maybe higher, maybe lower. It's one that's hard to judge for me. I do think I'm going to give it to Mandarin just because I have more experience with how tough Mandarin can be. Okay. Oh, fun one. So Maximus the Mad from Realm of Kings. That's the name of the expansion. He has 8 base attack, and he has highest abomination. Means he gets the attack value of the highest attack value in the HQ, which could be anywhere from 0 to a shit ton. Like, I say it a lot. Iron Fist Ultimate, 8 attack, dude. Or, God forbid, Ruby Summers Ultimate, 10 attack. But still likely to be, with just that, you always see, like, 3 or 4 attacks. So that's, again, like 11 to 12. Always leads the Inhuman Rebellion. Pretty tough villain group. Master Strike, reveal one of Maximus's remaining Mastermind tactics at random. Use its fight effect, then shuffle it back into those tactics. Very, very fun. Master Strike and all of his Mastermind tactics are nasty. So the first one, Echo Tech Chorus Sentries. I could tell I had to say that slow because that was going to be hard for me to say. Each player KOs one of their tech or Inhumans heroes or gains a wound. Rough. Each player discards down to 4 cards. Seizes the human throne is that one. Each player discards down to 4 cards. Maximus gains the throne's favor. If he already has it, he spends it, and each player discards down to 3 cards. Discarding down to 3 cards is so rough. And even down to 4 is still very sad. Sieve of Secrets. Each player reveals the top 6 cards of their deck, discards all the non-gray heroes revealed, and puts the rest back in any order. Fuck your next hand. Then Terrigen Bomb. Put each hero from the HQ that doesn't have a printed attack of 2 or more on the bottom of the hero deck. He gains the throne's favor. If he already has it, he spends it, and each player KOs one of their non-gray heroes with an attack icon. So much on that one Mastermind, on that one tactic that does so much both to buff him and fuck you. And yeah, things that makes all of these tough is Master Strikes are just playing one of these, and they're all very bad. So, yeah, Maximus is pretty tough. And he's going up against Magneto, who is the second easiest Mastermind in the game, probably, from the core set. 8 base attack, no modification, always leads Brotherhood, an easy villain group. Master Strike, each player reveals an X-Men hero or discards down to 4 cards. Rough, but again, there are a lot of X-Men, and you'll be building around that. And then his tactics are also very good for players. So Bitter Captor, recruit a X-Men hero from the HQ for free. Crushing Shockwave, each other player reveals an X-Men hero against 2 wounds. That one hurts. If you don't have that X-Men hero, 2 wounds is very substantial. Electromagnetic Bubble. Choose one of your X-Men heroes. When you draw in your hand of cards at the end of this turn, add that hero to your hand as a 7th card. Very nice. Then Xavier's Nemesis. For each of your X-Men heroes, rescue a bystander. Yeah, these are all like very good things except that one. That one's nasty. Don't have to talk about it more. Maximus wins that. Grandmaster. And then Poison Thanos from the Venom set is a real tough one. So 12 base attack. And then he gets +1 for each different cost among cards in the Poison Souls pile. Ooh, starting at 12 is already hard. Getting more is just insane. Can already tell you Poison Thanos is probably also going to be into the top 5. I'm probably going to name like 10 Masterminds that are going to be in the top 5, so it's going to be interesting to see which ones actually make it there. Always leads the poisons. The one saving grace that keeps Poison Thanos from being like extremely hard is the poison villain group is actually a pretty easy one in my opinion. I don't know, I need to play with them more. They're all about symbiotic bonds, which can either be make a villain extremely hard to fight or do nothing. The one hard one is, I think there's the one bond villain in that makes it so the mastermind one more to fight, and when you fight the mastermind, you don't actually fight it, you just kill that villain instead. But I don't think poisons are too hard, so that helps. Master Strike, each player reveals their hand, puts one of their non-gray heroes next to Thanos in the Poison Souls pile. Rough. So he's buffing himself. He's getting at least +1 attack from that, potentially up to +4 for that, up to 16. Ideally, you're going to coordinate with your other players and say, hey, we all got to put like 3, we all have 3 cost cards. We got to bite the bullet and all just put in 3 cost cards so he doesn't become 16 and just like 13 instead, which is still a lot. And so basically like Guardians of the Galaxy, Thanos, except better with that Master Strike effect. It leads more into his core strategy. But reading his tactics, so Desperate Rescue, you may gain a hero from Poison Thanos' Poison Souls pile. You need something like that or it's going to just be bonkers, too crazy. Poison Loyalties, each other player puts a Poisons card from their discard pile into Poison Thanos' Poison Souls pile. So you're getting rid of your Poisons heroes, which that's another thing about the Poisons villains, is they become heroes when you kill them. Into his pile, they count as 0 cost, I'm pretty sure. So that will also just give him an extra +1 attack. Yikes. Searing Poisons, each other player discards a Poisons card from their hand or gains a wound. Sucks. Because the Poison cards are like powerful cards. Losing them and gaining a wound is unfortunate. Soul Seize, put all heroes that cost 5 or more from the HQ into the Poison Souls pile. Thanos is going to be Poison Thanos is going to be very strong every time you fight him. Like minimum 12, again, already crazy. Probably going to be like 16 and just building up higher and higher as the game goes on. So definitely goes to Poison Thanos. Okay. Now we got Morgan Le Fay from the Ant-Man set, who is 7 base attack, but with Chivalrous Duel. Chivalrous Duel means that all of your attack, you can only fight her with cards that all have the same hero name. So like Ant-Man or Nightcrawler or whatever. That doesn't sound too hard, but it is. Chivalrous Duel is very annoying to play against. You... like having all of your attack come from one hero. If you're building your deck right, you can do that. Sometimes you don't get the luxury of having all of your cards have the same name. And especially if you're playing solo and like Golden Solo where you take what you can get, Morgan Le Fay comes way harder. And, with 4 players, they all might be vying for kind of similar stuff from the same hero. So there's a lot of coordination that goes into playing against Morgan Le Fay. That 7 attack is low, but Chivalrous Duel is enough to make that kind of hard to beat. Always leads Queen's Vengeance. Also, I'll deal with Chivalrous Duel, an annoying mechanic that I hate. I don't hate it. It's just hard. No, I don't hate it. Master Strike. Each player in turn reveals a red hero or gains a 0-cost hero or a wound from the KO pile. That's just mean. You'll probably be building for red heroes for that, and that's not a too bad effect. It's just a little annoying. Then her tactics. Reverse the flow of time for the rest of the game. Players take turns in the opposite order around the table. Annoying, lame. I guess we're playing fucking Exploding Kittens now or whatever. What's that one? No, it's Imploding Kittens that it rotates the table, and if you forget, you have to wear the Cone of Shame, I think. Then Sorceress Blasts. Each other player discards a red hero or gains a wound. Damn, that sucks. You get +4 recruit usable only for recruiting red and or blue heroes. Sure. Transmogrify. Each other player in turn KOs a non-gray hero from their discard pile, then gains a card from the KO pile that has a lower cost. That sucks. Replacing a good card with a worse card sucks. Morgan Le Fay isn't too bad. The Chivalrous Duel makes it harder to deal with, but if you build right, then it's not that bad. Then we got Mr. Sinister from Dark City. 8 base attack. Mr. Sinister gets +1 for each bystander he has. He'll be getting a few of those. Always leads the Marauders. They love giving themselves and the Mastermind bystanders. Master Strike. Mr. Sinister captures a bystander. Already gets +1 from that. Then each player with exactly 6 cards reveals a red hero or discards cards equal to the number of bystanders Mr. Sinister has. If he has 4, you're discarding 4 cards. That's really bad. So you'll want red heroes. So that Master Strike base bumping him up to 9 is solid. Let's look at his other stuff. Okay, the strikes. Mr. Sinister captures bystanders equal to the number of villains in the city. Probably going to get 3 from that. Maybe 2. Still decent. Master Geneticist. Reveal the top 7 cards of the villain deck. He captures all of the bystanders you revealed. Put the rest back in random order. 7, you're probably going to get 1 or 2. Plans within plans. He captures a bystander for each Mr. Sinister tactic and players' victory piles, including this one. So at least 1 up to 3. Considerable. Then telepathic manipulation. He captures a bystander from each other player's victory pile. Again, potential of probably up to 3 with both the bystanders you're going to be getting from him and from the Marauders. Tough. Not too bad, though. Because, again, once you beat him once, he'll lose all those bystanders, and only if... all of his tactics give him more bystanders, but they won't stack very high. He'll usually have probably 3 bystanders and go up to 11, maybe less than that, and just be at 10. So not super bad. I still think he's... how much do I value Chivalrous Duel? I think generally Morgan Le Fay has effects that help the heroes a bit more with her tactics. All of Mr. Sinister's are helping his strategy. So we'll give Mr. Sinister the win on this one. Fin Fang Foom, Big Dragon, we already talked about. J. Jonah Jameson. From the Dimensions set. So he has 4 base attack. But at the start of the game, you put 2 shield officers per player in a face-down angry mob stack. You can spend 4 attack to reveal a random angry mob and put it into any player's discard pile. You can't fight him while he has any angry mobs. Okay, so there's the distinction. In solo, he has basically 8 more attack you have to get through. And with 4 players, that's 8 angry mobs, which is 32 attack you have to get through, then an extra 4 to actually beat him. That's a lot. So he's basically getting human shields, but he starts with a lot. Um, so pretty solid. But it's not that bad. 4 attack is definitely it's pretty low. You can get through that pretty easily, but 4 attack, 8 times with 4 players, it's gonna take a bit to chunk through his first tactic card. He always leads the Spider Slayers. They are a henchman group that cares about drawing top card of your deck if it's 2 or less. Master Strike, each player investigates their deck for a card and puts it into the Angry Mob stack. So buffing him more. That could be good where you're clearing out some of your shitty cards from your deck, but you're going to be just getting them right back when you beat an Angry Mob. So, but let's look at his tactics. Jonah. So tactics, incite violent riots. Each player puts a wound from the wound stack into the Angry Mob stack. So you get 4 players, that's 4 more Angry Mobs. Yikes. Promote Spider Slayer security. Each other player puts a Spider Slayer from their victory pile into the Angry Mob stack. When a Spider Slayer is revealed from the Angry Mobs, it enters the city. Eek. Slanderous Editorial. Each other player investigates their deck for a non-gray hero and puts it into the Angry Mob stack. Players reveal all the cards they investigated. And that menace Spider-Man! Each other player reveals their hand and discards a Spider-Man hero. Any player who cannot instead must put a non-gray card from their hand into the Angry Mob stack. Rough. Yeah, and I don't think there's a lot of Spider-Man in the Dimension set. I could be wrong, but you gotta hope that you got that. Yes, Jonah's tough. He's always going to have ways of getting more Angry Mobs, but after the first big hurdle, you're only going to have to get through 4 more, but then each Master Strike is also adding 4 more, probably maybe 3 more, potentially like 2 or 3 more. Yeah, I don't think he's too tough. It's sort of the same thing I have with Human Shield, where I don't really think it's that hard to get through. It just takes a while. But I don't know. I think that still goes to Fing Fang Foom. But not too bad. Not too bad. Shikla. Oh boy. Very different. Shikla has a low attack, and I think the way Jonah has Angry Mobs definitely outweighs Shikla's attack power, but the way her Fateful Resurrection versus her really nasty Master Strike probably beats that out. Oh, that's hard. Because again, going through your scheme twists quickly is tough. Man. But there's also the underlining, deck manipulation. I think these are very, on average, in order to get through Jonah, it is going to be, like I said, if it's at least 4, 12, 16, 20 attack for each one, but you can split it up in between turns. But 9 attack on Shikla is easy to get through one time on one turn. Man, but that Master Strike is just so tough. I think I'm going to give it to Shikla just barely. Okay, 2 new ones. We got Immortal Emperor Zhangzhu, I think is how you pronounce it. I'm probably wrong. From the Dimensions set, I'm pretty sure. No, from Secret Wars Volume 2, my bad. He has 7 attack. 7th Circle of Kung Fu means you have to reveal a 7 card that costs 7 or more from your hand. If you don't, he gets +7 attack. So a lot of the time he's going to be 14 attack, which is pretty high. But if you get to the point where you have 7 cost cards, he only takes 7 attack, which feels kind of backwards. By that point, you're probably going to have 14 attack, but then he's a lot less attack. He's only 7. So it's a weird, interesting, it's a weird mechanic, but Also kind of cool. Always leads Kunlun, which cares about Circle of Kung Fu. Master Strike, each player reveals a hero that costs 7 or more, or they discard down to 3 cards. That's really nasty, and it's going to be hard to get that. That Master Strike is probably always going to affect every player, making everybody discard down to 3 cards. Really nasty. His tactics. Emperor's Justice. Each other player reveals an MK hero or gains a wound. Okay. Humble the Pretenders. Each other player reveals an MK hero or discards a card that costs less than 7. Yikes. Then Imperial Edict. Choose any number of heroes from the HQ, put them on the bottom of the hero deck in random order. That's nice. So you're more... helps you get to the 7th cost cards easier. I think that's something you do need against this, because 14 is oppressive and real hard to get to, so having a way to get to the 7 cost cards is ideal and nice. Ultimate Kung Fu Mastery. Each other player reveals a card with Circle of Kung Fu from the victory pile or gains a wound. Sure. All around solid. Feels a little backwards and weird, but it does, reward you for getting those big cards and lets you hit them real big. So, all around solid. Then Doctor Strange from the Villains expansion, who I assume to sort of be the counterpart to, I guess, Doctor Doom. I guess that makes sense. So he's 8 attack base, always leads the defenders, and his Master Strike is reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck, put the villain you revealed with the highest printed attack on top of that deck, then play a Scheme Twist from among the cards you revealed, then put the rest of those cards on the bottom of that deck in random order. So top 3 cards, if you reveal Scheme Twist, you play it. You take the highest attack villain, put it on top, then put all of the rest on the bottom. So there's a chance that, you put something weak on the top, and that's nice. Very sort of a mastermind that could do a lot or could do not a lot, but that's still a very neat Master Strike and makes sense for the way his card works in the Secret Wars Volume 1 set with deck manipulation. Seems like they really thought that out quite a bit. But base 8 attack and no modifications to that does make him pretty easy to get through, but let's see what else he's got. So Tactics, Book of the Fishanti. Each other player reveals a red hero or discards all the cards in their hand, then draws as many cards as they discarded. I mean, could be good, could be bad. Crimson Bands of Sidorak. Each other player reveals their hand, then gains bindings for each non-gray ally that player has. Crazy. Can actually give you a lot of bindings. Eye of Agamotto. Reveal cards from the ally deck equal to the number of players. Put one of those cards into each player's discard pile. That's cool. Winds of Watum. After you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, each player simultaneously passes a non-gray ally from their hand to the hand on the player on their left. Can be bad for some players, can be good for others. He's all around okay. Solid. That Mastermind tactic is fine, or that Master Strike is fine. I think Emperor Zhengzhu is definitely stronger with the way he starts out at 14. Okay, Arnim Zola, I already talked about how that's pretty tough. Red King is 7 attack base. You can't fight Red King while any villains are in the city. Yikes. That's hard to get through. He always leads Sakar Imperial Guard. Here's the part where I feel like he's easier than this would sort of imply. Master Strike, the Red King transforms, then each player reveals a tech hero or gains a wound. And he transforms into the Red King Power Armored, which is just 10 attack, which is not hard to get through. Oh, and this is from World War Hulk. Master Strike, he transforms, then you play another card from the villain deck. That's rough. Pretty good effect on that, but this is another one from the World War Hulk where you're probably not fighting him on this side unless you get lucky. You're almost always going to be attacking Red King on the Power Armored side. Even on that side, he has no extra bonuses. He's just 10 attack. 10 attack seems like a lot. That was the highest point in the original game. It's not. It's still considered sort of low end for me. I guess closer to mid range for me, but anyways, Tactics, Haughty Spite. Each other player without a Red King tactic in their victory pile gains a wound. Then he transforms. All of them have him transform. Yeah, sure. Royal Bodyguard. Reveal cards from the villain deck until you reveal a Sakaar Imperial Guard. If you find one, play it. Either way, shuffle all the other revealed cards back into the villain deck. Then Treasury of Sakaar. You get +1 recruit for each Sakaar Imperial Guard and Red King tactic in your victory pile, including this one. Could give you a lot of recruit. Nice. Vast Armies of Sakaar. If this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck. Play all the villains are revealed. Eek. Then put the rest back in random order. That one's scary. All around, I don't think Red King is scary. He only has 2 of these tactics that make sure there are villains in the city. His Master Strike doesn't do that. This one does. Playing more cards will probably give more villains into the city, but... So, again, it's going to be very hard fighting Red King while he's on this side. Once he's on this side, it's kind of open to schwampin', which is a word. Fuck you. So I think this goes to Arnim-Zola. I don't think Red King is very hard at all. But on the same level, Red King is definitely harder than Loki because he basically just is Loki, but with more going on. So, okay, Dark Phoenix, who I consider to be the hardest mastermind in the game. Sometimes. And we'll get to it when we compare those two. Dark Phoenix and Apocalypse go back and forth on which one I think is harder. And sometimes what's his name? King Hyperion is up there too. But Dark Phoenix is definitely a contender, and I still, in my heart, continue to see as the hardest. What is the hardest mastermind in the game is Epic Dark Phoenix. Yeah, Epic Dark Phoenix is definitely the hardest mastermind in the game, no doubt. Thankfully, we're not talking about epics today. Baseline Dark Phoenix from the X-Men set. They knew they had to cook with this one and make it extremely difficult, and they did that well. Base 13 attack. Crazy. I think that's the highest base attack unmodified. No way to decrease that. No way to increase that. Just 13 always. And on Epic, it's fucking 15. But again, I won't dwell on that. Always leads to Hellfire Club, a difficult villain group, definitely. Boy, and then the kicker, why she is so fucked. Master Strike. KO the top card of the hero deck, and each card in the hero deck that shares a color with it. Shuffle the hero deck. And then she wins when the hero deck is empty, which is going to happen once all 5 Master Strikes happen. And possibly with only 4 happening if you're unlucky with your hero setup and you have a lot of multicolor cards and divided cards and shit. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Already, limiting a lot of options that you have from the hero deck hurts really, really bad. And just diminishing your versatility with the things you can get is real hard to deal with. I've had a couple games, in solo, where you just, play the first villain card of the game. It's a Master Strike. Okay, I have to start over. Sometimes there was one time where I was like, you know what, I'll keep going, see if I can win this. The second card from the villain deck was a Master Strike. Then I give up. If you get a Master Strike too early with Dark Phoenix, you're kind of guaranteed to lose. It's not 100%, but you're going to have a very, very difficult time. Now, her tactics. First one, burn the world to ashes. Each other player discards each card from their hand that has the same name as any card in the KO pile. Which, if you've been accruing cards and then stuff gets KO'd, that's probably going... If you have any card that was at some point KO'd from the HQ, you're fucked. Then, luckily it's discard, it's not KO them, thank God. Consume an entire galaxy. Each other player chooses a card from their Each other player chooses a card from their discard pile that costs 1 or more and KOs it. Real sucky. Fiery Reincarnation. Gain a hero from the KO pile that costs 7 or more. hey, a good thing. We kind of need that. That's at least nice. That puts you on the path to maybe winning. And then worship me as a god. Each other player gains 2 0-cost cards from the KO pile. Rough. Rough. Even if there are no more shield guys, wounds count as 0-cost cards. So, yeah, extremely difficult. You get 1 saving grace with this one tactic. All the others are tough. She is already really tough. But we're not done yet. We have to talk about Belasco, Demon Lord of Limbo. Who is from the New Mutant set. He is 9 base attack, gets plus attack equal to the number of non-gray heroes in the KO pile divided by the number of players. So if you have 4, then he gets +1. If you have 8, he gets +2, etc., etc. KOing non-gray heroes, I mean, depending on the scheme, you could get quite a few. But by itself, probably not going to get a whole lot of them. But let's read his other things. Always leads the Demons of Limbo. And then Master Strike. If it's Sunlight, so if the number of cards in the HQ, if there are more even cost cards in the HQ than odd cost, then you're in Sunlight. If it's odd is more, then you do Moonlight. So Sunlight, each player KOs a non-gray hero from their discard pile. Oof. And you're immediately feeding that. Probably going to instantly give him a +1. Moonlight, each player has a Waking Nightmare. KO any card discarded this way. Same thing. You have to discard a non-gray hero. And then you're going to KO those. Yeah, so every Master Strike, he's most definitely going to get enough things in the KO pile to give him additional pluses from his 9 start. Then his tactics. A Demon's Mercy. Each other player KOs a non-gray hero from their hand or discard pile. Rough. Bargain for Souls. Reveal cards from the hero deck equal to the number of players. Gain one of them and KO the rest. Which is, so you're getting one of them, cool, but then you're KOing 3 cards, which is going to just boost him more. Oof. Cleaving Demon Blade. Each player chooses a different card in the HQ, then KO all chosen cards. So you're KOing at least 4, like that one's guaranteed KOing 4 cards, giving him an extra +1. Yikes. Then Rescue from Limbo. You may KO one of your non-gray heroes or a non-gray hero from your discard pile. If you do, gain a hero from the KO pile. So you get to swap stuff out. Which won't decrease his attack at all, but might give you a better card, which is fine and nice. Yeah, but Belasco is definitely rough. It's definitely potential of him being as high as 15 attack, maybe more than that, maybe less than that. Sort of see him being in the range of 13, upwards of like 17 attack. Definitely tough. Dark Phoenix is way harder, just with her off the cuff, or with just the off the bat 13 attack and her effects is just crazy. Okay, next up we have the Hydra Super Adaptoid from the Shield set, which is the same thing as the Hydra Secret Council or whatever they were called, where it's 4 Mastermind tactics that you adapt that is basically 4 Masterminds wrapped in one. So starting with Black Widow's Bite, base 8 attack, always leads aim Hydra Offshoot, which is a tough group and really likes Hydra levels, if I remember correctly. Start the game adapt, same thing as the other thing. You start with a random one of these on top. Master Strike for the Black Widow's Bite. Each player KOs 2 bystanders from their victory pile or gains a wound. Adapt. Fight for each of your red heroes, rescue a bystander. Adapt. So yikes, either getting rid of a lot of bystanders or getting a lot of bystanders. And you'll see each of these, based on one of the Avengers, will have a effect similar to one of their cards in the base game. So next up, Captain America's Shield is 10 base attack. And you'll see they go 8, 10, 12, 14. Which, oof. Master Strike, each player reveals a yellow hero or discards their hand and draws 4 cards. Adapt. And then the fight is you get +1 recruit for each color of hero you have, including gray. Fair enough. Iron Man's Armor, each player reveals a tech hero or discards down to 3 cards. Adapt. Then the fight, count your black heroes, then draw that many cards. Very good. But 12 attack, now you're getting to the point where that's rough to get through. Thor's Hammer, 14 attack, hard. Luckily, you only have to do it for that one time, but still chunky. Master Strike, each player reveals a blue hero regains a wound. Then fight for each of your green heroes, KO one of your heroes. Great. So, super less hard to judge than the Hydra High Council, because it's a lot simpler. Sort of just cares about colors and does all sorts of random effects, but it's a little more united, and you can easily add up 18, 30, 44 divided by 4 is 11. So your average attack that you're spending is 11, a little below that sort of magic 12 threshold, but still all around very solid. Don't think it's super tough though, but that one card getting through that 14 attack is rough, but thankfully it'll filter through that a lot with adapt. And you only have to get through that once. Then we got Galactus, who has 20 base attack, Seeb's appropriate, but then Cosmic Threat, green, yellow, red, black, blue. What that means in his instance where you have all of the different colors in Cosmic Threat, it means you choose one of those colors at the start of your turn, basically, and then he gets -3 attack for each of those cards that you reveal that have that color. It's not like he gets -3 for each different color you have. You pick one and he gets reduced for each of that color. Make sense? Good. Always leads Towers of Galactus, real tough villain group. And then his Master Strike is very difficult. Destroy the city space closest to Galactus. Any villain there escapes. Put this Master Strike there to represent it. Galactus wins when the city is destroyed. That just makes sense and is thematic. And for a lot of schemes, that can be very bad. The city just gets smaller and smaller. Escape effects will happen more often. Going to be KOing a lot of heroes from the HQ. Rough to deal with. Then tactics-wise, Cosmic Entity, choose green, yellow, red, black, or blue. Each player reveals any number of cards of that class, then draws that many cards. So you only choose one color to apply for everybody. So you'll kind of want to coordinate with them a bit. Oh yeah, and this is from the Fantastic Four set, if I didn't mention that. But can give everybody a lot of cards, potentially. Very nice. Even giving everybody one card is still pretty nice. Force of Eternity. When you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 6 extra cards, then discard 6 cards. You basically get to 2 cards and you discard one of them. Sort of like the one mulligan style in Magic the Gathering that I can't remember what it's called. Very solid. Panicked Mobs. Choose any of the colors. Each player reveals any number of cards of that class, then rescues that many bystanders. Very nice. Sunder the Earth. Each player KOs all heroes from their discard pile with the same card name as a hero in the HQ. Could KO some stuff, might not. These Mastermind tactics aren't actually too bad. 3 of them are actually pretty good. One of them is meh. It kind of makes sense, because he's a tough Mastermind, but that does de-escalate him a bit. Still, I think, you could potentially get Galactus very low. Even revealing 3 cards of the same color does bring him down to 11, which, still quite a bit, but much lower. And if you can get like 5, that's 15, bringing him down to 5. You can make Galactus very weak. His Master Strike, though, makes him very tough. I feel like he's easy in solo, not as much in other stuff. So let's go with Galactus. Okay, we got The Sentry from World War Hulk. Watch Thunderbolts. It was a very good movie. Start of the game, you shuffle 2 wounds into each player's starting deck before drawing starting hands. That's really rough. Starting the game with 2 wounds when you already have a pretty shitty deck, that's going to hurt for a while until you can get new stuff in there. Fighting against Sentry, you're going to have a lot of wounds. He has base 10 attack, middle of the road. Always leads Aspects of the Void, decently hard villain group. And then Master Strike, he transforms, then cross-dimensional Void Rampage. Your I mean, if you have aspects of the Void villains, then that counts towards that, I believe. But it might be hard to get away from that, so that's going to give you more wounds. And then he transforms into the Void, who is 11 attack with Wounded Fury. He's actually probably going to get a lot from that, especially if you're starting with 2 wounds and going to be getting probably a few more. It's rough. Master Strike feasts on each player, so to KO the top card of each player's deck. If this feasts on a player's gray hero, that player gains a wound, then he transforms back into the Sentry. Yikes. So base at 10 attack, you know, is whatever, it's fine. Starting with 2 wounds makes that a lot harder. And then his backside, the Void, having 11 attack, and I'm willing to bet you're going to have at least 2 wounds almost all the time fighting the Void. So he's probably going to be 13. Rough. Definitely rough. Pacifying Light. Each other player reveals their hand and discards 2 cards with star icons. Yikes. Not great. Power of a Million Exploding Suns. Put all heroes from the HQ on the bottom of the hero deck. Each player reveals their hand and discards each card with the same card name as any of those cards. Could be pretty nasty. Reflexive Teleportation. Choose one of your heroes that costs 5 or less. When you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, add that hero to your hand as an extra card. That's good for players. Repressed Darkness. Each player reveals a blue hero or plays an aspects of the Void villain from their victory pile as if playing it from the villain deck. Rough. We've talked about why that's very bad and can hurt. Yeah, Sentry / Void. That alone is tough. You have no idea how much that like slows down early game and just hurts to chug through. But yeah, pretty tough. Hybrid from the Venom set, I don't think is very tough. At least not in solo. Maybe I'll need to play more against him and not solo. 6 base attack. If you fight Hybrid while he's bonded to a villain, defeat that villain and rescue 3 bystanders instead of taking a tactic. So that's sort of the core of his stuff as he binds to other villains. So that 6 base attack makes a bit more sense because he'll probably always be getting a bit more attack. Always leads the Life Foundation, pretty not hard villain group. And then Master Strike, a villain from the city. Symbiote bonds with Hybrid. If Hybrid was already bonded, then each player gains a wounds instead. The nice thing, and I'm honestly surprised it's not... Well, hold on. Let me... Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. So base, you can choose any villain you want. So you choose just a henchman villain, and he becomes 9 attack, which is higher but still low. And like, okay, that's not that tough. And even, you know, if he was already bonded, each player gains a wound. That's rough, but not too bad. That does make it where, you know, you fight him and then you haven't actually beaten him. So you do have to fight him a few times, but, which, you know, with Mysterio, that definitely was a deal, was an ordeal. Anyways, let's read his tactics before we get fully into why I don't think he's very strong. Alien Awakening. If this is not the final tactic, a henchman villain from any victory pile symbiote bonds with Hybrid, which actually guarantees that he'll be a bit easier to deal with next time. But anyways, Escape Monstrosity. If this is not the final tactic, a villain from the city or escape pile symbiote bonds with Hybrid. Okay. Life Foundation Research. You get +1 recruit for each Life Foundation villain in your victory pile. Cool. Symbiotic Call. If this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 4 cards of the villain deck. A henchman villain you revealed. Symbiote bonds with Hybrid. Put the rest back in any order. So, I mean, I get why they specify henchman villains. Because essentially, when he's bonded, you have to spend the 9 to attack him and get rid of that bond. And then pay another 6. So you're essentially paying 15 to fight him. That's a lot. But again, it's like, it's stretched out. And like, if he happens to bond with a big villain, that's tough to get through. I don't know. I guess I just need to fight him more. Every time I fought him in solo, it's been very easy. But maybe playing with 4 players would make him tougher. You know, just getting so much choice with this makes it seem not super tough to deal with. But maybe I'm underestimating. Because, yeah, you're technically fighting him probably like 8 times or something. Probably, actually, more likely more than that, which is a lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased and undervaluing him for some reason. Hard to say. I still think I want to give this to Sentry. Yeah. Okay. Uru Iron Man. We talked about why I think he's annoying and tough. Arcade, I think, is very easy. I'm not even going to lie. I think he's easy as fuck. Arcade. 3 base attack. I'm pretty sure that's the lowest base attack of any Mastermind ever. But he starts the game with 5 human shields. Okay. So that means you have to get through 18 attack to beat him for the first time. Sure. But each of those human shields only takes 3 attack to get through, and 3 attack, even very early game, is extremely easy to get through. So, I don't know. Master Strike, he captures a random bystander from each player's victory pile as a human shield. Each player who didn't have a bystander gains a wound instead. So each Master Strike, he's getting 4 human shields. Which, sure, that's adding another 12 attack, I guess. Fair enough. His Master Strikes. I Love a Parade. Arcade captures 2 human shields. Play an extra card from the villain deck next turn. Scary. Playing 2 cards in the same turn is can hurt pretty bad. But only 2 human shields? Really? That's just 6 more attack. That just only gives him 9. Okay. He captures human shields equal to the number of villains in the city. Could be up to 5, bring him back to his baseline, but probably going to be less than that. Especially if you're fighting the Mastermind, you're usually in a position where the city is kind of clear. Roulette, Wheel of Death. Arcade captures a random bystander as a human shield from each of these places. Bystander stack, escape pile, each city space, and each other player's victory pile. Could give him a lot. Guaranteed 1, probably maybe 2 from escape pile and or city space, kind of lumped together. And then 3 more, 6. Okay, that's a decent amount. And then Welcome to My Theme Park. Arcade and each Murder World victim in the city capture 2 human shields. Only 2. Now, I get it. That is a lot of attack, but it's only 3 apiece to get rid of the human shields. If you're, like, at 15 attack, that's just 5 human shields that you can clear off easily. Even having 6 attack, that's 2 human shields. Having 2 players go back-to-back, clearing off 2 human shields, that seems... I don't know. This seems extremely easy. And I fought against Arcade a few times, and it was pretty easy every time. So, I don't know. And there are definitely ways for him getting above that baseline that he starts out with, but... And he'll always have human shields, which makes sense, because you don't want him ever lingering at 3. But just seems easy to me. I don't know. So that's definitely going to Uru Iron Man. But yeah, I think Arcade is harder than Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom really isn't that hard. Okay, Illuminati Secret Society and Carnage. So Illuminati from World War Hulk. There are a lot of Masterminds in World War Hulk, by the way. So Illuminati Secret Society, 11 base attack, has +4 unless you outwit them. So, whoa, 15 attack. But I talked about a lot in my hero video. Outwit is extremely easy to achieve, because you just need 3 different costs, and past like the first few rounds, you're most likely going to have that all the time. Always leads to the Illuminati. Weird that a Mastermind leads itself as a villain group, but kind of neat, I guess. It's like collective, they're stronger than their individual wholes. Sure, whatever. That didn't make sense the way I worded it. I don't give a shit. So Master Strike, each player reveals their hand and discards 2 cards that each cost between 1 and 4. Rough. So you're clearing out good cards from your hand, and then he transforms. And it's always going to guarantee getting rid of good cards from your hand when you discard. That's significantly hard. Transforms into Illuminati Open Warfare, which has 13 attack. Yeesh. And then whenever a card effect causes a player to draw any number of cards, that player then must also discard a card. So if you draw a card, you also have to discard. If you draw 2 cards, you have to discard 1. Really, really sad and unfortunate as someone who loves drawing cards. Yeah, super oppressive ability. Master Strike, each player reveals their hand and discards 2 cards that each cost between 5 and 8. Then they transform. So if you have real, if you're still in mid-range cards, you're going to be fine. If you got that real good cards and you're like, oh, I'm going to have a fucking banging turn. I'm going to get 20 attack. What? Oh, no. Very cool. Yeah, those Master Strikes are very strong. Base 11 on the front side, probably not going to get up to that 15. Especially on turns where you're going to fight them. This really doesn't matter, because if you're on a turn where you're fighting the Illuminati, you have Outwit. There's no way you don't. So that might as well not exist. But still, 11 attack is decent. 13 attack on the other side, that's hard. That's rough. Then we got the tactics. All of them transform at the end. Black Bolt's Omni Shout. Each player reveals their hand and discards 2 cards with no rules text. That's fine. That can be unfortunate, but, oh well. Doctor Strange Orb of Agamotto. Each other player reveals their hand and discards a blue or red or yellow hero. Damn. Hulkbuster's Hammer Fist. Each other player reveals their hand and KOs a black or green hero from their hand or discard pile. Yikes. That's unfortunate. Zom's Manacles of Living Bondage. Okay, whatever you're into. Each other player reveals a red hero or gains a wound. All right. So yeah, those tactics, they all do pretty meh things. They're bad effects, but they're nothing super, super crazy. But just base. It's a hard mastermind to deal with, definitely. Carnage is definitely not. Base 9 attack. Always leads maximum carnage. Difficult-ish villain group. Master Strike. And this is from Paint the Town Red, of course. Master Strike, feast on each player. Whenever this Master Strike feasts on a player's 0-cost hero, that player gains a wound. So even if you happen to get rid of something good from feast, you're going to get still punished for that. Solid. Feast can be really scary. I hate, it just really sucks when you feast and the top card is a 7-cost card. Hate to see it. Then it's tactics, drawing draws. Each player reveals the top card of their deck. Then Carnage feasts on the player of your choice. So you get to choose which player. If you all have good stuff, that sucks. But you're probably going to have one player with a wound on top or a player with a 0-cost card. So that one's solid for players. Endless Hunger. Feast. If Carnage feasts on a 0-cost hero this way, repeat this process. So you keep going through your deck until you get a good card and KO it. But you could, honestly, depending on how far it goes, if you get rid of like 4 0-costs and then maybe like a 4-cost or a 5-cost, I think that's worth it at that point. Feed Me. Feast. You get plus recruit equal to the cost of the card Carnage feasts on. So if he gets rid of a 0-cost, that's still good. If he gets rid of a higher cost one, well, you can replace it with something with an equal cost. Pretty much. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. Feast. If Carnage feasts on a 0-cost hero this way, each other player KOs a bystander from the virtue pile. Oh well. Yeah, these Master Strikes are all... some of them are scary. Some of them are actually pretty good for player. Base 9 attack, that doesn't get higher. Carnage isn't easy. He might be a little easy, but he's not like too easy. He's a solid, fine difficulty level. Feast can be scary. Illuminati is definitely stronger. And yeah, I will pause it there for today. Yo, Wednesday Ethan is back. This dimensional merge shit is a bitch. Okay. Maria Hill already talked about. Nick Fury from the villain set. 9 base attack. Always leads the Avengers, who's a pretty tough adversary/villain group. Master Strike, stack this strike next to Nick Fury, then demolish each player once for each strike stacked here. Demolish is scary. Yeah, one instance of Demolish isn't too bad because it might not do anything. But, I mean, I guess that's more in solo. With up to 4 players, one instance of Demolish will almost always make somebody discard. Getting up to 5 instances of Demolish all in the same turn is real spooky. So, solid Master Strike. Tactics. Bounty on Fury's head. KO any number of your Hydra allies. For each ally you KO, this way you may gain a Madam Hydra. amazing actually for players. Just clear out a lot of shit, replace it with better shit. And Madam Hydra is very good. Um, Purge Hydra. Each other player reveals their hand and discards 2 Hydra allies. The Avengers Initiative. Each other player reveals a shield ally or chooses an Avengers ally or Avengers adversary from the victory pile, and it enters the bridge or the sewers. Because the villains and heroes' cities are flipped. And then, so that's can be very scary. Like I said, the Avengers are actually a very spooky villain group. Total Fury. Defeat an adversary whose attack is less than the number of Hydra allies in the KO pile. Similar to his ultimate card in the core set. Pretty cool. Thematic. Nick Fury all around, not very difficult. That Master Strike is scary. Those tactics aren't. And base 9 attack is pretty low. I think in this case, yeah, Maria Hill has only the 7 attack and double shield clearance, but that extra buffer of having to clear out all the shield things in the city before you fight her makes her a bit tougher, so we'll go with that. But Nick Fury definitely beats Red Skull. Don't even have to explain that. Next we got Pagliacci. I'm sorry. 9 base attack, always leads Wrecking Crew, which is a pretty easy villain group. He is the only Mastermind, as far as I'm aware, the only Mastermind in the game who has 2 Master Strike effects that care about like what number of Master Strike it is, which is interesting. So Master Strikes 1 and 5, this card becomes a Scheme Twist that takes effect immediately. Scary. Even 1 additional Scheme Twist, you're not likely to get the 5th Master Strike and get a 2nd. Just 1 additional Scheme Twist can really fuck up the game. And then they knew they couldn't do that for every Master Strike because that would be fucked. That would be really bad. So Master Strike 2, 3, and 4 demolish each player. Like I said, demolish is rough, even 1 instance. That Nick Fury getting potentially up to 5 demolishes is insane. But yeah, no, that's solid Master Strikes. Only 9 base attacks, so pretty low. Then his tactics. Commedia del Morte. Each other player may gain 2 wounds. Demolish each of those players who does not. So choice and how you want to get fucked in the ass. Pretty cool. Oh, and this is from Champions. Probably could have guessed that. Creative Assassin, you get Versatile 3. Cool. Insane Clown has a posse. Each other player may KO a Wrecking Crew villain from their victory pile. Demolish each of those players who does not. That's a much easier choice. If you have the Wrecking Crew villain, just KO it. And again, all from the perspective of victory points don't really matter. Which, I mean, if you're playing where they do matter, sure, that's a bit of a harder choice. But usually, who cares? Just KO. You don't want to get demolished. And I think in this case, you would want to take the demolish because 2 wounds is really rough. Jester of Twisted Opera. Each other player may KO a card from their discard pile that costs 1 or more. Demolish each of those players who does not. That's also a rough decision. I think I would still take the demolish there, but man, that's rough. Master Strikes are a little scary, but not super scary. His Master Strike is definitely rough. But not super hard, I don't think. Then we got Vulture from Spider-Man Homecoming, not to be confused with Adrian Toomes. 2 different Masterminds for some reason. This is just a weird one altogether. 8 attack base, but with Striker, so every Master Strike gives him +1. I already explained that. So potential of up to 13, which is a lot. Probably going to be only 11 or 12 at most, but there is the possibility of having that 15 or 13 numbers. Always leads Vulture Tech. Weird ass villain group. It's just parts of his body. Okay. Master Strike put a wound from the wound stack below each HQ space as a winged assault. Whenever a player gains or KOs a hero from the HQ, the player on their right gains one of the wounds below that HQ space. That's a fun, unique Master Strike that makes thematic sense. And I do like how it specifies gains or KOs. Somebody is always getting that wound. And that's going to pass out a lot of wounds, so... fuck yeah, solid. Vulture. Okay. Tactics. Bird of Prey. Each other player discards a Spider-Man hero. It discards 2 cards. So discard 1 card or discard 2 cards. Yikes. Lurking Shadow. Danger Sense 2. If the rooftops are empty, a villain you revealed enters the rooftops. So it gives you a little bonus from Danger Sense, but then also gives you a really bad thing. Midair Heist, you get +5 recruit, usable only to recruit tech heroes. Sure. Winged Assault, put 2 Winged Assault wounds from under the HQ into each other player's discard pile. Okay, so I guess you would, if you're playing with 4 people, then you would choose 1 person not to gain that wound as well. Neat. I really like Vulture. I think he's cool. I think he's way more interesting than Adrian Toombs. Like, that Master Strike and the Winged Assault mechanic is very rough. Gonna be getting a lot of wounds, and a lot more interesting than just every player gains a wound on Master Strike. I think this will probably go to Vulture. I don't think Pagliacci can be situationally rough with the Scheme Twist Master Strikes. The other one, Demolish Each Player, is rough, but I think this one's rougher. And yeah, Vulture starts off at a weaker place, but he'll probably end up higher than Pagliacci pretty quickly, in my eyes at the very least, unless he gets unlucky with no Master Strikes at the top of the deck. It's close, but I think that goes to Vulture. Okay, Apocalypse, I already did my whole rant on that. Wasteland Hulk is a fun one that I really enjoy. Even though he's pretty simple, I think he's cool. 7 attack base. He gets +3 for each of his Mastermind tactics among all players' victory piles. So every time you beat him, he gets a little stronger. No additional things of caring about villains in the city or wounds that people have. It's just straight up, every time you beat him, he gets a little stronger. I really like that. I think Wasteland Hulk is a very well-paced Mastermind. He starts at 7, very low. Easy to get through. Up to 10, that's, still on the lower side, but tougher. 13, okay, now we're talking. And then you beat him once, twice, 3 times. He goes up to 13, and then the 4th time you've won. But yeah, closing out at 13, pretty high. By the point where you're at the 4th Mastermind tactic, it's not that hard to get to 13, but am I doing my math right? You beat him the first time, he's 7. Beat him the second time when he's at 10. Third time, he'll be 13. I'm going to pause while I do math. No, yeah, I'm wrong with my math. He actually bottoms out at 16. I don't know why the math was weird for me there. Yeah, because 7, then 10, then 13, then 16. 16 is pretty high. And having no negatives from that final mode, you have to get up to 16 to beat him. Pretty tough when it's the last one. Not as hard. By that point, hopefully you should be at a point where at least one player can get up to 16 attack. But still, I like that pacing. I don't know. It's just cool. Always leads Wasteland, pretty middle of the road villain group. Then Master Strike Cross-Dimensional Hulk Rampage, very simple. Probably going to give out some wounds. Yeah, solid. It's made up for. His villain group has a few, I think it might just be 1 or 2 cards in that villain group that have Hulk in the name, which helps you get past Cross-Dimensional Hulk Rampage a little easier. And of course, his Mastermind tactics will do that. Anyways, let's talk about his tactics. I wasted a lot of time talking about just his core mechanic, even though it's very simple and probably not that interesting. For some reason, I just like it. Brutal Beating. Each other player counts the number of wounds in their discard pile, then discards that many cards. That can be rough. He doesn't give out a whole lot of wounds with Cross-Dimensional Hulk Rampage, but still. Even 1 or 2 is unfortunate. Memories of Pain. Each other player puts 2 wounds from their discard pile on top of their deck. If you happen to have 2 wounds, that's really, really rough, but sometimes that won't do much. Radioactive Regeneration. KO up to 2 wounds from your hand or discard pile. That's nice for players. Revert to Bruce Banner. You gain a tech hero from the HQ for free. So 2 very good things for the players, and 2 pretty unfortunate things for the players. So those sort of even themselves out. Wasteland Hulk is not He's sort of in mid-range of difficulty. Yeah, at the very end, he's harder to beat, but you should already be at that point by the time you get there, hopefully. But I like him. But Apocalypse definitely wins that by a long shot. Then between Mephisto and Wasteland Hulk plays around with wounds and his tactics and stuff a bit, but it's not the core of his strategy. Mephisto putting wounds and giving a lot of wounds on top of your deck is really rough. His tactics play with that a lot more. So it sort of comes down to Mephisto always starting out at 10. Yes, Wasteland Hulk will start much lower, but on the second fight, he's at the same level as Mephisto, and then much higher than that with the next two fights against him. It really is. Do I feel like his core strategy and Mastermind tactic or Master Strike bring him to that same level? I don't think it does. Putting wounds on top of deck is really unfortunate and annoying, and can really fuck up your strategy. But 10 attack is not hard to surmount. I think Wasteland Hulk does win that. Okay, get into a bunch that we've already seen. Odin or Evil Deadpool. We might be getting close to saying all of them. So here, Odin is definitely tough. He has a lot of things about getting a lot of Asgardian warriors into the city so that he can... actually, this is something I should look at. Okay, just come to find out that Asgardian warriors are in a henchman group, or a backup adversary group, as they're called in the villain set. So there's actually going to be a lot more of them in the deck. They'll be easier to kill, which sort of outweighs that, but there's more opportunity for Odin being higher. Brings his potential up to 20, but that's not going to happen. So it's really... He'll definitely be very strong and probably have more attack than Evil Deadpool, but Evil Deadpool will slowly grow. And his Mastermind tactics are rough. Ooh, close one. And everybody's going to have Asgardian warriors. That Master Strike is actually a lot tougher than I initially gave it credit for. But it's into empty city spaces, and they're not that easy. They're not that hard to kill. Yeah, that would bring him up to 15, and he could probably push some things out and maybe get a bit higher. I could see Odin, on average, being around like 13, 14, maybe even 15. Evil Deadpool at some point, like, you will have to fight him when he's at 14. And starting off at 11 is rough. Whew. Tough choice. Tough to call. Just off of the top of my head, I'm feeling Evil Deadpool, but I feel like Odin could also get it. Wow, that's really hard. Give me one moment. I'm going to look at their Mastermind tactics again. Okay, yeah, the determining factor... These Mastermind tactics are actually really good for the players. Don't really do much to help him out. If they had things about putting Asgardian warriors directly into the escape pile, or at least one, then that would probably elevate Odin slightly above Evil Deadpool for me. He really doesn't. Even Mole Man has stuff like that, but of course Mole Man starts at a much lower point. So I think it goes to Evil Deadpool barely because of that consideration. Odin or Nimrod, I hyped up Nimrod. 6 and 6 is hard to get, but Odin is definitely harder than that. Now these two are similar. MODOK with the 9 attack, and then flipping over to you have to spend 8 recruit to fight him. Nimrod with the 6 and 6, but you always have to have 6 attack and 6 recruit to fight him. And he's always has methods of, with his Master Strike, of making you get rid of one half so you can't fight him. And MODOK flipping back and forth is, it's, you have to spend more of each, but you don't have to have them both on the same turn. It's just 9 attack, then on a later turn 8 recruit. Harder to get individually, but I think Nimrod is probably a little harder. That outwit ability sucks, but then it's just gaining wounds. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Nimrod. Okay, Madeline Pryor or Grim Reaper. So Madeline Pryor with her funny goblins. She doesn't start with any, but 10 is a decent starting point. Grim Reaper's on the lower end, and will go up to 13 max. Madeline Pryor will usually be at like technically 18, but with, you spend 2 to clear them out. And the 7 attack graveyard locations are tough. From the little bit I've played against Grim Reaper, he's not that tough. +1 for each location. You're probably going to be clearing those out as a priority, so he's probably not going to be any higher than 11 on average. I feel like I'm going to give it to Madeline Pryor there. And then Vulcan or Grim Reaper, I think that probably also goes to Vulcan. Grim Reaper maxes out at 13. Vulcan will usually be at 13, and even when he's not, he's at a higher low point than Grim Reaper is. And I love the locations. I think they're very cool. But they don't seem that difficult to deal with. Yeah, each one is going to have 8 attack, and the Master Strikes are going to make those ones 7 attack. And they make villains harder to fight there, but it's hard to not let bias play in, because I think I like Vulcan, like, sort of fun-wise more than Grim Reaper slightly, but yeah, I think that will go to Vulcan barely. Grim Reaper does definitely win over Baron Zemo. His Master Tactics are pretty weak. The Master Strike does make it harder to maintain Savior, but there are a lot of ways to gain bystanders, especially with his built-in ability to give you Savior. You're never going to be fighting him at 18. Grim Reaper, you might have to fight at like 11 or 12 or potentially 13. So Grim Reaper wins that one. Here is tougher because Shadow King I consider very weak. Zemo, Captain America Zemo seems even weaker to me because lower baseline, but will probably go up to 11. And even if some people don't have non-gray heroes in their discard pile, which is unlikely, then he'll go down to like 10. And Baron Zemo, again, you're always fighting him at 9. So Shadow King is probably slightly harder than Zemo. King Hulk Sikarson or Mole Man is interesting. Mole Man has sort of had a glow up in my brain of difficulty, even though I still don't think he's super hard. I don't see him capping out at more than like 11. And then Sikarson, they're very similar. They have pretty much the same ability. It's just Mole Man feeds his escape pile and a lot more with most of his stuff, and all of his tactics bring guys back into the city to then feed into the escape pile with his Master Strike. So he's a lot more likely to get pretty high up, but Sikarson makes up for that for starting at a higher point. And his other side diminishes that because that's much easier to deal with, because I don't feel like Wounded Fury, it can buff him up a lot, and then there are cases where it really doesn't and just leaves him at that 10 baseline. So weirdly enough, I think that goes to Mole Man. Sikarson, King Hulk does go over Kingpin. I think Bribe is pretty easy to deal with. Oh boy, Ragnarok or Kingpin, sort of. Again, Ragnarok, always going to be at least 8. That's his baseline, not 6, because it's impossible for him to be below 8. With, I think, what I calculated it yesterday, it was like average of 14 or 12, which is tough. And yeah, I mean, he doesn't have things to help him regulate the HQ for his own benefit. And he's probably not going to get up to the big 18 or 16, sorry. But he'll definitely be at least 12. 10 if he's unlucky and there are only 2 colors in the HQ. And that already, like 13 Bribe is much lower value than just 12 attack. So that goes to Ragnarok. Baron Helmet Zemo, who is tougher than his Captain America counterpart, um, or a zombie Green Goblin. Yes, higher baseline, but decrease versus increase at a baseline of 11 when it feels like Zemo, you're probably going to get him down to 11 decently consistently once you get further into the game. And that Master Strike is rough and it sort of gives him a bit of a buffer, but not as much as Zombie Green Goblin, both giving himself more attack and denying very powerful resources to the players, and discarding cards. And, you know, again, starting at 11 and potentially getting a lot higher than that. And Rise of the Living Dead, that's got to go to Zombie Green Goblin. I think Zemo is harder than Emma Frost. Like I said, when you fight her, you're not going to have a lot of gray heroes, so that number isn't going to go up very high, probably only up to 10 or 11. Zemo is probably, when you fight him, will probably be at like that 11 standpoint, but perhaps higher than that. So Zemo is probably a bit harder. Ross or Emma Frost. Similar thing to King Hulk, where you're probably going to always be fighting him on the Red Hulk side, but you know, you might not be lucky and you have to get through those helicopters, and that's a lot to get through. But I don't see him as that tough. But I still think he's harder than Emma Frost. I really don't think she's that. The one thing, her one saving grace is that one tactic that prevents you from fighting her twice in the same turn, because that can really obliterate Masterminds with low attack. I've had games where I've killed all 4 Mastermind tactics in one turn. Doesn't happen often, but it's possible. Being able to deny that can definitely help, perhaps prolong the game to a point where she can cause the heroes to lose. But I feel like Ross, on average, let me take a look. Red Hulk, yeah, only 9 Wounded Fury though. Yeah, and that can go up, but Wounded Fury isn't going to bring him very high, I don't think. I might be undervaluing Wounded Fury quite a bit, but I don't know. I feel like you never have more than 2 wounds in your discard pile unless you're kind of really fungling the game. So, and yeah, that's like 11. Oh boy. Yeah, do I feel that tactic is enough to... Because I feel like Emma Frost is weaker without that tactic. Is that tactic enough to bring her above Ross? No, I don't. Ross is harder. Adrian Toombs or Emma Frost? Adrian Toombs starts at a much lower point and takes a little bit to get up to the same point that Emma Frost is at. 9, 11, 13, 15. He can potentially get much higher. Again, Emma Frost won't get much higher than 11 if on turns where you're able to beat her, most likely. And that Master Strike is a tough ability. But this one is also tough. You know, those Waking Nightmares can definitely prolong. Emma Frost has a lot of things keeping your defensive. I think Emma Frost is harder than Adrian. Okay, now we're getting to the hard part. Thanos or King Hyperion. Again, I think King Hyperion is so strong. Yeah, Thanos is extremely tough, and even with a lot of gems, you're getting him just down to Hyperion's level. Thanos is long game. King Hyperion a lot of the time will just blitz you out. And the gems that you get both give you shards and also give you very strong effects. And him fucking with Bound Souls sucks and is rough for the players to deal with, but yeah, I think this goes to Hyperion for me at least. I've beaten Thanos more times. King Hyperion usually like just destroys me and the other people I'm playing with in the first few turns a lot. That's not infrequent for me, so I'm going to go Hyperion. Thanos definitely beats Ultron, though. Ultron or the Hood, they're actually pretty much the same. They have the same baseline and the same max potential. So it's really because Hood cares about colors in discard pile, Ultron cares about colors in the HQ. Now, what do I think on average? With Hood, there's a much easier way to build around it. Just get one or two colors. Then you can only, his max will be 11. Ultron, you have a lot less control over the HQ unless you have specific heroes that let you fuck with it, which aren't uncommon, but it's a lot less within your control. So I think Ultron does beat out Hood here. Their Master Strikes, you know, him feeding himself with that and making your next hand worse is really rough. Ultron does just take your heroes for himself, which is also rough, and feeds himself. Yeah, I think that reasoning makes sense to me. Hood you can build around. Ultron is much harder to play around. So we're going to do Ultron is harder there. Hela or the Beyonder, I think definitely still goes to Beyonder. Hela is tough, and those villainous weapons can give her a lot. But usually you can play around her Conqueror for the most part. Beyonder is always going to be tough. Those pocket dimensions are hard to sort of budget for. Cards that cost 5 or more Cosmic Threat. Eventually you can easily punch through that. Well, not easily. You can definitely punch through that, but it's going to be a rough going, so that's Beyonder. Hela or the Goblin, pretty sure that's Hela. Yeah, Hidden Witnesses, you have to get through them, but there's only 2 recruit per Hidden Witness. So, Hela. Ironmonger or the Goblin. Ironmonger, Bank Conqueror, and he has a lot of ways to feed Bank Conqueror. So he's a lot of the time going to be 13. The Goblin with those Hidden Witnesses, and he's getting more. It's hard to judge if that makes it more. He starts off at kind of a baseline of 14 attack, though not really, because you can start getting rid of Hidden Witnesses very early and very easily. So I think Ironmonger is harder. Mojo or the Goblin, these are a lot closer. 10 attack base that you have to spend sometimes 2 recruit per thing to get rid of, or 6 attack base, but you have to spend 6 attack 3 times to beat him once. He's closer. I feel like Mojo gets a lot more human shields. And yeah, the Goblin gets Hidden Witnesses, but they're a lot easier to deal with, and just, oh, I have 2 spare recruit this turn, I'll just pump it into that. Whereas Mojo, you have to commit to every human shield, because 6 is a lot. Sorry, Goblin, you're kind of getting beat. Mojo wins that one. This one's an easy one for me. Authoritarian Iron Man, with flying around the city and empowering things and making it harder to beat him with already being at 12. Or Malekith with villainous weapons. Villainous weapons can beef him up quite a bit, but I think that goes to Iron Man. Professor X or Malekith. So villainous weapons or telepathic pawns you can eventually get, and he can stack up pretty high if you get unlucky with the cards that he yoinks from the HQ. I still think villainous weapons are going to more consistently make Malekith harder to deal with, because same baseline. Professor X's gives him 2 every time, but you can reduce that. Malekith, he'll get 2 with his Master Strike, that you have to beat him to get rid of that. And then he'll get additional villainous weapons from his villain group. Yeah, that's going to go to Malekith. Professor X or Spider Queen, same baseline. Surprisingly little ways to really benefit from this. Maybe I'm undervaluing it. Maybe it'll be way easier for Spider Infected to escape. But again, they're a henchman group. They're going to be pretty easy to deal with. And she only has, like, I remember only one effect that just dumps bystanders into the escape pile from her tactics. So I think Professor X wins that one. Strife or Spider Queen. So he basically has Striker up to potential of 12 or Spider Queen, but Strife starts off much lower. Or not much lower, a bit lower. And will definitively get stronger as the game goes on, whereas Spider Queen's Master Strikes aren't guaranteed to buffer up. They might if the next player gets unlucky, only has 2 attack, but I don't think that's super likely. So yeah, I think that they're both easy in my mind. I think that goes to Strife over Spider Queen. Okay, 2 of the X-Men ones, Onslaught or Deathbird. So hand size and dominate your shit, or a bunch of villains in the city. Deathbird gets very strong, and Onslaught. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking debate this. Onslaught with 1 less hand size, he could be 7 attack for all I care, and that effect still makes him insanely strong. Magus or Deathbird. Deathbird, I think her ability is strictly better than Magus's. He gets +1 for each villain in the city that has shards, sure. Up to a max of 14 on that, plus shards that he will get from other things, which, fair enough. But Deathbird, each ER villain in the city and escape pile, which he's going to have 10 things which will guaranteed get shards on themselves when they come in. Deathbird will have 18 things in the set, or in the deck, that will definitely improve her. And her Master Strike puts out things. And her Mastermind Tactics put out just more guys into the city that also buffer. So she's likely going to be 13 attack every time you fight her. Maybe more than that. That one's an easy one. Kind of akin to a Mole Man, but I definitely think harder, where she doesn't necessarily dump things into the escape pile just base, but a lot of things are going to be escaping pretty often, so that'll go to Deathbird. Magus for Supreme Intelligence of the Kree. Both very similar, deal with a lot of shards. I think Magus gets a lot more shards, and then also, he doesn't get more shards than Supreme Intelligence. Supreme Intelligence definitely gets more shards, but Magus also gets his added effect of just extra attack for other things shards, so Magus. Mysterio or Supreme Intelligence. Again, Mysterio is hard to validate or to judge, because you just have to beat him more often. And Supreme Intelligence is, like I said earlier, his sort of increase from shards is offset by your increase from shards. That being said, 8 is really not that hard to get through once you get late game. You can blitz out a few of his tactics pretty quickly. Yeah, it's going to extend the game. But it's... like I said, you're going to get 3, probably going to have to beat him 7 times, which 56, I mean, yeah, that's a lot, but it's sort of a similar thing to like, Human Shields or, the hybrid deal, where you have to sort of beat him multiple times. All that to be said, weird ranting of saying kind of nothing. I think Supreme Intelligence is a bit tougher from my own personal experience. Mandarin or the Hydra High Council. Definitely Mandarin. Hydra High Council is kind of easy in my brain. Sure, some of them can be very tough. Mandarin starts off very tough and gradually decreases as the game goes on, but also is constantly influxing things that make him harder to deal with, and is more consistent. Charles Xavier, I think, is also tougher, because his Master Strike will guarantee buffing him up to 12 that you didn't have to decrease. His villain group cares a lot about capturing bystanders, so yeah, we'll go with that. Poison Thanos or Maximus. Definitely Poison Thanos. Ultimate Highest Abomination can give him a lot, and that Master Strike is tough, but Poison Thanos starts at a higher point and increases more consistently than Maximus. So Grandmaster or Maximus. That Contest of Champions ability is rough, and he gets some shards, but Maximus, I feel like, will more often be more powerful than Grandmaster, if not at kind of an equal level. And again, that Master Strike is rough. Grandmaster definitely more than Magneto, even though 14 bribe isn't that big a deal, still definitely tougher than Magneto. I might actually be able to keep all this in. I feel like this is good commentary. Maybe I'm wrong, and future Ethan will tell me that I'm wrong. Fin Fang Foom or Mr. Sinister. So the size changing, which can be kind of hard to evaluate. I feel like you're usually not going to have more than 3 colors. So bring him down by 6 is still, 14. Mr. Sinister would take a lot of work to get him up to 14, so that goes to Fin Fang Foom. Shikla or Mr. Sinister. Shikla with her own deck manipulation and forcing scheme twists. I said it a couple times. That really hurts. But it's always going to be that baseline of 9. Mr. Sinister can get above that. Well, his Master Strike will always give him 1, which maybe you should give him 2. And his Mastermind Tactics will give him bystanders, and the Marauders like giving him bystanders. But again, I really don't feel like he's that tough. I think that's going to go to Shikla. J. Jonah Jameson or Mr. Sinister? Oh, boy. I mean, he's essentially a 4-attack with 2 human shields, which now that I think about that, that's basically a much, much lower baseline than where Mojo starts at, and I don't even think Mojo is that hard. Yeah, he's also stealing cards from your deck to add to his Angry Mods, which makes up for it a bit. That's still pretty easy, I feel. Mr. Sinister is tougher. J. Jonah or Morgan Le Fay, so quasi-human shields or Chivalrous Duel. I've talked about how rough Chivalrous Duel can be, especially in solo. But once you build around it, if you get lucky, that's very easy to deal with. Stealing cards from other people's decks and stuff, and he can get quite a bit of the Angry Mobs. Yeah, sort of making that Human Shield Revelation is making him way lower in my mind, because that's basically what that is. And you can choose the cards you're putting into that. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Morgan. Arnim Zola, which Ultimate Abomination is batshit insane. Honestly, sort of feels like he should start at a lower baseline, but 6 seems fine and appropriate, because could potentially give him absolutely nothing. So, and then Immortal Emperor Zhang Zhu. Again, weird and sort of backwards of, yeah, he starts really high up, and you could surpass the 14 without the 7 cost. But once you get that 7 cost, he's a lot easier, so you're probably going to be able to punch him every turn you have a 7 cost card once you get 1 or 2 of them, which isn't super hard. So I think Arnim Zola wins that. Red King, that effect, rough. You know, you have to clear out the city, and 7 attack is low. Sort of same baselines, but then when he flips over to his 10 side, I feel like he's actually easier to deal with. Which is interesting. I think that goes to Zhengzhou. Just barely. Red King, at his baseline on the side that's more easy to beat him, in my opinion. It's still higher than Doctor Strange, and there's not much more than that, so Red King wins that. Loki or Doctor Strange, this is just like both basically core sets. Same sort of balancing with all of that. Yeah, he has some villain deck manipulation and can play scheme twists and stuff, which is rough if that does end up happening. Which that might be enough to put them on sort of the same level, but I think Loki starting at that 10, again, that's the mid-range point of difficulty, whereas 8 is definitely low range, so Loki wins that. Galactus or Dark Phoenix, both with their own win conditions. I mean, Dark Phoenix definitely is... his Master Strike is really tough. Both thinning the city and then eventually just straight out winning the game is not anything to say as like, oh, that's a weak effect. It's really not. But his cosmic threat effect can easily lower him down to a much lower point than Dark Phoenix at just her constant 13, which is very, very high. So, yeah, I honestly think Dark Phoenix does win that, because that killing the hero deck slowly, I think, is a much more oppressive effect than Galactus's. Galactus or Belasco, I think, goes to Galactus. Yeah, he KOs a lot of things from discard piles and stuff and buffs himself up quite a bit. And there's no way to really deal with that once he's KO'd those cards. So he can get 2 pretty high up. But Galactus is destroying the city, even if he ends up at a lower point than Belasco as the game goes on. That's real hard to deal with. So Hydra Super Adaptoid, which is one that, if I remember correctly, it's 8, 10, 12, 14 are the attack values. Belasco will usually be higher than half of those with his effects that he has. Which, yeah, with one Master Strike, definitely up to... Well, it's each player is doing that. Oh, but it's... Right, it's divided by the number of players, so probably going to be 10 from that. Then the next one bring him up to 11. But then his tactics add more to the pile. I'm going to give it to Balatro. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Balatro. Yeah, that's just... Not really sure how I'm going to explain it. The adapt stuff is very cool, but can feel disjointed and can feel like there's a lot of things going on, which can both be bad for the players because it's hard to build around, oh, he just has all this stuff with different colors, but at the same time, none of the individual effects are very strong, so that'll go to Belasco. Uru, Iron Man, or Sentry? Oh, boy. I mean, the Demolish is rough already. Then the Uru enchanted weapons for each strike can bring him up real high and make him very hard to deal with once you get up to 3 instances of Uru enchanted, which, as I said, I think off the cuff it feels like the average for that is 12 with the potential of getting much higher, and you just can't know what the potential is for that. But again, it could bring him a lot lower. Sentry 10, then going to fucking Wounded Fury, which is more likely to happen because he starts you with those wounds and gives you a lot more with Cross-Dimensional Void Rampage, which is harder to get than, say, Cross-Dimensional Hulk Rampage. Yeah, that's going to go to Sentry. Then Uru or Hybrid is, which, yeah, thinking about it, Hybrid is sort of similar to Mysterio and is sort of the exact same baseline. Because Hybrid will... There's a potential of Hybrid being much higher than 9, which is what he's going to be usually at with... Because you get to bond him with whatever you want, and you'll usually pick the lowest attack villain in the city. Most of the time, that'll be like 3 attack. And his tactics, specifically, some of them care about bonding with henchman villains. So he's usually going to be 9. Sometimes you'll be able to fight him at 6. Which actually, no, that brings his baseline lower than Mysterio, because on average, you're going to be... Because each of these Master Strikes gives him basically an additional time that you have to fight him. Mysterio, and I don't know why I'm doing this comparison now, it's just on the top of my head, so I'm going to talk about it. Mysterio is 8 every time. If you're fighting him 7 times, that's 56 total attack power that you have to do. If you fight... and that's if you're getting 3 Master Strikes, which seems fair and average. If you're getting 3 Master Strikes here, you have to fight him the same number of times, but it's 1 less every time because 9, then 6, then 9, then 6. If it was 9, then 7, then it would average out to the same thing. However, his tactics do give him, I think, 1 or 2 extra attacks that you have to go through. So it sort of becomes higher than that, but there is the chance of him bonding to nothing. If the city is empty, which sort of cancels that out as well. All that to be said, I think Iron Man is stronger than Hybrid. Arcade or Hybrid, yeah, that's a lot of human shields, but they're all only 3. And I really... It's super easy to get through. Hybrid is definitely stronger than that. Maria Hill or Illuminati. The clearing out the city, it can be done. But the fact that you have to do that, you don't have to fully clear out everything in the city, but which definitely makes that easier. Double shade clearance is a bit tough to get through. Illuminati always being at 11 and then going higher up to 13 with no negatives to that is tough. This +4, again, you can ignore that. Like you're always going to have Outwit, baby. And those Master Strikes are real tough. Illuminati wins that. Carnage, baseline 9, which is low. His feasts can be rough, and they specifically are penalize you if they feast anything that costs 0, but sometimes I'll gain a wound to get rid of a shield guy. I feel like that is fine in the long run, kind of, except no, a shield guy is better than a wound, so it doesn't end up being the same either way. You still have to get rid of that wound somehow. But Maria Hill, I feel like, will usually be harder to get through than Carnage, so we'll do that. Nick Fury or Carnage, same baseline. It's really, do I care about this Demolish effect, which is really rough. Because Pagliacci got only one Demolish on each of his Master Strikes, and that's still rough. He had, additional effects. Nick Fury getting the potential of, and keeping this sort of Master Strike baseline average of 3 per game, which sounds fair. Getting 3 demolishes from one Master Strike is tough. But his other effects are actually very good for the players once you get through his tactics. Carnage will always be eating your little boys. I think Carnage is a little bit harder. Apocalypse or Vulture. I'm not going to linger on that. Apocalypse. Wasteland Hulk or Vulture. Similar. Vulture will only be at a max of 13. Like I said, Wasteland Hulk will be at 13 guaranteed and then be at 16. And yeah, you're going to be getting a lot of wounds from Vulture, which definitely is a problem. But there's more control on who gains those wounds. It's going to be individual. And yeah, you're going to be getting them probably as much on average as just giving every player a wound per Master Strike. But no, and Wasteland Hulk will be also giving out wounds, though Cross-Dimensional Hulk Rampage is easier to mitigate. But again, Vulture's max is 13, and he's probably not going to get there with that average of 3, probably going to be around 11. And you can beat him a few times without that. Wasteland Hulk, yeah, starts at 7, but then being at Vulture's maximum by the 3rd time you have to fight him, and then the 4th time you have to fight him is higher than that. Yeah, Wasteland Hulk wins that. Mephisto or Vulture both deal with wounds a lot. Mephisto does it better, I think. Yeah, Vulture is more guaranteed to give out wounds, but Mephisto still gives out a decent amount with both his villain group and himself and his tactics. And even if he's giving out fewer, putting them on top of your deck makes them feel like more. And Vulture has to get a few strikes to get up to Mephisto's baseline. And on average, he might be slightly higher, but I think Mephisto is a little bit harder. Okay, Madeline Pryor or Evil Deadpool. Funny discard or a bunch of goblins that you have to get through. I feel like I'm not entirely sure. They're very close on baselines. Evil Deadpool will definitively get higher and higher as the game goes on, up to his max of 14, and Pryor won't. Will be higher, but you can deal with it easier. I think Evil Deadpool is a little harder, in my opinion. I don't need to say that. It's my opinion. Fuck you. Pryor or Odin? Eek. Hard one, actually. Really hard. Is it that hard? Odin feels similar to Spider Queen in some ways, but is just straight up way stronger. Because Spider Queen has additional conditions of, I have this henchman group that I then flood the city with and I want them to escape. Odin starts at a higher baseline, not only cares about them escaping, but also just cares about them existing in the city. Which, again, I don't have to compare him to Spider Queen yet. We're not there yet. So I feel like Odin is usually going to be at a higher point than Madeline is, because 2 attack per goblin is not very hard to get through, so we'll give that to Odin. Pryor or Nimrod? I think, again, 6 attack, 6 recruit, hard to get to, not impossible. Madeline Pryor, I think, will usually be a little bit harder to get through. Vulcan or Nimrod? I think that will go to Vulcan. Probably going to be at 13, which there's an argument to be made if that's higher than 6 attack, 6 recruit. But if you're playing something like Thor, Nimrod is hard countered by Thor. Vulcan is sort of hard countered by things like Medusa, but not super entirely so. Because he's still at a higher sort of baseline, and 10 is considerable. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Vulcan. I've never struggled too much with Nimrod, personally. Grim Reaper or Nimrod? Um, yeah, I mean, I think that does go to Nimrod, actually. But those locations can be really rough, and they make villains in the city harder to deal with. And Nimrod's tactics, from what I remember, are actually very beneficial, which does lower his difficulty. So we'll give it to Grim Reaper. Shadow King or Nimrod? I think Nimrod does win that one out. Shadow King usually doesn't get very hard. Shadow King or MODOK? Again, I think Shadow King's easy, man. That goes to MODOK. Zombie Green Goblin or Mole Man? Mole Man does get very big. I talked about that. He's never going to reach his potential of 15, but it is reasonable for him to get to 12 and shit. But Zombie Green Goblin, Rise of the Living Dead, get rid of big resources. Big resources make him big. And starting at 11, yeah, definitely. Baron Zemo or Mole Man? Sort of opposite ends of the spectrum. One is big, gets low from killing villains. One gets low, starts low, gets big from letting villains get away. I feel like Mole Man has a lot more consistent ways of pumping himself up really large, and escaping villains is very, very bad. For certain schemes, which is definitely something to consider. Zemo, it's usually harder to get him down to, like, I can see them both getting to the same. I think it is reasonable for them both to get to the same sort of level consistently. But Mole Man starting at that lower position makes it easier to take him out early and blitz him. So I think Zemo wins that one. Even though that Master Strike is rough, and that is definitely something to consider. Yeah, I'll give it to Zemo. Ross or Mole Man, I think, is Mole Man, though. Yeah. I'm not going to explain that too much, because I don't think I can formulate it other than just vibe. Ross or King Hulk, very, very similar. They do pretty much the same thing. Except, and they're both sort of equally easy to avoid with their Master Strikes. This effect is hard to get through for the most part. Again, sort of feels like that you're going to get at least 2 from that, maybe 3 up to 12. King Hulk is usually going to be at that 12 level, while Ross, the 8 bystander helicopters is going to be weird to get through, but then he flips over to the other side, which I feel is easier to get through, and a lower Wounded Fury. So yeah, this is going to go to King Hulk. Ragnarok or Ross? Yeah, the Master Strike on Ragnarok is real rough. That really doesn't do anything. And yeah, he gets up to that 12. I feel like that front side of Ross is hard enough to get through. 8 instances of 2 attack is a lot. Like, that's more than Madeline Pryor. Yes, he's at a lower baseline, but 8 instances of 2 attack, and when he's going to probably be getting more from transforming a few times, that's a lot. That's a lot. And his tactics will give him more. He'll probably won't be at that same 8 past that, which is something to consider. And the backside is just much easier to get through. No, I've convinced myself. I'm going to go, but that Master Strike. But that Master Strike doesn't do much either. Cross-dimensional Hulk Rampage is not a whole lot. And that one, that's just one. 4 more helicopters, I guess. Fair enough. And then more potential wounds for Wounded Fury. No, that's still hard. I didn't convince myself. That Master Strike is very, very low. I need to look at Ragnarok's tactics again. Yeah, all of those Mastermind tactics are very, nothing burgers. So I think with that, Ross's tactics usually give him more buffers, so we're going to go with that. Emma Frost or Ragnarok, that'll go to Ragnarok. That I feel confident in. Kingpin or Emma Frost, I've talked down on 13 Bribe. That's still nothing to sneeze at. And I think that will usually be more than Emma Frost's effect, which I really still don't see as being very strong. Her Master Strike and that one tactic definitely give her a buffer. Um, but and that's sort of similar level to Demolish on that. But you get to draw cards back, which could replace the bad ones you got. I'm off the top of my head. If I looked at these initial instincts, Kingpin is harder. Okay, the Beyonder King Hyperion, super high start point, but then can get reduced if you play it right and get lucky. King Hyperion, who starts at a very high point and again can just blitz you out. That's King Hyperion all the way. Beyonder or Thanos is very similar. Beyonder is definitely easier to get lower down. Thanos, you just have to beat the gems, which are tough villains, and so getting a few of them will be harder, and there's a chance of just permanently locking yourself out of getting some of those, whereas Beyonder, you can pretty consistently continue to get 5-cost cards. So, yeah, I think that, his Master Strike is definitely a lot tougher than Thanos, but no, I'm pretty content saying Thanos is tougher than Beyonder. Beyonder is definitely harder than Ultron. Hela or Ultron is harder. It's pretty. I feel like it's pretty easy for Ultron to get up to perhaps the 14, though I also don't really see it. It's hard to pull things out of his threat analysis pile. There's only one of his tactics that does that. But you can usually coordinate with your other players to get him, to keep him from getting super high. Like by the end game, I think it is reasonable that he'll have 3 or 4, so 12 or 13. Still pretty tough. Hela is usually not going to be at 15, but the 2 villainous weapon tactics could bring her up to that same point or higher. And Omens of Ragnarok has a few villainous weapons, but they're not going to give them to her. And the Conqueror can definitely make her tougher to deal with. I'm going to give it to Hela. That seems fair. Ironmonger or Ultron. Ultron takes some work to get to the point where I feel like Ironmonger will be at most of the time. Yeah, I feel like I don't need to delve that much deeper into that. The Bank Conqueror 4, he gets there way easier than Ultron gets to his to get to 13 attack. So we'll give it to Ironmonger. Mojo or Ultron. Human shields again. 6 attack human shields, tough, but not that bad. I do think Ultron is a little harder. Hood, Dark Memories, I've talked about, easy to play around. I do think in this case the human shields outweighs the base 9 attack potential of being up to 11. With not much more than that. So the Goblin or the Hood, similar reasons. I think the Goblin is a little tougher, just based on how I'm feeling. Sorry. Onslaught or Authoritarian Iron Man, toughy. Wow, I feel like Iron Man is pretty hard. 12 attack, pretty high. And also, shielding himself on top of that 12 attack and making villains harder to fight. Real hard to get through. Onslaught, those 6 words and 1 number. I guess I'm just those 7. Onslaught, those 7 words. And it's very likely that every time you're going to fight him, he's going to be at least at Iron Man's level, if not higher. That's got to go to Onslaught. Iron Man or Deathbird. Deathbird can pretty easily get to the point where Iron Man is at with her ability. But it's not going to be as often as I don't think it's going to give her as much of a buffer as Iron Man just straight up saying, you can't fight him until you fight this other villain. So that'll go to Iron Man. Deathbird or Malekith. Deathbird is, I think, more often going to get more attack than Malekith is going to get from his villainous weapons. So Magus or Malekith. Shards or villainous weapons. again, I feel like the villainous weapons are very neat and can potentially give him a lot of attack that will stack and make it hard to get through. Magus, I think, is usually just going to be more consistently tougher, is the way I'll phrase it, I guess. But Supreme Intelligence, who does get a lot of shards, I feel like in this case, I feel like Malekith is starts at a slightly lower point. Each Master Strike will give him more that stacks more often. And yeah, his villainous weapons do sort of do the same thing as shards, where they give you good effects that can kind of outweigh the villainous weapons that he's going to gain. But Supreme Intelligence's villain group helps him as well, but you can fight those villains to get theirs. But then that's sort of the same thing with the Dark Council and the villainous weapons. Real close on this one, actually. Yeah. Very similar. I feel like actually they have strengths and weaknesses that outweigh each other almost one for one completely. So yeah, I'm actually going to give it to the Supreme Intelligence simply because he starts at a slightly higher baseline, and also his Master Strike does a bit more damage. Mysterio or Malekith, so fighting him more times or making him tougher. This is one case where I feel like the amount of times that you would have to fight Mysterio to get fully through him is more than the potential 4 extra attack Malekith is going to get from his villainous weapons and stuff. So yeah, no, that'll go to Mysterio, I think. Poison Thanos or Mandarin, that's definitely Poison Thanos. Mandarin, you can, with it being a henchman group, I feel like it's pretty easy to get him at least down to Poison Thanos' starting point, and Poison Thanos is going to consistently be pretty high, much higher than that. So easy. Maximus or Mandarin, in sort of the opposite way, Maximus can pretty consistently be at 12, but there's so much potential of him being lower. Yes, that Master Strike is rough. So is Mandarin's. He floods the city with shit and at the same time makes himself a lot harder to deal with. So we'll go Mandarin on that one. Maximus or Charles Xavier, same baseline. Charles Xavier more consistently puts things into the city, or puts bystanders in that makes him tougher to deal with. And Maximus doesn't really have a lot that deals with... He has the one mastermind tactic that deals with clearing out the HQ of low chaff so that he can get more power from that. And yeah, his potential is very high at 16. Charles Xavier, I feel like, can get there pretty easily because he doesn't get rid of those hidden witnesses when he gets another Master Strike. If you get 2 in a row, Charles Xavier is suddenly 16. So, which Maximus, in good occasions, would have to get to. I'm going to give that to Xavier. Maximus is definitely harder than the Hydra High Council, though. Grandmaster Hydra High Council, his Master Strike is... The Grandmaster's Master Strike is very hard to get through, or is very oppressive, I should say. Usually going to be winning his contest, but it only gives him a shard. Yeah, from 10, getting 1 shard is rough, and all of his Master tactics do real bad things. But the Hydra High Council, I think, with those 2 sort of tactics that are in there that are tougher to get through on average than Grandmaster, at least with how I feel. And again, shards are outweighed by you can get the shards off of him. And yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give that to Hydra High Council. Grandmaster Macho Gomez. Macho Gomez can get very big because you don't want to let the Deadpool's friends get away, but as you kill them, he's going to get bigger. And his Master Strike is funny. And will give out actually a lot of wounds. Well, it might not actually. It's only a potential of 5 wounds distributed among players at the very end of it. So, and his Mastermind tactics actually don't do a whole lot. So yeah, that'll go to Grandmaster. Okay, 14 bribe or Macho Gomez. Macho Gomez getting up to 14 isn't unreasonable. Oh, but it's for ones in revenge is for ones in your victory pile, which, yeah, I don't think you're gonna have more than 3, which is 12. Which I feel, but that sort of 12 attack that he's probably going to be at, unless you're specifically playing it like, oh, I'm not going to fight any of those so that I can blitz out Macho Gomez and everybody else deals with those, which is a strategy, I guess. Still, and maybe 12 is high. He might have it's considerable that you might have killed 2. And 14 bribe compared to 12 attack, I still feel like is lower. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Macho Gomez. Arnim Zola with Ultimate Abomination, or Fin Fang Foom with big size changing. Again, Fin Fang Foom usually will be down to 16, and that Demolish effect, and then for each runes, that's really scary. And then Zola, Ultimate Abomination, again, can get him very high, but in the best case scenario, that'll bring him to 14. Fin Fang Foom, you got to work to bring him down to 14. And yes, you can bring him down lower, but Arnim Zola could potentially be as low as 6 when Fin Fang Foom could technically be as low as 10, which is... So, yes, they have potential of both being pretty low. Arnim Zola will be at least 10. Fin Fang Foom can only go as low as 10, and that's very hard to reach. So there's my reasoning. Arnim Zola or Shikla. I keep confusing Ultimate Abomination with Highest Abomination. Still, I'm fine with that reasoning. I think in this case, Ultimate Abomination, with the potential of being as high as it is... but scheme twists and fuck you. But that baseline 9 is easy to get through. And again, that manipulation also shows you, oh, your next few things are going to be past that one scheme twist comes out. Yeah, that's going to suck. But you know for the next 2 turns, she's open with only 9 attack. So I'm going to give it to Arnim Zola, I feel like. Zhengzhou or Shikla, sort of similar things. She'll be open at 9. Immortal Emperor Zhengzhou, when you're opening him up, you have the big card. You're pretty guaranteed to beat him on that same turn. So Shikla will get that win. Sinister or Zhengzhou. I'm probably majorly mispronouncing that, and if I am, I'm sorry. I don't know how words work. Okay. I feel like Mr. Sinister is usually going to be tougher. Like, again, that 14, you can power through it, but usually you would probably want to wait it out until you can beat him for the 7, so... harder. I'm going to give it to Mr. Sinister. Okay, this one is really just, do I feel like 7th Circle of Kung Fu is easier to overcome than Chivalrous Duel? I don't know. Kinda. Their Master Strikes, Zhengzhou's is a lot harder. You're usually going to be hit by that pretty hard. Morgan Le Fay's, you can avoid hers. And, you know, gaining 0 cost cards sucks and does make it actually a little bit harder to hit Chivalrous Duel. But, you know, this one requires a very specific type of card that there are only going to be 5 copies of, maybe even less in the deck, depending on the heroes you're playing with. Whereas, and even without that, and if you don't have that, you have to hit that 14. But then, you know, Chivalrous Duel, you can sort of build around, I think, a little bit easier. But you have to do that. If you don't have it, you can't beat her whatsoever. But again, easier to build around. I think Zhengzhou is a little harder. Now, Red King, his condition, can't fight him while there's any villains in the city. I feel like it's comparable to Chivalrous Duel, but his backside being 10 with no condition, it means that probably half of the time you don't have to worry about that condition. So I think Morgan Le Fay is a bit harder, actually. Now, Red King or J. Jonah Jameson, this one's so crazy. Like, I do think he's easier than Arcade, because at least Arcade starts with 5 human shields at his 5. Jameson at 4 with only 2, like that's 12. Arcade is at least starting at a baseline of 18 with fake human shield terms. I really think that's really weak. And yeah, again, stealing from your deck, but you can give him bad cards. So, and you're in the dimension set. A lot of the cards in that set are bad. Zing! Wow, I really did that. Yeah, Red King is harder. But this one is hard because Loki is, I mean, he's not super easy. He's definitely breaks the core out of the other core villains, Masterminds, of at least being maybe low mid tier of difficulty. While J. Jonah, I feel like, is in that easy tier. He could potentially get a lot of angry mobs, sure. It's weird. He starts in sort of the starts very low and easy to deal with, but then sort of gradually builds up, which actually is kind of flavorly cool. And that Master Strike isn't anything too crazy on Loki. His tactics are actually very good for you. Okay, I've convinced myself. Jonah, they're sort of on the base, both the baseline. I feel like no, I feel like Jonah is an easy tier and Loki is in that same tier. We'll go Jonah here. I feel like, fuck it. I might regret that decision, but who knows? So Sentry or Dark Phoenix. Yeah, starting with 2 runes is rough. I talked about that. Killing all of your options is a lot rougher. I don't feel bad about that. Sentry or Galactus, I actually feel like is tougher, because Galactus you can potentially kill for free, but his effect is extremely oppressive. And with that average of 3 Master Strikes, even if he doesn't clear out the city and kill you instantly, having only 2 city spaces is rough, man. And I do feel like that outweighs, only 10 attack. Yeah, the other side is going to be more than that. And his Wounded Fury is easy to get to. Galactus is usually going to just cause you to lose quicker, I feel. Belasco or the Sentry, I think Sentry in this case is more. Belasco takes and I'm realizing this now, Belatro does take a little bit more build up to get to a pretty strong point, but and once he's at that strong point, it's pretty hard to get him below that. And depending on the scheme, that can be really bad. But I feel like Sentry is usually going to be more difficult to deal with. Uru, Iron Man, or Belasco. See, Uru, it's another one that's really hard because it's pretty random. If that is going to end up doing anything. I feel like you'll usually get a good amount, or you might get 2 and he's only 9, and that's going to be harder to get through. Yeah, because let me do my math again, see if it really works out, if 12 feels like his actual baseline, or feels like his average. Because there's a good chance that you flip like a Scheme Twister or Master Strike is one of them. That is 0 and sucks. Then there's a pretty good chance that one of them will be a bystander or a henchman villain, which would only be 1. And then the odds of the other one being a villain are decently high. That seems like a perfectly fine spread. And villains have at least 3. So yeah, no, that seems fair with 12. And Belasco, you do at the very least have to get through 3 Master Strikes and probably some other things before he gets to 12. Okay, yeah, I've convinced myself. Uru is harder. Hybrid or Belasco, man, I've had a really easy time with hybrid. And again feels very similar to Mysterio. Um, but I think Belasco hybrid will usually be at Belasco's point, and yes, you have to fight him more often, and potentially much more often. But it's again also counteracted by its random. It might not bond to anything. So yeah, we're gonna go Belasco here. Hybrid or Hydra Super Adaptoid. Sort of similar randomness. But you will have to fight all of those. Yeah, I'll stick with saying hybrid is pretty low. People might super disagree with that. Maybe you've had a really rough time with hybrid. I don't know. Just haven't on my end. Apocalypse or Illuminati? Apocalypse. Very easy. Wasteland Hulk or Illuminati? A little more interesting. Wasteland Hulk takes two iterations of beating him before he's above Illuminati's front side baseline. And then once they're on the backside, they're still higher than him. Once you get to his third attack, then he's on par with their higher point. And then, yeah, in his final attack, he's much higher. But Illuminati, you have to get through that same 11 and a 13 each time, and I think that is tougher. And their Master Strikes are a lot more oppressive than Wasteland Hulk's, in my opinion. Wasteland Hulk or Maria Hill, I think Wasteland Hulk is harder. Double shoot clearance and that effect is not that hard to get through. And Wasteland Hulk, there's some randomness with Maria Hill. Wasteland Hulk will consistently be tough to deal with. Mephisto or Maria Hill, those wound shenanigans are super oppressive and super obnoxious. And her little shield things that she creates are not hard to deal with at all. And the shield elite villain group, I should also mention, is not hard to deal with either. Yeah, I think that's good enough for me to say Mephisto is a bit harder. Vulture or Maria Hill, I think is also Vulture. I think Maria Hill is actually pretty low on the difficulty totem. So we'll do that. Pagliacci. That one scheme twist that you're probably going to get and is guaranteed. There's never a game. I've never played a game where we didn't get at least one Master Strike. You're going to get that extra scheme twist. That can be really, really fucking hard to deal with. And the demolishes are rough. And yeah, so I still don't think Maria Hill is that hard to get through. She does have things of putting shield guys back into the city, but again, those ones that she generates and the shield elite, not hard to deal with. So we'll give that to Pagliacci. Okay, Zombie Green Goblin or Evil Deadpool. Both same baseline. Evil Deadpool will actually more consistently reach a higher point. Zombie Green Goblin has the potential of reaching that same point, but in this case, I don't think that extra attack. I feel like Zombie Green Goblin's extra effects just outweigh that. Let me run through it one more time, just in case you weren't listening before. Rise of the Living Dead, getting rid of good resources for the players, pumping those resources into himself to make himself harder, then discarding cards all in the same Master Strike. And I've talked about how his villain group is way more oppressive than Evil Deadpool's villain group. The Deadpool's villain group is so fucking hard. So Zombie Green Goblin wins that. Zemo or Evil Deadpool is interesting. I mean, Evil Deadpool he won't actually always be at that 14 because, again, revenge doesn't work for every victory pile. It's just yours. Tougher, actually. The potential of Zemo being a lot lower is actually pretty high. Because, henchman villains count. Everybody's going to have at least 3 villains in their victory pile. The one player that has like 8 can bring that down pretty consistently. So I do, just on vibes, feel Evil Deadpool is harder. Zemo or Odin, opposite sides of the spectrum. Odin, I think, is potentially harder. It is definitely hard to get Zemo down to the 10 level. you would need to have 6 villains in your victory pile, which in a 4-player game, well, maybe it's not as hard as I think. I've been playing a lot of solo, so it's kind of hard to judge that off the top of my head. But I do feel like 4-player. I mean, yeah, it'll vary, but usually people can, I think, get at least 6 villains in their victory pile each, with maybe one outlier who only has 2, but that's just kind of how it goes. So yeah, Odin will probably usually be higher than that. Zemo or Goblin Queen, yeah, I think Zemo is probably a little bit tougher. Mole Man or Goblin Queen, this one is, I think Mole Man does win out. Escape effects, man. Sometimes you could get, like in solo, I've had it where there are just 4 Subterranea villains in the city, and you play a Master Strike, and you just kind of lose. And that's just it. Can definitely make you lose very quickly, and can get pretty big. Not super big, but oppressive, definitely. Villain group is not super hard to deal with, but Madeline Pryor's villain group, I think, is actually a little easier. So we're going to go Mole Man there. King Hulk or Pryor, similar thing as the last one. It's weird. Do I think Mole Man is harder than King Hulk? Did I already do that ranking? I don't know. But yeah, King Hulk at the very least. Let me double check what his backside is. I know it's the Wounded Fury. Oh, and it's only the 10. Okay. Which is not going to be hard to get through. Yeah, it's sort of hard. Again, front and back sides are hard to judge which one is going to be hard. Words. 4 bystanders, and she can pile them up pretty quick, and she can get quite a few goblins. Let me look at her strikes again, or her tactics. 5 bystanders. Bystander formation. Bystanders, and then wounds. Yeah, I think she's gonna be. Demon Goblin's not hard to chunk through, but you got to chunk through a lot, and even after you chunk through them, she's still at sort of a similar point that King Hulk is going to be at. This side will definitely be tough, but no, I think that goes to Pryor, actually. King Hulk or Emperor Vulcan. Yeah, I think Emperor Vulcan. He's going to be at that same level that King Hulk will sort of struggle to get to, I think. Grim Reaper or King Hulk. I think this one reliably goes to King Hulk. Even though you're probably going to have more locations out, I think King Hulk is a little bit more oppressive, so we'll give him that. Ross, Grim Reaper. I think that's... Ross is so hard to judge. I think he's pretty easy, especially on the Red Hulk side, but that's a lot of helicopters. I'm gonna give it to Grim Reaper. Fuck it. Fuck you. So Nimrod or Thunderbolt Ross. Yeah, I feel Nimrod. Just barely. That feels right to me. General Thunderbolt Ross or MODOK. This one I think I'm willing to concede to Ross. Yeah, the backside is hard, and the outwit ability is hard, and I am biased because I like MODOK more as a mastermind. Ross, at the very least, this front side is hard to get through. And if you build right, neither side of MODOK is that hard to beat, so we'll do that. Ragnarok or MODOK, that's fun to say, Ragnarok or MODOK. That'll be Ragnarok. He usually is at least 12, and that's higher than what MODOK can say. Kingpin or MODOK, similar. You either have to use 9 attack or 8 recruit on his other side. And that outwit ability is rough, giving out wounds, saying fuck you. And Streets of New York isn't a tough villain group, all things considered. But I do feel Kingpin is a little bit harder than MODOK. MODOK I do feel is harder than Emma Frost, personally, though that Master Strike is extremely oppressive when it happens. I feel like MODOK, with his flipping, yes, she does have that one tactic that just prevents you from attacking her in one turn. With his flipping, it might be actually a bit harder to... You might have a similar conundrum of not being able to fight him in the same turn, even if you have a lot of attack. So we'll do that. Emma Frost or Shadow King. Man, Shadow King's... He's just not going to be that big ever. Even at his max potential, he's only going to be at 11. He can't get more than that. With one tactic, I think he can get up to 12. But yeah, no. And Emma Frost will, when you fight her, she'll usually be at 10, maybe 11. But her Master Strike and that one tactic make her a bit harder for me, in my opinion. Adrian Toombs or Shadow King, I mean, that'll go to Adrian Toombs. Again, Master Strike ability there, very oppressive. Onslaught or King Hyperion. This one is actually hard. Yes, King Hyperion is extremely hard to deal with early game. And that 12 attack is tough baseline, but Onslaught with his Master Strike will usually get him up to at least 12, maybe higher, and each player's hand size is one less. Onslaught is playing the long game. King Hyperion is hoping to blitz you out very early, but King Hyperion can be kind of scheme dependent. If he has things that don't care about villains escaping, then that's not as big of a threat than it can be. Yeah, passing out wounds, that's rough. But stealing cards from your hand, and your hand is already one less. I think I am going to give it to Onslaught there. Authoritarian, Iron Man, and King Hyperion both kind of are in the city, which is cool. And yeah, Iron Man is tough to get through and usually shields himself. But Hyperion, fuck you, I'm going to beat you real early. Iron Man or Thanos. I feel like are on similar-ish levels. I think Thanos is a little harder, just because getting him down to where Iron Man starts at is hard. Yeah, I'll go with that. Iron Man or the Beyonder. Let me calculate this out again because it's been a whole day. To get him down by... if you have 3 cards that cost 5 or more, that gets them down by 6, which is still 15, which is still pretty high. If you somehow get 5, then sure, that's 15, and you've brought him down to what is that? 7, 8, which is definitely much lower. But that's having 5 cost cards in hand is real hard. So that Master Strike is very hard to deal with. It does a lot of things. Pocket dimensions are, as they build up, are going to be very, very difficult. And are going to make fighting him harder. Hopefully by the time you get like to the 3 Master Strikes and having each card cost 3 attack also to recruit, hopefully by that point you're beyond the point where you need to recruit cards. But again, Beyonder is one where you're always going to be wanting to recruit cards just to get more 5 cost cards, and he's going to make that harder. Thankfully, you have some control over where those strikes go. And yeah, Iron Man does have a lower point than what Beyonder is probably typically going to be at. It is a little offset by him shielding him, putting up bodyguards that could be very tough villains and much tougher with that +3, but he slowly has to work his way through the city to get to a point where he's always going to be shielded by that. It is tough. It is legitimately hard. I think Beyonder is in the tier list. When the list comes out, I fully see Beyonder being just above Iron Man in my mind. Iron Man, I definitely feel like is harder than Hela. Sort of, somewhat similar in the way they play, but not that much. Hela can be tough. Deathbird will usually be tough to deal with, I feel. Like that Master Strike, pumping out 7 attack villains. Oof. And I feel like she's very likely to have things escape. So yeah, I'll pit Deathbird with that. Magus or Hela. Harder to determine. In my mind, very different. I mean, there's not much more to say on this. Hela does have a lot of good techniques for getting things into the bridge and streets to give her that +5. But as I briefly said, maybe I didn't explain it super well. Having high Conqueror stats is actually sort of a slippery slope, because the higher that goes, the easier it is to just kill the villain in that spot and attack her for less. So, but it'll usually have a villain that's more than that, I feel, especially if you have, which the Master Strike is well designed. It's 5, so that no matter if you fight the thing on the bridge or streets, if that's where it is, or fight her, you have to pay the same amount of attack. Which usually in that case, you would want to clear out the villain in the city as well, just to make the next time fighting her a little easier, and also clearing out the city is always good. But I feel like Magus will more often be harder. So we'll do that. Supreme Intelligence or Hela. I feel like this is the case where the shards making him stronger but outweighed by you getting them does make Hela a bit harder. Same Ironmonger, which I do feel like is just Hela but stronger. We'll get to that. Supreme Intelligence or Ultron. Supreme Intelligence that technically has a higher potential, and that can get really high, and getting through, like, that first one you fight through is probably going to be like 13. He's probably going to have a lot of shards, but then you clear that out and he's down to 9, and you're starting to get an influx of shards from villains and from him. So I think Ultron is a bit harder on that end. Supreme Intelligence or Mojo, I am willing to lean Supreme Intelligence, I think. Yeah, because, Human Shield's not that tough. Mojo or Mysterio, sort of similar-esque with their vibes. But Mysterio, you actually have to fight his 8 multiple times. Mojo, you technically also have to do that, but it's a lot lower. And yes, you are technically fighting him at that same sort of initial baseline of average of 7 here, guaranteed fighting him 7 times here, but actually maybe more from there. Oh wait, yeah, because there's a possibility where you only get like 2 Master Strikes and you only have to fight him 6 times. Mojo, you are technically fighting him guaranteed 7 times, plus additionals from his tactics giving him guaranteed more human shields, the Master Strike giving him more human shields. And yet his attack is lower, his base is lower, but I think that will quickly outweigh Mysterio, so I'll go Mojo there. I've convinced myself. Mysterio or the Goblin, yeah, as cool as that effect is, and adding extra attacks that you have to beat him is can definitely outweigh some other things. I think the Goblin, it's not quite enough to outweigh having to deal with hidden witnesses. Again, they're not tough to get through, but it is something you have to get through, and I feel like that pretty much equates. So, Mysterio or the Hood. This one, again, I feel like it is consistently... he will probably get to +2, but I think it's very easy to build around like 2 colors, and I think that's fair. So the question is, now we take in averages. If we're doing our 3 Master Strike average... that puts Mysterio, the amount of times you have to beat him, his total attack power to 56. The Hood, if you only have 2, colors in your discard pile, and that's like kind of generous for Hood. Then you would have his total would be 44. And even if Mysterio goes down by another 8, that puts him up to 48, which is still higher. So in that case, that is one that outweighs the Hood's abilities. Malekith, I think, is also harder than Hood. Hood seems pretty easy, all things considered. Yes, the Dark Memories can be very bad if you're building your deck wrong, which you really shouldn't be building it like that if you're fighting Hood. There are some heroes that you're going to have that really care about colors, and if all of them are like that, uh-oh, that's unfortunate, unlikely. And if you do have one of those heroes in the set, you're probably not going to build that if you're playing against Hood. And yeah, so I think Malekith will consistently be tougher, at least in my mind. Professor X or the Hood, sort of similar, but I think Professor X will consistently be a little tougher than Hood. Sorry, man, you're kind of getting the shaft here. Strife or Hood, that one I'm willing to give to Hood, because Strife will take a while to get up. Like, average 3 Master Strikes goes up to 10. Hood will usually be at least that, and I don't think his Master Strike isn't very tough. His tactics aren't very tough. Well, his tactics are actually kind of tough, but not that bad. So I am going to give that one to Hood at the very least. He got something. Fin Fang Foom or Poison Thanos. I mean, Poison Thanos. Definitely really, really tough Mastermind. Fin Fang Foom or Mandarin. And you know, not to reiterate the same point again, your average or what you're going to hope to get Fin Fang Foom down to is 14. And yeah, well, that is higher than what you're probably going to get Mandarin down to towards the end. Like, you only have to beat 2 rings to get Mandarin also down to that 14 level. Now, if you don't get 2 of those cards, then you get Fin Fang Foom down to 16, which is actually still where Mandarin starts, and he will progressively get lower as the game goes on. And yes, Mandarin can feed the city, but that usually won't get him back up to his starting point. So yeah, actually, I think Fin Fang Foom is a little harder than Mandarin in this case. Arnim Zola or Mandarin, super RNG dependent on Arnim Zola if he's going to be strong or not, and that could get him up very high, but I'm going to lean Mandarin. And also, I keep kind of forgetting his benefit of making all of the henchman villains, or at least his henchman villains, harder to make getting those rings a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that definitely, that jump from 3 attack to 4 attack is a lot, man. So we'll go with Mandarin on that one. Arnim Zola or Charles Xavier. Charles Xavier will almost always be at least 12, probably higher. There's a good chance of getting through him before he can get a Master Strike out at least once, but his villain group likes bystanders. A lot of villains like bystanders. That's not a hard condition to meet. Like, if you are playing completely randomized and you are unfortunate enough to play against him with the spider-infected villain group or henchman group, they all get bystanders, and so that's going to make him way stronger. But Arnim's potential is so high, but it's also so low. Yeah, he does get a lot of manipulation, but that manipulation doesn't necessarily guarantee that it'll make him much higher. But, in the ideal world where he gets that insane HQ where you have all of the heroes in the HQ are 3 attack or more, that is 15 more attack. 21 is a lot, but you as a player can manipulate that by buying the cards. Yes, it could potentially be more. Yes, it could potentially be less. I think Charles Xavier, with his consistency and the bystanders that he's sort of throwing out with hidden witnesses and stuff, I'm going to give it to Xavier. Arnim or Maximus. Ultimate Abomination is inherently better than Highest Abomination. Yes, he starts lower, but not that much lower. He's going to make up for that too pretty easily with the Ultimate Abomination. Now, if there's only one villain in the city or if there's only one hero in the HQ that has attack and it's only two, then yes, Maximus will be more. So yeah, in the cases where there's only one hero in the HQ that has attack, Maximus will be more. Usually, it's not going to be the case, and Arnhem will be harder to deal with. And yes, again, gonna say it over and over again. This Master Strike hurts real bad. I've played against Maximus a few times, and that really fucks up shit. But I think Arnhem's helps him stay at least a little bit more consistent. I'm gonna give it to Arnhem. Shikla or Maximus, that one I'll give to Maximus, I think. That Master Strike is so tough. But it could also do nothing. And that's the thing I haven't really considered is, oh, you know what? I've been wrong about Shikla this entire time. I can't read. I don't think that would change much of my rating. It might have changed some positions now that I'm thinking about it. Thankfully, this is a bit loosey-goosey. It's reveal the top 3 cards of the villain deck, put all scheme tests revealed on the top, and put the rest on the bottom. So you're still like, you can kind of assume, oh, this top card is going to be a scheme twist. The next ones might be a Master Strike, sure, but based on probability, it's likely not going to be something that will resurrect her. But still, the scheme twist playing them out faster, really rough. Oh, man. And Maximus will usually be, like I said, up to 11 or to 12. Shikla will just have those instances. You actually don't get that control. You don't get the guarantee that it's safe to fight her. You would usually want to fight another villain in the city first and then fight her to see if it's safe. Okay, yeah, no. With that reread, Shikla's a lot harder. I still don't think she's very tough. But that'll go to Shikla. Mr. Sinister or Maximus the Mad? I feel like Mr. Sinister needs a bit too much build-up to get to a decently high point, but Maximus can just start at that point, so... Mr. Sinister or Red Skull, similar thing. Mr. Sinister needs some build-up. And he can stack up pretty big if you let him just sort of do his thing. Again, thematic. You leave Mr. Sinister to his own devices and he will kind of become unstoppable. But Hydra High Council, depending on what you start with and as they sort of cycle through, can be pretty kind of hard. So we'll give it to them. Mr. Sinister or Grandmaster, they kind of have a similar pose here, which is kind of funny. I guess it's not that similar. Grandmaster, it's really hard to determine the dynamic of how that plays, but I don't, and each time I read that Master Strike, I really don't think it's that oppressive. Only one shard, and I've already talked about how shards don't really equate to much on Masterminds. Mr. Sinister, yes, he takes a little bit to get to that point. I'm going to, just to sort of verify that the Marauders will do as much as I think they will do. No, they don't actually give bystanders to him. They would have to escape to do that, and they're all pretty low-power villains. So you're a lot more likely to not let them escape, so he needs the bystanders from his Master Strike and his tactics. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah, he gets quite a bit of bystanders from that, and that'll make him a bit bigger. Honestly, yeah. I think it'll still, even only with them being 2 apart, Mr. Sinister takes a little bit of build-up to get to Grandmaster's base, and Grandmaster will probably be a bit higher than that, so we'll go Grandmaster. Mr. Sinister and Macho Gomez, similar. In this case, Mr. Sinister, I think, more consistently will be at the same level as Macho Gomez, I guess. Because it's hard to judge how much Revenge for Deadpool's Friends will add. I feel like I'm being fair with thinking you would have 2, bringing him to 11, and you would need 3 bystanders to get up to 11, which I feel like that's kind of the most he'll get to. Nah, sorry, Mr. Sinister. Macho Gomez wins that one too. Misty Knight at 14 bribe, I think, does outweigh Mr. Sinister. Like, being considerate and thinking Mr. Sinister could consistently get up to 10 attack. Do I feel like that outweighs bribe? No, because I still feel like he's not going to get to that 10 attack very often. No, I'll give that one to Misty Knight at the very least. Mr. Sinister, thankfully, can easily beat out Magneto. Immortal Emperor, I think, definitely beats out Magneto, even though, the things I've talked about that make him a little weird. Magneto is just extremely easy. Second easiest mastermind in the game. Morgan Le Fay, same deal. Red King, this is going to be a clean sweep for everything against Magneto, unfortunately. J. Jonah makes me pause. But he's still going to take longer to chunk through than Magneto, so that's something. Loki, by default, wins over Magneto. Doctor Strange and Magneto, same baselines, pretty similar. Magneto's Master Strike hurts, but that's not hard to avoid. Doctor Strange's Master Strike will always make sure the toughest villain in the top 3 cards will be coming out next. Will play a scheme twist immediately. So that, by default, is harder. And Magneto gives you a lot of good effects in his tactics. Doctor Strange gives you a lot less, so... There we go. Okay, here is the big question of today. Do I think Apocalypse is stronger, or do I think Dark Phoenix is stronger? First off, of their win conditions to get to, I actually think Apocalypse's is easier for... It's easier to lose to Apocalypse's win condition than to Dark Phoenix's. Because Dark Phoenix, while there are niche cases where you don't have to have all 5 Master Strikes come out to lose, and, depending on the scheme as well, but, that won't matter in that case. The odds are you will have to get all 5 Master Strikes to clear out the hero deck and let her win. Apocalypse doesn't really care about that. He just cares about his villain group getting out, and his villain group is tough. And the odds of all 4 of them getting out isn't super high, but I feel like it's a little bit higher than clearing out the hero deck. Comparing Master Strikes, Dark Phoenix, as fucking oppressive and mean as Apocalypse's can be, just ruining a whole round of turns, Dark Phoenix's is just like Apocalypse's Master Strike is temporary for that round. Dark Phoenix has lasting implications throughout the entire rest of the game. And at the very least, Apocalypse, if you get his Master Strike early, that might not do all that much, actually. Dark Phoenix, if you get that early, you're fucked. Like, that's extremely bad. On top of that, Dark Phoenix is at a higher attack value. 12 to 13 is a considerable jump. Every attack value does matter at those higher levels. For the most part, once you get past, there's sort of levels of, you're at the 2 to 5 range, and it's sort of a hurdle to jump over that, but then you jump into the 6 to 9 range is you can get within that range pretty consistently. And then once you jump past that, then you're to the 12 and, I would almost consider it to be I was at 6 to 9 to the 10 to 12 range is its own range that you can within that get pretty consistently, but getting beyond that is hard. 13 and above and to 15 is you're doing very well. Getting beyond that is hard. Once you get beyond that, you're kind of good, and you will probably win the game. I don't know if that was an obvious explanation I made, or even if that was correct. That's just how it feels most of the time. So that 12 to 13 does matter. But Apocalypse of just coming back to life over and over again, and the consistency of how often that'll probably happen. Yes, it's one of the four tactics, but like I said earlier, you also have to think about it in the way that, yeah, it's a 1 in 4 chance that you'll pull it every time you get a Master Strike. Well, 1 in 4, then 1 in 3, then 1 in 2. It's more correct to think about it as, like I said earlier, it's a 1 in 4 chance for it to be on the bottom of the Master Strike pile or Mastermind Tactic pile when you first shuffle that deck. It's a lot more likely that you're going to get that at least once, and then once you do, you shuffle it at the bottom again. It's likely that you're going to have to beat him 6 times instead of 4. Do I feel like that outweighs Dark Phoenix? I kind of do. Let me see if I feel like Dark Phoenix's tactics have anything that outweigh that one. No. Yeah, I think with all of that logic, Dark Phoenix is extremely tough. And if we were incorporating epics as either a conglomerate or separately, Epic Dark Phoenix definitely outweighs Apocalypse, because Epic Dark Phoenix, I'll just read this one for fun, has nothing to play with the ranking itself. KO the top card of the hero deck, and each card with the hero deck that shares a color with it, shuffle the hero deck, that's the same. Then each player plays a Hellfire Club from their victory pile. Then play a random horror. Horrors are fucking terrifying. And also she has 15 attack. And that doesn't go down. Horrors can range anywhere from play the top 2 cards of the villain deck to the Mastermind permanently gets +1 attack or +2 or +3 attack to whenever you play a henchman villain, play the top card of the villain deck. Extremely scary. They're usually like an optional rule to like, oh, if you want to have a harder game, start with 2 random horrors. But then Epic Dark Phoenix just puts them out constantly. Again, not in consideration. But if it was, this would be the hardest Mastermind in the game by far. It's not. And with that out of the picture for this ranking, Apocalypse, I think, beats her out just with that one Mastermind tactic. It's fucked up. Thankfully here, Illuminati will have about half of the time you'll have to fight them at Dark Phoenix's level, but then Dark Phoenix is just way more impressive with all of her other stuff. So, yeah, I'm going to pause for a moment. Okay, Illuminati or Galactus? Probably Galactus. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time you can probably get his... when you get further along, his attack power will probably be less than Illuminati. But again, that Master Strike is colossal. Pun intended. Illuminati definitely is strong, but that's just so fucked up. So we're going to go with that. Illuminati or Sentry. This one will go to Illuminati, I think. Let me think. It's 11 and 10. Yeah, that one's slightly higher in the backside of Illuminati. It's 13. And then Master Strike making you discard good cards from your hand is unfortunate. Starting with 2 wounds, rough. But then that Master Strike doesn't really do a whole lot. Let me look at the Void again, just to be sure. Void. 11 Wounded Fury. Yeah, doesn't really... It's not that big. Yeah, I'll give that to Illuminati. That seems fair. Wasteland Hulk or Sentry. I think that can pretty safely go to Sentry. Because that one is... Well... like, Sentry... Wasteland Hulk takes at least one fight to get him to Sentry's baseline. And in Void form, Sentry definitely is stronger with the wounds that he's introducing to the deck. Over time, Wasteland Hulk will definitely outpace Sentry on attack, but not... Like, the last 2 attacks that you do against Wasteland Hulk will be a bit higher, though the Void could probably catch up to where Wasteland Hulk is. I just... that start of game effect is so stifling. Is that the word I'm looking for? I think stifling works. That I'm gonna go with that. Wasteland Hulk or Uru. Again, sort of baseline 12 here. Based on, well, and again, I think I might be judging this one wrong too, but it still feels okay with where I've judged it so far. Demolishing players, yeah, that's rough. And then it's for each strike. So on the first few times you beat him, he'd actually only have one or two, which might give him a lot, might not give him much. So this one I'm pretty confident giving Wasteland Hulk, because I feel like he will be more consistently at like at that higher sort of attack point. So we'll do that. Mephisto, lower point, and I feel like a lot of the time, even with one or two strikes, Uru Enchanted Iron Man has a good chance of keeping pace. And like if you get up to that 3, which I think it is fair to say he would be at 3 Master Strikes for at least 2 of his tactics. I don't know. I think he definitely has more attack. Mephisto's abilities of putting wounds on top of your deck is very, very rough. It's another sort of Arnim Zola situation where like this is just so RNG dependent. Like it could be insanely hard or it could do nothing. Which, yeah, I guess I'm fine with that 12 average, but even if you're at 1 strike or no strikes, or like 2, still kind of evens out close to around where Mephisto already is, and then there's the potential of going even higher. Oh man. I'll go with Uru here. It's close. Mephisto or Belasco. See, and it's so hard because it's like base attack power doesn't necessarily imply difficulty. Like Belasco will definitely be at a higher attack power than Mephisto as the game goes on, but it definitely takes a little bit to get there. And Mephisto's core ability, while being at 10, is really tough to play around. Putting wounds on top of your deck, I think in this case, Balatro is hard. Let me look at his tactics again. Okay, yeah, each one is adding to him. He's probably gonna get yeah, it does seem reasonable that Belasco could probably get up to like 15, which is definitely a good amount. And there's not a whole lot of RNG based around that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. All of his stuff KO's cards, there are chances that he misses a few of the players. God, just wounds on top of your deck, man. It hurts. I feel like this would be a lot more cut and dry if this Master Strike was better for Mephisto. I'm going to go Belasco. Yeah, I'll do it. Mephisto or Black, or Hydra Super Adaptoid. Yeah, on average, it's going to be a lot tougher. 12 and 14 are rough, man. But then 10 and then the 8, but it's still like more total attack than Mephisto. So again, do I feel like that wound ability outweighs that? No, I don't think it does. Mephisto or Hybrid. This one I'm fully willing to lean Mephisto. I think that is perfectly fair. Vulture or Hybrid. Decently high potential for attack power. On Vulture, a lot of wounds, very oppressive. Hybrid, yeah, a lot of attacks. But again, ability is very sort of... It could just do nothing, so... yeah, I mean Vulture, I think, wins that. Pagliacci. This one I'll give to Hybrid. Yes, the Master Strike for adding a scheme twist, rough. And then demolishing is also rough. But his strikes are not crazy. They don't really do much. And hybrid, yes, he's only going to get up to 9, but that's just matching Pagliacci. And you still have to fight him more times and put more attack into him. So Pagliacci, you know, he's pretty weak. He's on the lower end of attack values and has no way to increase it. So yeah, no, I think that's fair to go to hybrid. Here I've talked about Arcade and how much I do not respect him as a person. Yeah, and Maria beats Arcade. Carnage, I think, beats Arcade. Sorry, guys. Nick Fury beats Arcade. Arcade does beat Red Skull. I mean, when you have a Master Strike like that, everything's going to beat you, man. Doctor Doom beats Red Skull. Very nice and easy. Onslaught or Zombie Green Goblin. Both of these effects, each player's hand size is one less, and Rise of the Living Dead are probably the most oppressive abilities in the game. And Zombie Green Goblin has a big advantage with just leading what is, in my opinion, the hardest villain group to deal with in the game. So that's something to consider. The thing is, Zombie Green Goblin definitely is a bit more up in the air if he's going to get up to even 13 or 14 attack. Onslaught is very likely to constantly be at 13 or 14. At least minimum 12. And I really do feel like hand size being one less, you can't, there's no way to avoid that. Well, there is. You can play stuff like the Groot card that lets you draw additional cards at the end of your turn, or I guess the Jean Grey card if the bridge is empty. Fucking terrible card. But like that's still an offset. You're still always getting one less card than you should be at any given time. Whereas Rise of the Living Dead can really fuck with you and be annoying. There are plenty of ways to get around it with rescuing bystanders and undercover now. Having the shield set and having undercover, big nerfs Rise of the Living Dead. So yeah, Onslaught overtakes Zombie Green Goblin. Hyperion or Zombie Green Goblin, at this point I feel like King Hyperion is more likely to force escapes than Zombie Green Goblin. Of course, ZGG has a pretty good chance of getting a higher attack value than Hyperion, which is definitely something to consider. ZGG definitely has the harder villain group, though Utopolis is also very difficult. Charge is a little busted in my opinion. I think it's a little too much. But and sort of guaranteeing wounds as he escapes, and also the fact this wasn't even in consideration before. He still ranks this high, and I think it's fair. I think this doesn't change any of my other rankings so far. King Hyperion, you have to, not only is he tough and he charges, when you fight him in the city, it doesn't count as a defeat against him, and that's 12 attack you're spending against him. So you have to, much like Mysterio, you have to fight him multiple times, which is insane and crazy. Yeah, I think that's enough to actually convince me that King Hyperion is bigger. Thanos or ZGG? Oh boy. I feel very... at the very least, I still feel like Thanos used to be, in my mind, the hardest mastermind in the game, and then I played the X-Men set, and many of them overtook him, and then also I realized how just stupid Apocalypse is. And he's still like, it's an event. When you get together to play with a bunch of your friends, it's like, we're going to play against Thanos, guys. We're going to fucking do it. But that really has nothing to do with my determination here. But yeah, no, I still think Thanos, because in order to get him down to where Zombie Green Goblin is likely going to be at like 12 or 13, you need to have 6 of the 8 Infinity Gems among all of your players. Possible, doable, and you're going to be actively looking to do that. But it'll take a while to get there. And so, like, spend a lot of the game just to get him down to where Zombie Green Goblin is going to be spending most of his time at. And yes, everything ZGG is doing with his Master Strike is more powerful, is way more oppressive. Villain group is definitely way more oppressive. I think Thanos still overtakes him by a bit. Beyonder ZGG, kind of a similar thing. I mean, to get him down to like the 12 range, you would have to have I mean, 3 cosmic 3 5-cost cards does it by 9, and then it brings them down to 12. So yeah, I might have been doing calculations wrong for him earlier, but I still think that's fair and valid. So yeah, 3 5-cost cards bringing him down to 12, which is, you know, way less than you need for Thanos. Still hard because having 3 5-cost cards in your hand is tough. Yeah, if I was saying stuff about his attack value earlier, I was wrong, I'm pretty sure. I get Cosmic Threat and Size Changing confused all the time. They're basically the same thing. Just one is 3, one is 2. I still don't think it would have changed my rating. But in this case, I almost feel like Rise of the Living Dead is tough enough to overcome. Maybe not. Maybe not nowadays. Discards a card for each hero in the Kingdom of more. I mean, discarding a lot of cards is rough. No, I think Beyonder still has this. Oh, it's real close, but I'm gut feeling is telling me Beyonder. Iron Man AIM. Oh, AIM. Look at that. That's funny. That's definitely not intentional. And then ZGG. So in this case, the odds of ZGG at least meeting or overpowering AIM's base attack value pretty good. So he's got that over him. ZGG's villain group is much stronger. His Master Strike is on its own stronger. ZGG does so much fucking shit with this one Master Strike. But AIM at least does have his whole thing of flying around and being protected. So that's one advantage. I feel like Iron Man is a little bit more defensible than ZGG. I don't think that's enough, though. I think ZGG, this one, he wins. Iron Man or Evil Deadpool, that one definitely goes to Iron Man. That seems reasonable to me. Deathbird or Evil Deadpool? Yeah, I mean, Revenge for Mastermind Tactics, I could see that going up to like 13, which is big. And I've talked at length about why Deathbird is good, or is very strong. But I feel like they're sort of even-ish, though I feel like I struggle with Deathbird more often than Evil Deadpool. And I also kind of forget that she also just gives out wounds to each player if there are any Shi'ar villains in the city. That's going to be happening often, and guaranteed wounds to everybody is very good and powerful. Yeah, I still feel Deathbird a little bit more than Evil Deadpool. And I think Magus also a bit above Evil Deadpool. Yeah, he's going to be flooding the city with big villains. That makes sense to me. I'm willing to give Evil Deadpool the win over Hela, though. I feel like most often Hela's abilities won't come into effect, especially if you're being good about clearing out the city. evil Deadpool will just sort of be a hassle throughout the whole thing, so I think that's fine. Hela or Odin, that's kind of fun. I think more often you're going to be fighting Odin for more than what Hela is going to be at with her Conqueror stuff. Yeah. Because with even one Conqueror, yeah, she's up to 15. Like, the potential of her being up to 20 is definitely a lot. But you're not going to fight her at 20, I don't think. Because at that point, the city is basically full. Unless you're staggering people at the end of the city, which you could do, but you usually wouldn't want to do that, especially against Conqueror. Unless you were sort of forced into doing that. But even then, you still wouldn't really do that. You would clear out those guys first, I would feel. So, yeah, I feel like more often Odin is just going to be more oppressive. Hela or Baron Zemo. I'm willing to give this one to Hela. Zemo, I feel a bit more mid-range. Hela is at least kind of high mid-range, in my opinion. Ironmonger, I do also like more than Zemo. This one might be one I'm over valuing. That Bank Conqueror, sure, it's not. The bank isn't always necessarily going to be filled, but he has so many resources with his Master Strike and his tactics that he's usually going to be able to fill the bank with something. And Bank Conqueror 4 means that a lot of the time it will just cost you more. It will cost you less attack to just straight up fight him at 13 attack. So yeah, and Helmet Zemo, it's pretty easy to get him below that point pretty quickly. So I'm willing to lean on Ironmonger. Ultron or Zemo, they'll sort of reach similar points pretty. Zemo would Ultron the no I think Zemo is harder. I know I didn't formulate that at all in words that made sense, but I just vibes and essence, and it's a bunch of stuff I've already talked about a few times. Ultron or Mole Man, I think is fair. Big fucking glow up from our boy Mole Man. Ultron or Madeline Pryor. I still think is Madeline Pryor. Yeah, I think that's fair. Ultron or Emperor Vulcan. Ultron can potentially reach the level of Vulcan, and it's reasonable that he can reach that 13 attack semi easily. But there's also like another thing I haven't really considered. If all the players just make sure to stock up on a few tech heroes, you can actually pretty simply avoid his main threat analysis ability. He's got tactics to help him get more, but that one is more easily avoided. Emperor Vulcan, you can avoid it, and there's that back and forth, but he will usually, like, even if he's not 13, 10 is still decent, and a lot of the time he will be at 13, especially if you don't have many things that give you Throne's favor. Then it can, that's a lot of attack. He doesn't really have anything else going for him, but he's just sort of a big beater. That's fine. I think I'm going to give it to Vulcan. Ultron or King Hulk. Similarly, I think King Hulk is usually going to be more than Ultron. Yeah, no further explanation there. Grim Reaper or Ultron are similar. I think Grim Reaper has an easier time getting to a higher point with getting a lot of locations because of the Master Strikes. All of his tactics are locations. His villain group has quite a few locations. So getting upwards of like 4 locations to get up to 12 is reasonable. Ultron, unfortunately for him at this point, Ultron can pretty reasonably, I feel, get to 3 threat analysis at some point during the game. At the same sort of point Grim Reaper would be at 3 locations, and that would or 4 locations, and that would sort of equalize them a little bit. But I think Grim Reaper has an easier time maintaining that than Ultron and getting to that faster than Ultron. So Grim Reaper, Ultron or Nimrod. And this one's very different. Oh, and I have to remember, Ultron doesn't get +1 for each color stacked next to him. He's empowered by each color. So each one just gives him more and more likelihood of becoming more powerful. Still, I'm fine with with the rankings I just said. I think that's all fine. It does make him a little tougher. I think with that in mind and rereading it, everything before this, yeah, that makes sense and is fine with me. I do think he's better than Nimrod. Supreme Intelligence or Nimrod? I really don't think Supreme Intelligence is very hard. And Nimrod isn't super hard either, but at least that's a more strict thing to reach than just the Supreme Intelligence with his shards. So I'll do Nimrod wins that one. Supreme Intelligence or Ross. Boy. Ross. Yeah, I think that's fair. Supreme Intelligence or Ragnarok. I am perfectly fine giving that to Ragnarok. I feel like Supreme Intelligence needs a bit of boost to get to where Ragnarok is probably going to be most of the time. And then Ragnarok can easily, with some luck swings, go beyond that. Kingpin or Supreme Intelligence? It's a little tougher. It's essentially, in order to beat Kingpin's 13 bribe, you would need the same amount of attack as Supreme Intelligence plus an additional 4. That's math. Plus an additional 4 recruit, or any mix of that, which is not unreasonable at all. That barely makes him harder. 8 and 5 is a bit closer, but then as Supreme Intelligence gets more shards, that'll build up. Kingpin doesn't really. Yeah, no, I'm gonna lean Supreme Intelligence on this. I really think bribe makes Kingpin a lot easier. Mojo or Kingpin. This one I'm fine with giving to Kingpin. Yeah. Mojo or MODOK. Mojo. Yeah, because I've already talked about how much I like MODOK and how much he's not very strong. Not super difficult. The outwit ability is rough and can make some heroes a lot harder to play. And again, Intelligentsia cares a lot about outwit, and a lot of their abilities are rough if you can't outwit them. But the backside sort of eliminates that, so you only have to deal with that problem half of the time. Again, Mojo with a lot of human shields, it's quite a bit to get through. It's not super hard, though, but I think Mojo is slightly harder than MODOK. Similar, the Goblin or MODOK. I'm pretty sure the Goblin is always going to be tougher. Very similar, you have to spend attack and recruit, but you can do it. Well, you can sort of do it in any order there. And 10 attack is a lot, but not that much more than what MODOK has. And the one side of having to pay 8 recruit to fight him is difficult. You'll usually be fighting him on this side, but he gets a lot of hidden witnesses. No, I think with half of the time you have to spend 8 recruit to beat MODOK all at once. Seems fair to me, actually. I'll go MODOK over Goblin. Goblin or Emma Frost. Tough. They're pretty equal. At least he has little shields that he can use that will make him a bit harder to get through. Like a little bit. I really don't think hidden witnesses are giving him all that much, but it's something at the very least. Those Waking Nightmares, discarding a lot of cards, but you get to draw again, is interesting. In this case, that one tactic is nice, but I don't know how much it gives her an advantage over Goblin. No, I'll go Goblin here. Mysterio or Emma Frost. Very close. And again, I really don't think the Gray Hero edition is going to matter all that much. Up to 10 potentially, but there are plenty of times, like late game, where you could just be punching her for 8 when you have all your gray heroes gone. And Mysterio, yeah, it's always for 8, but at least you're doing it 2 to 3 more times, most likely. Sure, I'll do Mysterio here. Malekith or Emma Frost, that goes to Malekith. He'll consistently be more dangerous than Emma Frost, I feel. Professor X or Emma Frost, same thing here. I think he'll more often be more oppressive than Emma Frost. The Hood or Emma Frost, these are very similar, where I feel like Hood is very not great and is a lot easier to play around. Yeah, I'm going to actually give Emma Frost the win over Hood there. Hood or Adrian Toombs, harder. Both pretty easy. Toombs with Double Striker, and if we're taking that, assuming 3 Master Strikes, then that's 6 more attack up to 11. That's definitely something. But that's also sort of the point that Hood already is going to be at. With my assumed 2 colors in the discard pile for each time you fight him, whereas Toombs, by the time you have 3 Master Strikes out, you probably have beaten him once or twice already. And by that point, like, it's not inconceivable that you can beat him at 5. And, with 1 Master Strike, he goes up to 7. And then up to 9. Yeah, it's actually really, really not great for him. And he doesn't even have that much about adding Master Strikes. He has that one tactic that does, I'm pretty sure. Even then, that's not a huge increase. And yeah, that Master Strike is powerful, but I think the Hood is usually just going to be average out to being tougher than Adrian. Strife, basically the same as Adrian. He has Striker, essentially. Up to 12. Yeah, Toombs technically has a higher potential, like, threshold. But Strife is going to basically outpace him for the most part. I guess let's think about it. 5 and 7, that's a big difference. 7 is low, 5 is very low. Most, like, mid-tier to low villains are at 5. But say first Master Strike, Toombs goes up to 7, Strife goes up to 8. Second twist, they actually match with each other. Third twist, Toombs goes up to 11, Strife goes to 10. So Toombs actually does outpace Strife. Strife starts off in the lead by a bit, but Adrian does close the gap pretty quickly. So it kind of comes down to their tactics. Toombs at least gets another Master Strike effect. Let me look at Strife again. Play all the Master Strikes, more likely to get up, more out. This one is one where he gets an additional 1. That still only barely helps him get close to catching up with Adrian. And Adrian Toombs, his tactics are, like, pretty good for the heroes, but his Master Strike is way more powerful than Strife's. So I think Adrian is more likely to outpace Strife more often. I'll give it to him. I think that's fair. This one's a little difficult. Villain groups are about equal with Strife and Shadow King. Shadow King, Strife is guaranteed increase as the game goes on with his Master Strike. Shadow King, there's chances that he gets none additional. But it is likely that he'll probably get at least 3 or 4, bringing him up to 10. Even if he only gets 2, that's up to 9. Whereas with Strife, it takes him... He's only likely ever going to get as high as 10, maybe 11 by the end of the game. So yeah, I think Shadow King wins out over Strife here. Heinrich Zemo. this probably also goes to Zemo over Strife. Strife just starts at such a low point. They could have made him like a 9 attack and given him Striker, and that would have been fine. Basically capping him out at 14, 15 with his one tactic is fully reasonable. But yeah, no, he's just real low starting out, and he just does not scale well as the game goes on. An additional +1 for each strike is not good enough. Whereas Zemo, yeah, he's at 9, and he's not going to be more than 9 for the most part when you fight him. It takes Strife a while. It takes Strife a decent amount of time to even get to that point. So, and that's already a low point. So Zemo wins that one. All right, Apocalypse or Poison Thanos. Yeah, Poison Thanos ends up being like a lot more attack. He's gonna scale very quickly up to like 16, 17. Pretty well, maybe like 15 to 16 pretty easily is probably more accurate. But Apocalypse, God, you fucking, it's that one tactic, man. Everything shifted when I played one of my games against Apocalypse, and like I said earlier in the video, I'm pretty confident I fought him 10 times total. And just a slog. So I think Apocalypse does win out over Poison Thanos. He gets close, but I think Poison Thanos is actually probably the third hardest. I am really curious to see what the top 5 ends up looking like. Dark Phoenix also wins out over Poison Thanos. Poison Thanos will outpace Dark Phoenix as the game goes on with his Master Strikes, but Dark Phoenix will also just sort of prevent the heroes from doing anything with her Master Strikes. So I think that's fair. In my opinion, Galactus or Poison Thanos, that one's Poison Thanos by a long shot. Galactus or Fin Fang Foom. This one's harder. They're very similar in the way they're structured. But Fin Fang Foom has a minimum that you can bring him down to 10. And his condition is a lot harder for bringing him down. Cosmic Threat for 1 color, you're usually building around 1 or 2 colors. So it's not unreasonable that you'll have like 5 black cards or whatever and reduce him down to 5 attack. And so you can bring that down infinitely. Fin Fang Foom, even at his minimum, is still like decent. And so in this case, it really is just, does Galactus's destroying the city ability outweigh Fin Fang Foom just being a lot bigger? And it legitimately might. But Fin Fang Foom's Master Strike is still very good as well, demolishing each player a lot of times. Discarding a lot of cards from everybody's hands, especially they're guaranteed to be good cards from Demolish for the most part, is rough. This is a very interesting one to sort of think about. Oh, man. And like getting 3 colors and size changing, I've already said. Getting him down to 14, that alone is difficult. If you're playing with normal sort of hero layouts without Spectrum and other stuff. But, it's not impossible to get him down to 10, but it's not super, super likely all the time. Whereas Galactus, it is pretty easy to quickly get him down to, like, 11 or 8 pretty quickly. So it's a really hard one. Galactus is barely held up by his really oppressive and powerful Master Strike. But thankfully it's slow going if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, then it can immediately destroy the game, of course. Which that's the thing to consider. If you get really unlucky and get a few Master Strikes very early, it's really, really bad. Fin Fang Foom getting Master Strikes early, actually kind of preferable. But like if it's average and you get to the point where, you only have 2 city spaces, you probably also have enough of your Cosmic Threats to clean up Galactus pretty quickly. Yeah, I think I'm going Fin Fang Foom here. I don't think that's totally ridiculous. Galactus or Mandarin, I think Galactus does overpower there. Illuminati or Mandarin, it's not super hard to get Mandarin below or down to the 13 point where Illuminati is at their best. A little harder to get him down to the 11, but not unreasonable. And getting below that, definitely kind of difficult with the way he filters rings back in. But Illuminati will consistently always be at 11. Their Master Strike is extremely, said it over and over again. It's very rude. Yeah, as fun as Mandarin is, and it's not a fun rating, I gotta remember that. No, I think Illuminati is going to be better most of the time. Yeah, I think that's fair. The Sentry or the Mandarin, this one I'm fine giving Mandarin. 2 wounds in each player's deck, rough. But I think Mandarin will usually be a bit tougher. Sentry or Xavier. Oh boy, Xavier can get real scary. But am I biased? Does Sentry feel like that overpowers there with the 2 wounds in the starting decks? The Wooden Fury will bring him pretty high up, but Xavier can catch up to that pretty quick. And it's a hard one. I need to play with Xavier to really get a good sense. But like that Master Strike is tough. But yeah, he does start pretty low, so if you can get lucky and not get a whole lot of Master Strikes. But as I said, villain groups love bystanders. Most of them have at least one thing that captures a bystander. So having bystanders in the city early on is not a rare thing. Yeah, I'm going to give it to Xavier over Sentry. Sentry or Zola, I think Sentry will consistently be tougher than Zola, in my opinion. Wasteland Hulk or Zola, again, I mean, potential of Zola being big as fuck, but you have a bit more control over it. Sometimes some strategies will give you a lot more control over it. Wasteland Hulk, there's a lot less of that. It's just consistent, and I'm going to lean more towards consistency on being stronger or not. I think that sounds fair to me. 2 very random ones: Zola or Uru Iron Man. Yeah, I think Zola, because Iron Man takes some build up before he gets to the point where he could potentially be very, very strong. Because you need a few of those Master Strikes. And having one out, yeah, that could definitely boost you up. But I think Zola just existing from the beginning of the game is likely to already be at that point or higher. So I think that's fine. Uru or Shikla. Oh boy, this probably also goes to Shikla. Because again, rereading that, Uru does take some build up to get to a dangerous spot. And once he is at that dangerous spot, it's really hard to overcome him, but it's also, it might not be. You don't know until you flip over the cards. Shikla has control over whether she resurrects or not for the most part. You kind of want to... yeah, I mean... I can't really formulate it more than I already have. I think Shikla is more than Uru. And Maximus, for the same reason Zola was better. I think Maximus is most of the time going to be better than Uru. Eventually Uru will catch up, but Maximus will start at a stronger place, and his Master Strike is definitely way stronger and dynamic. So Uru or Red Skull, yeah, I mean, consistency, man. It's I need to play more against Uru Iron Man to see if it really is that bad, but it's, man, yeah, I really don't think so. Let me look at, I am going to look at Uru's tactics again. So one of them does create a Master Strike. So that does definitely add to making him a little more consistent quickly, unless that's the last one. So that kind of outweighs it a little bit. But all of the other effects, I mean, that one hurts. They're all like not bad. They don't really do much. Um, yeah, I'm gonna give it to Hydra How Council there. Grandmaster Uru. Yeah, Grandmaster. Uru or Macho Gomez. Here, I feel like Macho Gomez does definitely start in a higher place, but I think Uru will catch up to Macho quickly enough where I do think he is tougher. Balatro or Macho? Balatro or Macho? Uh, Belasco he's gonna reach a higher attack value quicker than Macho Gomez, and Macho Gomez's Master Strike effect is not tough. Is not very tough. Hydra Super Adaptoid or Macho Gomez. Hydra Mephisto or Macho Gomez. Again, Macho Gomez could potentially be pretty high up if you're killing all of the Deadpool's friends, but then you have other players to just do it instead of you. So I'll give that to Mephisto. Vulture or Macho Gomez, same deal, man. I mean, Striker feels a lot more consistent than Revenge for Deadpool's friends, especially with up to 4 players when you're a lot less likely to get those specific villains out. In solo, sure, Macho Gomez is actually going to be a lot harder, but I've already said I'm considering this from the perspective of playing in 4-player. But yeah, Vulture being sort of more consistent with Striker, and that Master Strike is definitely like going to give out way more wounds than Macho Gomez's Master Strike is. So we'll do Vulture. Hybrid or Macho Gomez? Still, this one's tricky. Macho Gomez actually ain't that tough. I might have made some wrong guesses about him earlier because I kind of forgot what Revenge was. Symbiote Bond or just... I think the inconsistency of Hybrid actually doing anything with symbiote bonding, and like bonding to weak villains, yeah, you then have to fight him again at 6, but I still think Macho Gomez is probably going to be harder than that most of the time. Hybrid or Misty Knight? Probably goes to Misty Knight. Same reasons why I said Hybrid just is not very strong. Because if you think about it, 9 and 6, is what, 15? I guess that's more attack than you would have to spend on Misty Knight. But Misty Knight, again, you can spend Recruit. Oh, boy, actually. But, no, Hybrid is just way too hurt by being... There are definitely points when Hybrid can be very strong. I'm not gonna deny that. If you get unlucky with how the city is set up, and with the certain villains he symbiote bonds with, then he can be very, very tough. But most of the time he's not going to be because of the control you have over it and his specificity of bonding to henchman villains, which is not going to make him tough. And even then, I have a lot of instances where I flip a Master Strike and the city is empty. And so that just doesn't do anything for Hybrid. That's a wasted symbiote bond. That's one less time you would theoretically have to fight Hybrid. So yeah, no, I think Misty Knight does win out here because 14 bribe, and again, I'm probably undervaluing bribe. That's still a 14 for both recruit and attack combined is still a high number to reach. So I think that's fair. Hybrid or Mr. Sinister? I think in most cases, Hybrid will, even with his inconsistency, he'll still be tougher than Mr. Sinister. Mr. Sinister does get a lot of bystanders, but it just takes too long for him to reach a point that is difficult at all. Pagliacci or Mr. Sinister? Mr. Sinister, though he takes a while to become powerful, doesn't take him long to match Pagliacci and then exceed him. And, demolish each player once, yeah, it's not great. And the scheme twist, yeah, that's scary, like I've said a couple of times, but that one is super variable on whether the scheme twist will actually do anything or not. If it's like unleash the power of the cosmic cube, sure, that makes it a little more likely that you'll lose. Still not super high likelihood. And for other ones, that can be really, really bad, but sometimes that really won't matter. Demolishing each player once, not super dangerous. His strikes aren't very powerful. I barely even remember what they did. Yeah, they really don't do anything. So, yeah, Mr. Sinister wins that one. Immortal Emperor Zhengzhu or Pagliacci, yeah, I mean, it'll at least, yes, when the few times you beat him, you're only going to be beating him for 7 most of the time, unless you're crazy and you do it for the 14, which is doable with cards that don't cost 7 or more. And it will, but it'll like take you a while to get there either way. Pagliacci, you can probably, he's only 9. You can beat that pretty soundly, pretty quickly. So, Morgan Le Fay has the Chivalrous Duel. Red King, yeah, I mean, even on his backside, he's 10, and his Master Strike is a little scarier, at least as far as I feel. So, we'll do that. Now, Pagliacci does beat out J. Jonah Jameson, in my opinion. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Maria Hill and J. Jonah feel kind of weirdly similar in the way they work, except not really. But J. Jonah is very easy to just clear out angry mobs relatively quickly. Maria Hill, you have to keep the city clear for the most part, and there's some layer of extra stuff you've got to do to beat her, so I'll do that one. Carnage, I do think, is also better than J. Jonah. Nick Fury. J. Jonah or Arcade. J. Jonah might be worse, because I talked about this earlier. J. Jonah, yes, he has one extra attack. But Angry Bob's is just human shields. It's the same concept, but he gets far less of them and only has one extra attack. And yeah, he has things to give him more, but Arcade gets considerably more all the time. And there's a chance that his Master Strike doesn't hit. J. Jonah's will always hit, but no, even that's not the case, because you're going to be killing his human shields very quickly, and he's just going to be gaining them back. So Arcade is better than J. Jonah in this case. Dr. Doom, I think, is better. Well, maybe not that far. Yeah, that might be taking it a little far. The problem with J. Jonah, the big problem, the odds of this happening are not high. But with Jonah, with JJJ, if you flip, if, say, the first 3 players all pull a 2 recruit 4 attack hand, and you don't get any Master Strikes in the first 3 villain cards, which is reasonable, you can have the first player kill one of his angry mobs. Second player kill the second one. Third player can kill J. Jonah Jameson one of his strikes by turn 3. That is not possible with any other Mastermind, at least in this sorter. We'll talk about other ones when we get through this sorter. That is crazy. The odds of that happening, of course, are low, like I said, but there is a chance of that happening. That's impossible with Dr. Doom. And yeah, Dr. Doom doesn't do a whole lot either. But this just seems super easy to me. And it'll build up more and more angry mobs as the game goes on. You have to make sure you're always putting resources into that to keep it in check. And if you're not, then sure, it's a lot to get through, and that could be really tough. But 4 isn't a lot to spend a lot of the time. That's, as long as you're paying the mob tax, you're going to be fine. Yeah, weird. A core set villain beats out a fucking recent set not recent. It's probably been like 5 years, but yeah, J. Jonah, but he does beat Red Skull because everything does. Loki beats Red Skull. Doctor Strange beats Red Skull. This next part, very easy. Magneto, good. Apocalypse or Onslaught. I'm not going to keep repeating myself on why Apocalypse is stupid. Dark Phoenix or Onslaught. I've gone back and forth on this one, but I think Onslaught, while annoying with his effect, I can more consistently defeat. Dark Phoenix usually kicks the shit out of me, so... Poison Thanos or Onslaught, kind of same deal, honestly. Yeah, Onslaught is super, super scary, but if you build right, the one less hand size can be overcome. It does slow down the game a lot and make it a lot harder. And, you know, his Dominate effect is rough, but that has, like, a limit of only up to 4... probably maybe 5 with one of his tactics. So 15 is a lot. Thanos is going to reach that much quicker and much easier. And he's just going to keep skyrocketing. You know, at the very least, the Poison's villain group is not very difficult to deal with. But, you know, that's sort of also randomness with Symbiote Bond. And he, you know, pulls things from hands and puts them in his soul's pile, same as this, but better. So yeah, do I feel like the one less hand size condition is enough to put him over Poison Thanos? I don't think it is. I think it is over Fin Fang Foom though. Fin Fang Foom or King Hyperion. Probably King Hyperion, though Fin Fang Foom I feel like on average will be have a higher attack value than Hyperion. Hyperion is just so oppressive. I think that's fair. Fin Fang or Thanos? We'll definitely go to Thanos. Sort of a very similar thing to Fin Fang, but it takes longer to get Thanos lower, and it takes him a while to get him anywhere near where Fin Fang can be as low as. The Beyonder or Fin Fang, very similar sort of concept. Do I feel like the size changing with the different colors is easier to reach than the cards that cost 5 or more? I honestly do not know. They feel somewhat similar to me. I feel like having 3 different colors and having 3 different cards that each cost 5 or more are about on par with luck in my brain, just based off of very loose ideas. And so in that instance, Fin Fang goes down to 16. Beyonder goes down to 11, actually. No, 12. So with the same amount of cards, the Beyonder becomes easier than Fin Fang Foom. And yeah, Fin Fang's Master Strike is extremely dangerous. Beyonder's is also pretty dangerous. And the pocket dimensions can stack up. But I talked about how, as the game goes on, you hopefully don't need that as much. You still will, but hopefully you'll have extra resources to pay for that. I think Fin Fang has it over the Beyonder in this case. Beyonder over Galactus, this will go to Beyonder because Cosmic Threat of any color is way easier to get than cards that cost 5 or more. And again, destroying city space is very dangerous. But hopefully you can close out the game quick enough where that doesn't become a problem. Galactus or ZGG? I feel like I don't think I already did this comparison. Kind of the same thing. I feel like he does destroy city spaces. Scary. Zombie Green Goblin going to just fill up a lot of city spaces and probably escape a lot easier with his villain group in Rise of the Living Dead. And he's going to have more attack than Galactus more often. It's a lot easier to bring Galactus down to tiny amounts. So we'll go ZGG. Okay, Galactus or Iron Man. Yeah, I think... I mean, the potential of Galactus just totally whooping your ass early is pretty is definitely elevating him. I'm gonna look at his strikes or his tactics again. Oh, but his strikes are good for the player. And Iron Man, yeah, I think Iron Man is tougher in this case. Galactus or Deathbird. Man, that cosmic threat is actually like, yeah, 20 attack is a lot, but it is really not hard to bring him down pretty low. Um, hmm. I feel like this also goes to Deathbird. No, I don't. Deathbird is very tough. I've hyped her up a lot, um, but it is like manageable for the most part. As long as you're good about clearing out the city and not letting it spread. Sometimes that's hard, especially in 4-player. Um, but with new sort of like grace period rules where you skip drawing the villain card on the first turn, makes that a little easier. So that's something. But man, yeah, cosmic threat, dude. And Deathbird will usually be above where Galactus will usually be brought down with cosmic threat. And slowly destroying the city. Yeah, no, Deathbird wins out that one too. I do feel content enough to say Galactus has it over Magus, though. Yeah, I think in this case, the destroying the city space stuff does outweigh Magus's whole abilities. Illuminati or Magus, I'm pretty comfortable with saying Illuminati over Magus. And at this point, I think unless it's a tough competition, I probably won't explain it. I'm getting a little sick of repeating myself. I'm sure you are as well. Mandarin over Magus, that seems good. Xavier or Magus. Ooh. No, for the same reason I don't think Supreme Intelligence is very difficult. I don't... the things that outweigh that, I think Charles Xavier is better than Magus, or stronger than Magus. Sentry over Magus as well, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Wasteland Hulk or Magus. A little harder. 10, 13, 16. It would be very hard for Magus to get up to 16. In fact, he can't. Well, he can with shards that he's getting. But, again, kind of outweighed. 5 to 14, 13. But he's probably going to have like 4 more, so 13. Yeah, I think Magus is better than Wasteland Hulk here. Same with Evil Deadpool. That seems fair. Yeah. Same with Odin. Yep. Wasteland Hulk or Hela. I think Hela is fine there. Ironmonger, he's usually going to be at 13. Takes Wasteland Hulk a while to get there. Wasteland Hulk over Baron Zemo, maybe? They're both, opposites. Both long game. Wasteland Hulk getting a lot stronger as the game goes on. Baron Zemo getting a lot weaker as the game goes on. And I think actually for that reason that would make Hulk the better one in that case. Zola or Zemo. You can bring Zemo down pretty low. But the inconsistency of Zola, dude, I really don't know. I feel like on average they're gonna be close, but I think Zola will be stronger on average. Shikla or Zemo? Yeah, Shikla. That's definitely one where the scheme twists manipulation is really tough. Maximus or Zemo? Uh, highest abomination. Yeah, I like seeing that as 3 or 4. It's going to be pretty easy to get Zemo below that, but to get Zemo down to Maximus's level, you would need 8, which actually isn't super unreasonable. Yeah, I'll give that one to Maximus as well. Zemo or Hydra High Council. I think that default has to go to Zemo. Yes, Hydra High Council has Zemo's ability built into it. But yeah, fuck, because you can bring that strike very low too. And that's a hard one because it is just the same mastermind for one of the attacks, and then the other ones. I guess where would I, if I rank Zolo higher and he's one of these? Yeah, no, Hydra High Council wins that as well. Grandmaster or Zemo. Fuck me. I don't think Zemo is weak, man. I think Grandmaster is okay. Down to their 6. 6 is a lot, but it's fully possible. But that would kind of, I guess that would kind of be late game, like by the time you get there. And so you might be fighting him for more than that throughout the game. Oh, I feel comfortable enough to give that one to Zemo. Grandmaster or Mole Man. I think Mole Man, definitely. Master Strike effect is way too strong, way too good. Madeline Pryor will always take more resources to defeat than Grandmaster, in my humble opinion. Still haven't fought against Grandmaster, so I don't exactly know for certain, but that feels right to me. Grandmaster or Emperor Vulcan. Again, Emperor Vulcan I feel like is usually going to be more dangerous. King Hulk or Grandmaster. King Hulk, yeah, I think that's fair. Grim Reaper or Grandmaster. Pretty close, honestly. I really don't think Grim Reaper is that hard. I think Grandmaster wins that barely. Uru or Grim Reaper. Getting Uru up to like, or getting Grim Reaper up to 12 is like fully reasonable. Getting Uru up to 12, like I said, is a little harder, and that takes a lot of build up to get to the point where that's like average. So Grim Reaper definitely wins that. Ultron or Uru. Ultron, same sort of reason. Uru has more potential. Ultron is going to scale a lot faster, which I think matters a lot more. Nimrod or Uru. I mean, Nimrod, like, he's only 1 attack lower and he has that extra condition. And, like, Uru will, again, eventually outpace him, but it's variable how long that will take. If by the point he gets there, if it will matter at all, if he gets lucky or not. Just the inconsistency can make him unclear on if it's going to be very difficult or not. And same thing with Thunderbolt Ross, man. I feel like that's just going to be more consistently difficult. Same with Ragnarok. Supreme Intelligence. I feel like in this case, Uru will more likely be outpacing Supreme Intelligence. I think that's fine. Belasco or Supreme Intelligence, same thing. Belasco is going to be more dangerous in my brain. Same with Hydra Super Adaptoid. Yeah, same with Mephisto. I feel that. Vulture or Supreme Intelligence. Supreme Intelligence will go up to 9 and then go down and go up to, or be at 9, go up to maybe 13, go down, go up to probably like 11, go down. You get shards for that, which will make it easier to hit him. Vulture will just consistently keep going up and will stay at that. And his wound stack shit is good, so that's Vulture. Macho Gomez or Supreme Intelligence, sort of equivalent on a lot of their things. That one I feel like the Supreme Intelligence will usually be harder, so that's fine. Macho Gomez or Kingpin. Macho Gomez, sure. Misty Knight or Kingpin. I mean, Misty Knight is just strictly better, pretty much. The villain groups are the same. Their tactics are pretty similar. Uh, Misty Knight's Master Strike is less impactful than Kingpin's, but not by a whole lot. So Misty Knight will win that one. Hybrid or Kingpin. Fuck. I think, yeah, I mean Kingpin. I've already talked about Hybrid and the issues he's got. Mojo, you're going to be consistently doing more damage just to get rid of one of his tactics. MODOK or Hybrid. Yeah, I'm gonna give that to MODOK as well, I think. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. I think also just getting a bunch of bystanders every time you fight the bonded villain that he's with can be extremely impactful. So we're gonna go MODOK. The Goblin seems good over Hybrid. Hybrid and Mysterio. Here's the comparison I was making earlier. Hybrid will usually, if they got the same number of bonds, well, okay, so if you say they both get 3 Master Strikes, and Hybrid in each of those Master Strikes gets all of his symbiotes with henchman villains, which again potentially could be higher, but also, you know, could potentially be lower, could potentially be nothing. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that it's at least the minimum that they seem to balance him around, which is 3. So bringing him up to 9. And Mysterio gets his 3 Mastermind tactics. Or getting his 3 Master Strikes. Yeah. That would equate to beating him the same number of times. Well, no, actually. Hybrid would take more because he gets more bonds from his tactics at the very least. So you do have to fight him definitely more times with Mysterio. But that's also partially diminished by, again, the chance that he just doesn't bond with anything as a Master Strike comes out, and that's a wasted opportunity for him. Whereas Mysterio will always get those additional... in this case, I think, on average, more likely Hybrid is going to get more bang for his buck than Mysterio, so that's fine. Mr. Sinister or Mysterio? Mysterio is going to be more than Mr. Sinister. I'm fairly confident in that. Malekith is going to be more than Mr. Sinister. Same with Professor X. Mr. Sinister, I feel like actually will be more dangerous than Emma Frost most of the time. They're very close. They're usually only going to get a 2-point increase each. So I feel like the Hellions villain group is slightly stronger. Discarding cards sucks. Discarding cards sucks. Those are very similar, but you can more easily avoid that one. And then her tactic for not fighting her twice in the same turn is... Okay, no, I think Emma Frost barely takes it. Sinister or the Hood, they both sort of get the same level of increase, but at least the Hood starts at a higher baseline, so Hood sort of wins that by default. Sinister or Tombs, I mean, yeah, it will take, as I said earlier, it takes Tombs a while to catch up to where Mr. Sinister will be most of the time. So, yeah, Sinister definitely wins that. Same with Zheng Zhu. Morgan Le Fay over Adrian. Again, it takes him 1 Master Strike to get to where Morgan starts, and she still has an additional benefit that makes her harder to hit. Red King or Adrian. Red King. Pagliacci over Adrian. I mean, that Master Strike is great. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it won't do anything, though. This one will, most of the time, do something. At the very least. Maria Hill, yeah. Carnage, yeah. I mean, He's got to fucking catch up. Nick Fury, yeah. Adrian Toombs over Arcade, I am perfectly willing to give. Shadow King over Arcade. Baron Zemo over Arcade. Strife over Arcade, yeah. Spider Queen over Arcade. And we're done. Okay, very good. Only took me... yeah, I mean, that's not fully correct because, you know, it's saved. It took me about 6 hours this time instead of the... whatever. I spent a lot more time on all of the different rankings for this one, even though it was a third of the cards, because I wasn't... I had to put a lot more thought into each ranking, at the very least, and I feel a lot better about my commentary in this one. So let's go through this. Yeah, this feels right. Okay, so Red Skull at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, only Master Strike that is actively very good for the players in the whole game. Extremely weak. All of his Mastermind tactics give you good shit. Magneto, just sort of the same, but one base attack higher, and his Master Strike actually does something. Doctor Strange, it's sort of similar thing, but his Master Strike is actually powerful. Loki at least is... Oh, this is ranked wrong. Uh-oh, I might have made a mistake somewhere. But that's fine. It might make sense with some of the other things I ranked. In my brain, I think these should be flipped, though. Maybe I made a mistake somewhere. Because, yeah, Loki is 10 attack, and he's just... Doctor Doom... Their Master Strikes are basically equivalent. Their tactics, I think Loki has... They're very equivalent. Loki just has one more attack point. That's it. And nothing really to say against either of them. They're just core set masterminds that don't do much. J. Jonah Jameson, just really... Sure, he can... And I acknowledge, he can ramp up fast if you let him. So don't let him. That seems easy to me. Same with Arcade. Just... Spend your 3 attack, guys. Pay your taxes for the human shields. Yeah, it probably will take a bit before you can get to the point where you can fight them, but it's not really, you're not like fighting a mastermind at that point. You're paying a tax every few turns, or every turn, ideally. I don't know. I just really think Arcade is very easy. That's one that me and my mom have played against a few times, and my mom, every time we fight him, is like, man, that guy's easy. Spider Queen, she's just not going to achieve her condition of getting bystanders in the victory pile very often, or in the escape pile very often, unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am, though. That just seems like it's not going to do much a lot of the time. Strife, striker, but very weak, and starts off weak and ends up not much stronger towards the end if he can get all of his Master Strikes, which is unlikely. Zemo will always be 9 attack. Savior is extremely easy to get, especially with his built-in condition. Shadow King, just sort of, you know, the dominate is interesting, I guess. His tactics don't do much. And even with the dominate, if you're playing a 1-person game, that does literally nothing. If you're playing a 4-person game, it brings him up to 11, to potential of 11, I guess. And it cannot go higher than that with other dominates, because as soon as you beat him, you know, they all go away. His strikes make all the ones he had go away. And maybe he should have been higher than some of these other ones. I just think he's very weak. Maybe Adrian Toombs is a little lower, but I don't know. I feel like he's more consistently going to reach at least slightly higher than Shadow King, maybe. Toombs starts off too weak. I think he could have... I think his epic mode is the way he's supposed to be played. Nick Fury, I mean, all of the villains' masterminds, except for Doctor Strange, are at least somewhat scary. They are a lot more difficult. Nick Fury, you know, does a lot of demolish, and that's spooky, and Avengers are spooky. But not much more than that. Carnage, Feast is spooky, but it doesn't... he's not... It's just 9 attack, man. It's pretty low. Maria Hill, double shield clearance can be tough to get around, and her condition of having to kill every shield thing in the city, you know, you have to be mindful of. It's not free attacks, but when she's available, only 7 attack is pretty easy to get through. Pagliacci, Scheme Twist, Master Strike can definitely be a hindrance, but that's kind of the only thing he has going for him. 9 attack is pretty low. Red King, at least better than Maria Hill, where he just cares about any villains being in the city. That's a harder condition to meet, but offset by his backside just being 10 attack, and that's not hard to overcome. So Morgan Le Fay, yeah, 7 attack. Chivalrous Duel is hard to meet, but if you're playing it right, it's not super hard to overcome. Zhang, Immortal Emperor, similar thing. You just gotta hope that you get a 7 cost card and then you're golden. And without that, yeah, 14 is a lot to hit, but once you have it, you kind of got the key to just wall up his ass. Mr. Sinister starts off low and slowly builds up. Really doesn't get much to get a lot of bystanders, unfortunately. There's definitely cases where he gets lucky and you just pull a bunch of bystanders while the city is empty, and that can boost him up quite a bit, but that's inconsistent. Hood, again, like, usually you're building 1 or 2 colors. If you're building more than that, sure, he's going to be tougher for you, but then in that case, you're probably on city sweeping duty, so you're probably not going to fight him. He is harder on solo, but also in solo you get a lot more of attacks, so it doesn't impact it that much. He just doesn't get that much. Emma Frost, the Gray Hero condition is neat, but late game that's really going to matter less and less. She's got enough stuff going for her where it keeps her out of the very low ranks. Professor X does start off pretty low, but does have conditions to get him up bigger, and I could fully see cases where you can get pretty unlucky and just not able to clear out the stuff from his pile, but you do have enough control over it where it's not that bad. Malekith, same level as Professor X, but more consistent with, he starts at the same level, but villainous weapons are harder to get rid of because you actually have to beat him in order to get rid of the villainous weapon. And he can probably stack a few of them, so fair enough. Mysterio, you just got to fight him a lot. Hybrid, you also got to fight him a lot, but, based on math, slightly more. But Hybrid is very inconsistent, I feel. There are definitely games, I'm sure there are people who think Hybrid is, all the way up here. But in the few games I've played with Hybrid, he just really hasn't done anything. It was very easy, so... the Goblin, what is the mechanic? Hidden Witnesses, easier to get through than Human Shields or the Goblins. I mean, debatably, it's sort of the same as the Goblin Queen stuff, which I feel like they should sort of be in a similar spot. Where is Madeline Pryor? That feels high. Yeah, that feels high. But whatever. We'll stick with it. Goblin doesn't seem that tough, is all I'm trying to say. MODOK, fun, but it's pretty easy to build around him and get through him pretty consistently. 9 is pretty low. 8 Recruit is high, but he's not always going to be on that. You can just avoid that for the most part. Mojo, Human Shields with 6 attack is a lot, and he'll get quite a few. He can be tough. We're at the point, I feel like Mojo is sort of the point where villains go from being kind of easy to they could be pretty hard. Well, maybe that actually feels like it probably is with Hybrid instead. All of these, of course, could be hard depending on your scheme and if you get unlucky and stuff, but Mojo feels like the point where it starts to be okay, you're consistently going to have to it's not going to be a consistent struggle, but it's more often than not, okay, this could be difficult. Kingpin, 13 bribe is something. Misty Knight, 14 bribe is something. Macho Gomez, not usually going to get very high up. His Master Strike is fun, but at the very least he'll have probably minimum 11. That seems reasonable. Supreme Intelligence, the shards that he gets will probably outpace Macho Gomez, even with you getting shards as well. Vulture actually seems kind of scary. Striker on 8 attack base is a bit better. You know, that's still pretty low, but putting wounds on everything in the HQ, and when you recruit something, you have to pass wounds off to other players, is interesting, and also seems spooky to me, honestly. Mephisto, wounds on top of deck is oppressive, and I'm just thankful his attack isn't any higher than 10. Would be a very annoying mastermind if he was any harder. But that being said, effect is very good, very powerful, but it's easy enough just on his cards alone to avoid them, more or less. Hydra Super Adaptoid ranges from easy to beat to hard to beat. On average, solid. And sort of feels good to be in like the halfway point. Belasco is, you know, consistently going to be strong and is going to do... And like clearing out your deck of stuff is sad. And I kind of forgot to take that into account for a lot of the things that I was considering for him. But at the end of the day, his attack power isn't very high. Yeah, he's clearing out your deck of good stuff, but kind of slowly, and you can rebuild. Uru Iron Man feels like the perfect sort of halfway point, which I guess he exactly is. Can be really strong, might not be. It really depends. Very RNG. Ragnarok is actually usually going to be pretty good. I feel like he might honestly be a bit higher, but there's chances where he's not. Thunderbolt Ross, just a weird one to figure out in general. I really don't know where I think he would rank. Nimrod, it's a tough condition to meet, but once you're at the point where you can meet it, it's, you know, you can blitz him out. Ultron can consistently be pretty strong, but you can sort of manipulate what he gets into his analysis pile, or you can just not give him anything to his analysis pile for the most part. Grim Reaper starts off slow, but, you know, he has enough locations and stuff to consistently keep him at a somewhat strong level. Grandmaster, I just need to figure out. I need to play with him. At least it starts at 10 and then could potentially get higher, and the Constance of Champion stuff seems like it could fuck with you pretty hard. King Hulk, just solid. Difficulty, pretty... seems like a good sort of introduction mastermind. Not too hard, not too easy. That's pretty much all I got on that one. Emperor Vulcan, going to consistently be at pretty high attack, but enough ways to reduce his attack power where it's not a constant. And that's kind of the only thing he has going for him, is he'll probably almost always be at 13 attack, but he doesn't really do much else. Madeline Pryor probably should have been a bit lower. I honestly think she's in the same vein as the Goblin. The main difference is she gets a lot more bystanders with her Master Strike. She doesn't start with any, but she can pile them on a lot quicker, at the very least. And it doesn't care as much about hidden witnesses specifically. It's just whenever she gets bystanders. And I think her villain group cares about capturing bystanders. So it's a fine enough ranking. I'm not too broken up about it. Mole Man, actually pretty scary. Having a lot of villains escape all at once can be extremely bad. And has very consistent ways of making himself pretty big, even though he starts off pretty small. So you really want to hope that you can beat him quickly before he steamrolls too quickly. Zemo, sort of opposite thing. You want to kind of let the game draw out so you can clear enough villains to make him pretty small. But all around can be pretty difficult at times. Hydra High Council, pretty variable on how hard it's going to be. Not much more to say on that. Maximus is... Master Strike is very oppressive. Always going to be hitting you hard, doing random effects that you can't really prepare for. But his overall attack power can be either very high or just 8. So sort of the give and take there. Shikla, is a hard one. She's very low attack power. Not 9 is low, but Fateful Resurrection makes up for that enough, and her manipulation of Fateful Resurrection, and specifically, playing Scheme Twists from the top of the deck, or at least putting them on top so they're coming up next, is can be very bad. Zola, I mean, another very random one, but at least it's a little more consistent with having Ultimate Abomination. That one can be really fucked. Or it can really not be. It's really hard to tell. Wasteland Hulk, very balanced, I feel. In fact, I feel like this one is the best sort of introduction mastermind of not too hard, not too easy, not too hard. Like, starts off pretty easy to deal with, and then as you sort of progress, he gets harder and harder. Like, if you're playing a first game with somebody, teaching them how the game works, I feel like Wasteland Hulk is good, better than Red Skull, because you just win the game too easily. Wasteland Hulk, you get that natural progression as they sort of understand the game more and more and feel more comfortable with the mechanics. Ironmonger, consistently going to be at 13 attack, but there are definitely ways to prevent that and keep him down at 9, but usually going to keep the bank filled. Hela, Goddess of Death, these should be swapped, I'm pretty sure. Unless I voted one way or the other and said my reasoning, which, in that case, ignore me, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ironmonger will usually consistently be more attack than Hela. But no, I think I did vote Hela because there's also her villainous weapons strikes can make her tougher. And her 2 Conquerors, bringing her up to like 15 or 20. I guess that's fair. That's reasonable. Odin, surprisingly tough mastermind for like one of the core sets, the villain set. Real tough, kind of like Mole Man, but starts off much stronger and still gets not equally as progressive increase as Mole Man gets, but starting at that much stronger place makes it a bit better, and just very oppressive all around. Evil Deadpool, very simple, but just like solid, strong mastermind. Not much more to say. Magus, starts off at a low level, but can skyrocket with both shards and people in the city who have shards. Can be very scary. Sentry, starting the game with 2 wounds in your deck, hurts really, really bad. Charles Xavier, Professor of Crime, that Master Strike and, caring about bystanders in the city or HQ, that's going to stack up really quickly, actually. Maybe it's less than I think it is, but I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. Of course, you can get rid of those hidden witnesses, and maybe I didn't account for that fully. But he'll always be sort of refreshing. Villains will care about bystanders. He's going to be pretty big consistently and make you expend resources a lot more than the Goblin would be. Mandarin starts off strong and is harder to bring lower than Zemo, just because of his nature. Only one specific thing brings him lower, and he's always bringing those things back into the city. Super solid. Illuminati, lower end of their strength is still pretty high. Higher end is among some of the highest. All around very solid and very dangerous Master Strikes. Galactus, eating the city. Yes, Cosmic Threat can bring him down very low, but him eating the city is enough to still make him a very, very powerful threat. Deathbird is sort of the just flood the city with shit mastermind. Constantly just so much Shi'ar that makes her tougher. And so you have to keep clearing stuff out from the city, and then Master Strikes come out, and that brings in more dudes. I think Deathbird is very tough. I've struggled with her a lot. Authoritarian Iron Man, just a strong baseline and enough like defensive capabilities to make it very hard to pin him down. Zombie Green Goblin, or ZGG, Rise of the Living Dead, man, is fucking annoying. Beyonder can be brought down pretty low, but less than Galactus, sort of, in my mind. Pocket Dimensions can be oppressive. Fin Fang Foom, even like with average and ideal circumstances, is still tough, and Demolish is scary. Thanos, you got to get those stones, man. You got to get those gems. And even if you get a lot of them, he's still going to be tough to deal with. He'll be punishing you constantly. King Hyperion, charge, hurts really bad. Pushing things out of the city. He gets a lot of attack, and even when you fight him in the city, he doesn't count as a tactic. You have to put him back. You have to fight him while he's on his space. Onslaught, one less hand size is batshit insane. Oh, I probably should have moved my webcam, huh? Oh, well, whatever. Here, if you want a full view of everything, there it is. Sorry about that. I was going to do that, and then I forgot. Anyways, yeah, super impressive on Onslaught. Poison Thanos, just going to be accruing so much attack. That's going to be hard to reduce. Dark Phoenix just blitzes you very quickly, makes the game just probably the most oppressive ability. And Apocalypse, that one tactic. One starting at 12 attack, crazy. And that one tactic of just endlessly respawning, not endlessly, but pretty often respawning, and fucking 4 horsemen being stronger. It's all very crazy. That seems very fair. Now I'll go, this was, what, 75? There are 104 masterminds, so I only have to read 29. A lot less than the heroes I had to do, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I will do that. All right, first of the ones that were not in the sorter is Alchemax Executives, from Marvel 2099. This is another one of the Adapt Masterminds. So there are just 4 mastermind tactics to deal with. So first up, Avatar, CEO of Alchemax. Always leads the Alchemax Enforcers, which I don't think really play into how they play. Doesn't really seem like it. Set up add an extra hero to the hero deck. That's an interesting condition. I'm not exactly sure what point that serves, but I guess we'll find out. Master Strike put the 2 highest cost heroes from the HQ into the escape pile, then Cybermod Blue. Each player gains a wound, which Cybermod you can do. Cybermod for enemies means if there's a card with that symbol in the escape pile. So if there's a blue card in the escape pile, then each player gains a wound after you've put the 2 highest cost heroes from the HQ into the escape pile. That's scary. And he's 10 attack. Okay. So solid. Fight, and then of course adapt, so it'll always switch between Master Strikes and fights. Each other player puts a non-gray hero from their hand or discard pile into the escape pile. Then he adapts. That's nice. Or no, that's not nice. Non-gray. Okay. Probably going to feed Cybermod for this other stuff. Fear Master, VP of the Public Eye. Gets +1 for each gray hero you have. So same as Emma Frost, but lower minimum. Okay. Probably not going to be very difficult to deal with. Master Strike put the 2 lowest cost heroes from the HQ into the escape pile, then Cybermod Yellow. Count the number of yellow cards in the escape pile. Each player discards that many non-gray heroes, then draws a card for each card they discarded this way. So basically Waking Nightmare for the amount of yellow heroes in the escape pile. And it's 2 lowest costs. So it seems like this mastermind is all about dumping heroes into escape pile for Cybermod. Kind of neat. So it seems like a weaker Emma Frost. Okay. Fight, each other player discards 2 gray heroes. Okay. John Herod, Executive VP. He has Cybermod red. John Herod gets +5 attack up to 13. Okay. So 2 red heroes in the escape pile. Give him that. That seems like that's probably going to happen somewhat consistently. So interesting. Master Strike put the 2 rightmost heroes from the HQ into the escape pile. Then Cybermod red, you may pay 5 attack this turn to expose fake Captain America. If you do, KO one of your heroes. If you don't, by the end of this turn, each player gains a wound. Oof. Okay, so you can get a good effect from that, or it'll be real bad for everybody else. Fight, KO 2 of your heroes. That's very nice. I think the odds of you getting 2 red Cybermod depends on when this comes up. If you want this one to come up early, because that's really nasty to get late. 13 attack on one of the cards is rough, but not unheard of, not super tough. Next up, Tiger Wild, General of Alchemax Elite. Cybermod green, he gets +1 for each green card in the escape pile. Okay. Could be a bit, I don't know. I'd have to see Cybermod in action to really know. Oh, and these extra rankings of these heroes that were not in the sorter. Some of them I think I have played with. Some of them I have not. So take these. I will try to more accurately slot them into an actual spot, but take it with a grain of salt. Master Strike put the 2 leftmost heroes from the HQ into the escape pile, then Cybermod black. Each player reveals a black hero card or discards a card. Sure. Then fight, send a hero from the escape pile under cover. That's nice. So you clear out some of the Cybermod stuff. That'll be useful, especially for this one. All around, kind of get the vibe you would get maybe 2 from this, maybe 1. Probably not going to get more than 2 from that. So 10, 20. Seems the average seems okay. It doesn't honestly seem that strong. I'm not super concerned about that. I think it's below any of the other adapt. I think it's below the Hydra Council. Where was that? Hydra High Council here. Yeah, I think it's... I honestly feel like it's lower than that. That really doesn't seem very strong. Oh, sorry. Hydra Super Adaptoid was the lowest one. I think, actually, yeah, right beneath... right between Hydra Super Adaptoid and Mephisto seems just about right for me for these guys. I have to give him a shot to really know for certain, though. All right, next one is Annihilus. This one I haven't played with either, but I've read him before, and it stuck with me as it sounds like it's going to be very, very hard. From the Annihilation set, base 10 attack, decent. Mass Momentum 2. What that means is it gets +2 attack for every villain that entered a new city space this turn. Doesn't matter if they move multiple spaces. It just matters if a villain is in a different city space than where they started in that turn, he gets +2 attack. That's a lot. He's at least always going to be 12 for the most part, unless you pull like a Master Striker Scheme Twist. But a lot of the time he's going to be 12. But then pushing villains 14, 16. If all 5 spaces are filled and moved to, that's 10 more attack, and he goes up to 20 attack. And honestly, that seems like that's going to happen pretty often. I think at the very least, you can expect to usually have him at 14 attack. If not 16 or 12. The chances of you fighting him at 10 seem low. Holy shit, we're not even going to get into that. Always Leads Annihilation Wave seems to be a henchman group, which I should have looked this up before I looked. Oh, actually, is that a villain group? Oh, it is a villain group. Okay. Weird, then, for one player to use 6 henchmen. I guess you just... instead of using Annihilation Wave, but whatever. Yeah, and they all have stuff. They have momentum and shit. Holy fuck. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at one of the villains is Weaponized Galactus, who has 9 attack, momentum 9. And then when he escapes, he destroys city spaces. That's funny. Anyways, back to the Mastermind at hand. His Master Strike. You reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a bystander, Annihilus captures it. If it's a villain, it enters the city, captures a bystander, and moves forward an extra space. So you're guaranteed to probably be pushing more things forward. He's guaranteed to be clearing a bystander off the top, so he doesn't have to worry about that, so other things can move forward. Yeah, that's extremely nasty. Kind of guaranteeing that he'll be a lot of attack. Let's read his tactics. Deploy the Planet Killer. If this is not the final tactic, if Weaponized Galactus is in play, he escapes. Great, so you just destroy a city space. Nice. If he wasn't in the city and wasn't in any victory pile, then he enters the city from the villain deck and you shuffle the villain deck. So he tutors for Galactus and plays him to the field. That is bonkers. Sorry if you notice my camera sort of slides. It's not a great setup that I have right now. Yeah, crazy. Oh, you know what? I should probably do this and put myself back in the middle here. A little scuffed. But it's fine. Yeah, wild. Okay. Pull into the negative zone. The cost of each hero currently in the HQ gets -2 this turn. Okay, so it actually reduces the cost of stuff. That's nice. Surging Annihilation. Check all Annihilation wave villains from each player's victory pile. The one worth the most victory points enters the city, and that player's rescues bystanders equal to that villain's victory points. Scary, but some additional bonus effect. Okay. The Cosmic Control Rod. Each other player reveals the top 3 cards of their deck. KOs the highest cost hero that is revealed this way and puts the rest back in any order. That's rough. That's really, really going to hurt. These 2 strikes are crazy, or these 2 tactics are really, really mean. This one could be very, very bad. That seems like a very hard villain to deal with. These 2 seem good. I feel like you kind of need that mix. This Mastermind seems insanely powerful. Like I said, I don't think there's a case where he's going to be below 14. I mean, there are going to be cases, but he's on average going to be 14. And that's pretty high. And I think legitimately that's enough to slot him into the top 5. I don't think he's anywhere within the top 3. Oh, he might be more than Poison Thanos. I would have to play with him to really know. But that seems real difficult. I guess the question is, do I feel like Poison Thanos would consistently get to a point where he's at least at 14, probably 15 or 16. Though that might be a little harder. Do I feel like Thanos could reliably get to 18? No. Yeah, no, I think that is enough. I think Annihilus is more often going to reach a higher attack than Poison Thanos. Yeah, Poison Thanos grabs stuff out from your deck, but Annihilus pushes things around the city, which is hard to deal with. These tactics are rough. Yeah, just from reading this, I'm going to push Poison Thanos down a spot, and I'm going to have Annihilus take his spot. That seems reasonable to me. I could fully foresee him taking the second spot, honestly. He's crazy. Yeah, super solid. All right, next up we have Bastion Fused Sentinel. Whoa, only 4 attack. What the fuck is that? All Sentinel Masterminds get +1 attack for each Master Strike in the KO pile, even after Bastion is defeated. What? Huh? Okay, crazy. What does that mean? I already know, I read it. Oh, this is from Messiah Complex, by the way. Always leads Purifier and any Sentinel henchman group. Master Strike. A card from the Bystander stack ascends to become a 3-attack Prime Sentinel Mastermind. With Fight, rescue this. Master Strike. Each player reveals the top card of their deck and discards it if it costs 1 or more. Woo, boy. So Bastion is the Super Friends Mastermind, I guess. He's all about just adding more and more Masterminds to the game, which is extremely funny. And all of them get Striker, which is very neat. Including himself, he counts as a Sentinel Mastermind. These random Prime Sentinels will have Striker, so they'll minimum be 4 each. So super interesting. Machine Man Sentinel Supreme is one of the tactics. All of the tactics also become Masterminds when you beat them, and you're going to rescue 3 bystanders. So I don't need to read that part. The Master Strike for Machine Man, he's 7 attack. Master Strike, each player reveals a black hero regains a wound. Okay, simple. 4 attack on Master Mold Sentinel Factory. A Sentinel henchman from the villain deck enters the city. Shuffle the villain deck. So you have to you tutor for a Sentinel henchman. That's funny. Nimrod Future Sentinel. Master Strike, choose recruit or attack. Each player discards a card with the chosen icon. Oh yeah, each of these also says KO one of your heroes, by the way, which is neat. All right, solid. Template, Infected Sentinel. 5. Each player reveals a red hero, discards one of their non-gray heroes. Okay. So those Master Strikes don't seem very tough. The problem comes in when you have 4 Master Strike effects that you're resolving at once. 5. More than that. This can get very intense and very overwhelming very quickly, and I love it. I think that sounds super interesting. I legitimately do not know where I would rank it. I would have to play with it. Overall, you do have to fight each time you defeat a mastermind tactic, you have to fight it again. And so taking into mind, boy, I don't even know what the average would look like here. But like with 3 Master Strikes, when this comes out, it'd be 10, 7, 9, 8. Not super high on any of them, but you have to, it's so many different things that you have to fight. You have to fight these Masterminds because you don't win the game until all Masterminds are defeated. And he still, like, even when you defeat all of his tactics, he still gives that +1 buff to everything. So, very cool. Really need to get a sense for how it works. It seems like it would be powerful just based off of the way it works. It seems more consistent than what Hybrid is doing. So for now, I'm just going to slot it 1 spot above Hybrid because I do not think it sounds super, super tough, but you got to be careful or it can quickly become too overwhelming. Okay, we got Darren Cross from the Ant-Man and the Wasp set. 8 attack with Bank Conqueror 6. Similarly to Ironmonger, the bank is pretty easy to have things in, but I guess we'll read more and then I'll talk about it. Always leads cross technologies. Okay, Darren Cross double crosses each player, then he transforms. Double cross means each player reveals their hand and discards one of their highest cost double cards. So, or highest cost doubles. Right. So if you have a hand of, say, a bunch of 0 costs and then 2 2 costs and then 2 4 costs or something, then you have to KO one of your 4 cost cards. That can hurt. That will usually, I think, more consistently do damage than a single use of Demolish. But then he transforms into Yellow Jacket, which feels like Adrian Toombs and fucking... Vulture should have been a transform card, but whatever. They didn't think of that about that, I guess. Or maybe this set came out before World War Hulk. I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, Yellow Jacket, 12 attack with microscopic size changing black. So you can potentially bring him down by 6, down to 6. Nope, that's nowhere near true. Down by 4, down to 8. So back on par with his normal form. Which, that's not hard to get if you're specifically building for that. If you're not, then 12 is pretty rough to get through, but if you have at least 1, 10 is a little easier. Master Strike, each player discards a yellow hero or size-changing hero or gains a wound, then he transforms back. Okay, seems all around solid. The Bank Conqueror 6 is a case where I don't think it'll do as much as, say, Ironmonger's Bank Conqueror, because 6 is a lot higher. It's going to be less often that a more attack or equal villain is going to occupy that space where you can just clear it out for 3 instead and only pay a total of 11 attack to defeat Darren, or maybe somewhere in between there. But in the case where that does apply, 14 attack is a lot, and the bank will usually have stuff in it. It's not as common as the sewers, of course, but we'll see if he has any other things to apply that. Corporate Raider, fight, KO one of your heroes with a star icon. If the bank is empty, move a villain to the bank. Okay. All of them say he transforms at the end. Protect my investments. If the bank is empty, each other player chooses a villain with 2 victory points or more from their victory pile. You choose one of those villains to enter the bank. Okay. So he does have quite a few things to feed the bank at the very least. Shrinking research budget. Each hero currently in the HQ that has no size-changing abilities gains size-changing for one of its hero classes. That's neat. And then Steel Pim Particles. Each other player shuffles a red, black, or size-changing card from their hand or discard pile into the hero deck. Oh, so you have to get rid of one of your cards. That sucks. Yeah, that could be really rough, but the rest of these seem okay. These two feed the bank, which helps that, which is rough. Yes, all around seems like could be higher or harder than Ironmonger. Kind of hard to tell. Where is Ironmonger at? 21. Do I feel like he would be like stronger than Wasteland Hulk most of the time? Could be. I'm actually gonna swap. Nah, I'm gonna slot him just below Wasteland Hulk here. That seems fair. All right, we got Dormammu from the Doctor Strange set. Doctor Strange in the Shadows of Nightmare. Cool. Fucking anime title. Dormammu. 11 attack mastermind. Always leads Lords of the Netherworld. Master Strike. Each player makes a demonic bargain with Dormammu. That player discards the top card of their deck to see if they're corrupted by power. If that discarded card costs 1 or more, the player is too powerful and they gain a wound. Okay. So each player makes a demonic bargain with Dormammu. You have to do this to discard down to 4 cards. So you discard down to 4 cards, and then you have to check if you're also gaining a wound. Okay, that hurts pretty bad. And 11 attack is pretty high. Barter for souls. Choose a player to make a demonic bargain with Dormammu to gain a hero from the HQ that costs 6 or less. That's nice. Demonic Hellfire. Each other player makes a demonic bargain with Dormammu to KO a non-gray hero from their discard pile. That's rough. Flames of Regency. Each other player makes a demonic bargain with Dormammu to discard a card with an attack icon. Can be rough. Torments of the Dark Dimension. Each other player makes a demonic bargain with Dormammu to gain a 0-cost hero from the KO pile. These 3 are rough. This one's nice. All around he seems okay. 11 attack is definitely on the higher end. Yeah, this Master Strike is rough. Both gaining wounds, potential of gaining wound and discard down to 4 cards for each player, rough. But nothing super special. Not going to go above 11. Where do I feel like that goes? Not very high, honestly. I'm kind of feeling between Grandmaster and King Hulk. Yeah, that feels about right. All right, Ebony Maw from the Infinity Saga set. He has endgame, so that means it is endgame whenever the villain deck holds 8 cards per player or fewer. So if you have 4 players, it's 8, 16, 24, 32. So if the villain deck has 32 cards or less in it with 4 players, then you're in endgame. And when he's in endgame, he gets +4 attack. So once the game sort of reaches the past halfway point, I would kind of assume is what that is, then he becomes 12. So a little harder. 8 is still not very tough. Always leads Children of Thanos. Master Strike. It is the endgame this turn. Each other player reveals their hand and discards their highest cost hero. If it was already the endgame, KO those heroes. Yikes. Yeah, so makes your best card in your current hand discarded, and if it's endgame, you get rid of it instead. That can really, really hurt. So solid Master Strike. Hear Me and Rejoice. When you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 2 extra cards. Endgame, same effect, but 3 cards instead. That's nice. Smile, Even in Death. KO up to 2 of your heroes. Endgame, then KO up to 1 hero from your discard pile. Solid. You may think this is suffering. Each other player reveals a red hero or gains a wound. Endgame, then each other player reveals a blue hero or gains a wound. That can hurt. That's probably going to hurt. Gain a lot of wounds that way. Your powers are quaint. Each other player chooses a hero class, then reveals their hand and discards all non-gray heroes that aren't that hero class. Oh, interesting. So each player chooses which color they want to, or which class they want to keep that turn. Endgame, then they also discard all gray heroes. Oh, okay, fair enough. So these strikes are a little rough. That one could end up not doing anything too bad, but it could ruin some turns. This one seems kind of rough. These 2 are actually very good. All around not impressed. Seems okay. like going through a good amount of the game with 8 attack is low, and getting up to 12, yeah, I mean that's that magic number I like, but for difficulty, but it's only for like half the game, so I don't think that's great. At least he, well, yeah, I think it's definitely below that. Hard. I'll put him I'll put him above Misty Knight, below Macho Gomez. Sure, that seems fair to me. All right, next we got Ego the Living Planet from the Guardians of the Galaxy MCU set. 3 attack. Whoa. But then he gets +1 for each city space. Interesting. When there are no more city spaces, good wins. Oh, so you want to destroy the city. Very interesting. So base at the start of the game starts at 8. Low, but we'll see what else he's got. Always leads any villain group plus add an additional villain group. That's unique. Never seen that before. Very interesting. I guess it makes sense. Ego doesn't really lead anything. So fair enough. Master Strike, create an empty city space on the left side of the city. If there are at least 3 villains in the city, each player gains a wound. Then play another card from the villain deck. Very tough Master Strike, interestingly enough. There's some weird... This is a very interesting Mastermind. There's sort of good and bad with that, because creating extra city spaces, you're going to get less escapes, and that's usually good. But at the same time, that buffs Ego. And, you know, giving players wounds for 3 villains, that's probably going to be likely. And then playing another card from the villain deck. That's rough to see on a Master Strike. So, very interesting. Let's read the other things. Cover all that exists. All of these, I will say at the very end, say shuffle this tactic back into Ego's tactics. You may KO one of your heroes, choose a henchman from any victory pile to enter the city, destroy the leftmost city space. Any villain there escapes, shuffle this tactic back into Ego's tactics. Interesting. Then I'm a Celestial Sweetheart. When you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, draw 2 extra cards, destroy the leftmost city space. Then the expansion is my purpose. You get +1 recruit for each empty city space, destroy the leftmost city space. Until everything is me, rescue 3 bystanders, destroy the leftmost city space. So, you don't actually beat Ego by beating him 4 times. You have to beat him by wiping out the city. Which is extremely neat. This, on the surface, doesn't seem very hard, because he'll start at 8, and yeah, each Master Strike will give him 1 additional city space. But that can only go up to a max of 5. So he'll only potentially go up to 13, which is high, definitely. And also, by that point, the city is 10 spaces long. So villains aren't escaping, so you don't really have to worry about the city at that point. It's very interesting and backwards in a way I like. And it's kind of impossible for me to judge how difficult it is without playing it. But yeah, then every time you defeat him, whether he's at 8 or 13, you remove a city space, and villains there escape. So interestingly, for the more of the city you destroy, the easier and easier it is to defeat him, and you can probably chain the last 4 spaces into defeating him, but the easier it becomes for villains to escape, and that can be really bad based off of the scheme. So there's a lot of back and forth of, yes, he is easier to defeat and you're getting closer to winning, but you're also getting danger close to a lot of villains escaping, which can be very bad. I really, really like the design of this Mastermind. I really do not know where it should go. I think because I have no idea of the difficulty, I can't judge the average attack you're going to have to do, or any of that stuff, because you're playing a different game at that point. It's just a completely different beast altogether. I would put it in like a separate category. For the sake of this, because I really don't know, I need to test with it, I'm going to put it, I guess, just right above Hydra Super Adaptoid, just straight in the middle. Or no, right below Uru Enchanted Iron Man. That's sort of the middle point. Right in the middle, because I don't know what the fuck. Super, super cool. I want to play with it. It's hard to wrap my head around. Yeah, very interesting. All right, next up we have Exodus from the Messiah Complex set. I did read that. 32 base attack. Highest in the game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the scale only goes up to 36, and that's on his epic scale. So, highest base attack in the game. What the fuck? How do you overcome 32? By playing Infinite Goons with Kingpin. But also, you may pay 3 recruit any number of times to shatter Exodus, which shatter means you have the attack characteristic. So 3 recruit, you take him down from 32 to 16. Still pretty high. 3 more recruit, take him down from 16 to 8. So essentially it's kind of like Nimrod in a way, where you need 6 attack and 6 recruit, kind of, but more attack. But also it's more variable, where if you only have the 3 recruit, but you have the 16 attack, you can do that. Or, you know, you could pay 9 recruit and bring him all the way down to 4. Or if you're crazy, 12 down to 2, or 15 to bring him down to 1. That's not going to happen. Though paying 9 to bring him down to 4 and then having 4 attack in hand is very reasonable. So very interesting. A lot of different ways to tackle this guy. He always leads the Acolytes. Don't know much about them. I don't think they contribute to them very much. I think they mostly care about Shatter. Master Strike, choose X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, or Brotherhood. Each player discards one of those heroes or gains a wound. So you choose for everybody else to reveal. You can probably, for the most part, communicate with people to know what the least amount of damage you're going to do is, which is nice. Okay. Tactics, Avalon, Asteroid Haven. I can't fucking read. Fight, you may gain a X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, or Brotherhood hero from the HQ. Each other player discards 2 cards that weren't any of those teams. So good for you, bad for them. Omega level mutant. Each other player reveals their hand, discards all their cards that cost 1 or more, then draws that many cards. Rough. Based kind of like Waking Nightmare. Resurrect the Dead. Choose a player. That player gains a X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, or Brotherhood hero from the KO pile. Then chooses a non-henchman villain from the victory pile to enter the city. Rough. Good thing, bad thing. Unite all mankind. Each other player chooses one of their X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, or Brotherhood. Love saying all of those things back to back. That's funny. Heroes to enter the city as a villain with attack equal to its cost, and fight, gain this as a hero. If no card enters the city this way, then each player gains a wound. Interesting. So there is a conditional for that might not happen, and if it does, fuck you guys anyways. But having each other player choose one of their fucking X people heroes to become villains, very scary. All of these tactics are super spooky. Exodus himself is very interesting. I think it's both. He seems like he's probably harder than Nimrod, but there is also the adaptability of, but if you have 9 recruit, then you can only fight him for 4, and that's sometimes going to be harder, sometimes going to be easier based on just the build you have. Seems a lot more lenient, so I kind of want to rate him lower than Nimrod. Though that big 32 number is extremely funny, it is easy to get him down very low. Like even with 6, getting him down to 8, very, very reasonable. So where do I have Nimrod at? Because that will kind of determine. Nimrod feels too high. Not that I'm looking at that again, but everything else is pretty. I feel like I might have overhyped Nimrod. But yeah, I feel good about putting him just below Nimrod. That feels fine to me. Very interesting. Yeah. All right, next up we got Ghost, Master Thief from the Ant-Man and the Wasp set. She is 8 attack, gets +1 for each different cost among her kidnapped victims. While this side is face up, you may recruit cards from her kidnapped victims in any order, spending 2 recruit extra for each. Oh, I see. So she'll have like heroes that she kidnaps, and then you can pay 2 more than their cost to steal them and make her a little less. Interesting. Always leads ghost chasers. Don't know much about them. Master Strike. Each player reveals a yellow hero or discards 2 cards with star icons. Then she transforms. Okay. I mean, very whatever. Then Ghost Intangible. 6 attack, but you can't fight ghosts unless you made 6 recruit this turn. The Nimrod ability. I talked about why that can sometimes be pretty difficult to overcome. Master Strike, each player discards a red hero or puts a non-gray hero from their hand or discard pile next to Ghost as a kidnapped victim. Then she transforms. So each player does that. You can probably get around that pretty easily, though. Okay. So let's read the tactics before I get into anything else. Draining Quantum Energy Chamber. Fight. Each other player reveals their hand and KOs one of their cards that shares a hero class with any of Ghost's kidnapped victims, and then she transforms. She transforms at the bottom of each of those. Okay. Yeah, that could be pretty bad. Elaborate Rescue Plan. You may choose a player to gain one of Ghost's kidnapped victims. Okay. So solid. Nightmarish Wrath. Each other player puts a non-gray hero from their discard pile next to Ghost as a kidnapped victim. Okay, so that buffs her. That's good at the very least. Shadowy Abduction. Put the highest cost hero from the HQ next to Ghost as a kidnapped victim. Rough. Okay. Yeah, the tactics seem good. Those Master Strikes are whatever. They could hit people, and that could up her, but not as she's like a mix of Charles Xavier, or I guess Professor X from the villain set, and Nimrod, weirdly enough, but sort of worse than both of them. Because she gets kidnapped victims a lot less frequently. You have to be on this side, and then she has to get them from people who don't have red. You're probably going to commit to getting red heroes, hopefully, to avoid that. And she has other ways of getting them, but I don't see her getting more than like 3 at a time. Maybe more. Maybe up to 4. Maybe she goes up to 12. I mean, okay. Feels pretty weak, all things considered. Yeah, honestly, I think that's like between Malekith and Professor X. Okay. Okay, we got Hank Pym Yellow Jacket from the What If set. Hank Pym Yellow Jacket, 4 attack. Before each time you fight Hank Pym, you must track him down by discarding the top 6 cards of your deck. Then paying 2 for each card you discarded that costs 0. If you don't pay this total, you gain a wound and your turn ends. Whew, okay. Always leads any villain group, sure. Master Strike, each player puts 3 0-cost cards from their discard pile on top of their deck, guaranteeing sort of a buffer for his stuff, for his core ability. Okay. Tactics, microscopic research. You may gain a hero from the HQ that costs 2 or less. Okay. Whatever. Revenge for Ancient Grievance. The player with the most villains in their victory pile and or tied for most gains a wound. Ooh, okay. So kind of penalizes the player who's doing the best. Interesting. Save from Assassination. Choose a card from your discard pile that was discarded from your deck this turn. You may put that card into your hand. Sure. So you can get one of those 0-cost cards back. I guess there's other ways to discard cards from your deck. Sure, whatever. Vengeful Sting. Each player reveals the top 3 cards of their deck, discards all those cards that cost 1 or more, then puts the rest back in any order. So also sort of stacking the deck for this effect. So guaranteed that you can't fight him with your starting deck. That's good. Discarding the top 6 cards of your deck. So potentially, if you get really unlucky, he could get 12 more attack and go up to 16. Hopefully by the end of the game, it's more conceivable that he'll flip 2 or 3 and be 8 or 10 instead. Which I think it is interesting that you have to try to fight him. You probably want to do that at the end of your turn, because if you fail, your turn just ends. You don't end that attack sequence. You are done for the turn, and you gain a wound. Rough. Kind of fun. Neat little mechanic. Towards the end of the game, it's going to be way easier. He gets easier as the game goes on. And even, like, getting 4 cards, that's rough. That puts him up to 12, but that's still not insurmountable. And a lot of the times, if you have a lot of your gray heroes on the top of your deck, your hand kind of stacked with a lot of the good stuff most of the time. So, interesting. Another hard one to judge. I would have to play it. It doesn't seem tough, really. I think I'm going to put that, like... I think it's a little easier than Immortal Emperor. So, in between Morgan Le Fay and Immortal Emperor seems fine with me. No, actually, even easier than Morgan Le Fay, I think. Yeah, that seems fair with me. So, in between these two here. Okay, next we got Indestructible Man from Black Widow. Has a star for an attack icon. Okay. You can't use attack to fight Indestructible Man. Once during each of your turns, you may shuffle 2 Elite Assassins from your victory pile into the villain deck. If you do, fight Indestructible Man. Interesting. Which the Elite Assassins are a villain group that he leads that does stuff, and they're not super tough. It seems like they have some stuff. So you don't actually fight him with attack. You fight the Elite Assassins villain group. Get 2 of them, shuffle them into back into the villain deck, and then you get to fight him. Interesting. Let's see what else he's got. Always these Elite Assassins, sure. So you have to use that for solo. Shuffle an Elite Assassin from your victory pile into the villain deck. If you can't, each player gains a wound. That's just for you, thankfully, but makes it harder for you specifically to fight Indestructible Man. International Arms Dealer, the first tactic. Gain a tech hero from the HQ. Each other player reveals a tech hero or gains a wound. If this is not the last tactic, play 2 cards from the villain deck. Yikes, but also nice. That helps you get through the villain deck faster for Elite Assassins. Interesting. Manipulate Murderous Mad Monk. Fun alliteration. Fight if this is not the last tactic. Rescue 4 bystanders, and this tactic enters the city as Maloit Bolga villain, whose abilities are ambush, play 2 cards from the villain deck. Fight, KO one of your heroes, and escape. Shuffle this back into the Mastermind tactics. Okay, so you want to get rid of that, and that has 8 attack. Yikes. Secrets of Indestructibility. Fight, KO up to 2 wounds from your hand or discard pile. If this is not the final tactic, play 2 cards from the villain deck. And then Unveil Project 4. Each player reveals their hand and discards each card with a 4 printed anywhere on it. Copyright dateline doesn't count. That's funny. If this is not the last tactic, play 2 cards from the villain deck. Okay. So all of them make you play more cards from the villain deck, which is scary, but also sort of necessary, because you need to be able to get through those Elite Assassins. Another one that I have no idea how to rate. Very, very, very different. Very neat. Sorry, the ground is shaking. And it's making me a little nauseous. Very neat. Seems like on average you're probably going to have to spend like 7, maybe 10 at most attack to get enough to beat him based off of these villains. But then Dark Memories ups that a little bit potentially. Very interesting. I do not think I can really decide where it would go. So same thing as before. I'm just going to slot it right in the middle. Same as Ego. Would have to play against it to really know for certain. Very interesting, though. All right, we got Kang the Conqueror from Annihilation. Uh, he's 8 attack base. He has Conqueror 2 for each city space under a time incursion. He benefits from villains there. Villains under a time incursion gets +2 attack. Okay. Always leads timelines of Kang. Master Strike. This strike becomes a time incursion. Put it above the rightmost city space that doesn't yet have a time incursion. Interesting. The rightmost city space. So it starts with the sewers. So he's likely to get stronger from that. So his potential with this alone is up to 18. Very high. Not super likely to get that high. Because you would need... It's Conqueror. You need villains in those city spaces, but he does buff the villains there as well, making them harder to get rid of. Very interesting. Iron Lad grows up to become King. Spoilers. If this is not the final tactic, each player reveals their hand. You may choose a card named Iron Lad from the escape pile or from Man Out of Time, or from any player's hand or discard pile, or that you played this turn. So you take an Iron Lad card from literally anywhere. Shuffle Iron Lad into Kang's tactics as a mastermind tactic that says fight, gain this as a hero. So pretty, I guess it depends on if you're playing with Iron Lad. If you're not, this doesn't do anything, which is weird. But if you are, if you're unlucky enough to be doing that, then you have to fight him one additional time. That can be rough, but not too bad as like fucking Apocalypse is bullshit. Leap into the time stream. If this is not the final tactic, take another turn. Don't play a card from the villain deck at the start of that turn. That's at least nice. I don't like take another turn effects, but effects that let you not play a villain card at the start of that turn, that at least gives it some purpose. Also in solo. Pull from the future, reveal the top 2 cards of the villain deck, choose a villain revealed this way to enter an empty city space under a time incursion, put the rest back in any order, boosts himself, fills the city, nasty. Savior from another timeline, you may gain a hero from any HQ space under a time incursion, send it as a man or woman out of time. Neat. Yeah, these tactics, except for this one, are they're like half and half, schnasty and not schnasty. Yeah, I could definitely see Kang pretty easily getting up to 14 to 12, probably maybe 14 with our average 3 Master Strike deal. Could be more. Doesn't blow me away, but does seem strong at the very least. I think putting him... I'm not entirely sure. I'll put him above Magus. I'll actually put him above Sentry in the Void. That seems fair. Yeah, I'll go with that for now. We'll see if I end up being very wrong. Next one is actually immediately after. Kang Quantum Conqueror. Weird ass words for my mouth hole to say. From Ant-Man and the Wasp. 11 attack base. Already pretty high. Then Rooftops Conqueror, Streets Conqueror, Bridge Conqueror, 3. So the last 3 city spaces, Conqueror 3. Whew! Always leads Armada of Kang. Set aside the villains from an extra villain group as timeline variants. Very unique and what? Okay. Master Strike. Each player discards a green hero or gains a wound. Put a random timeline variant villain face up in the multiverse space. Kang transforms. What is the multiverse space? Well, let's find out. We'll go over to that one. Kang Multiverse Conqueror. 10 attack. Multiverse Conqueror 8. Oh, what? While either side of Kang is face up, the multiverse is a space to his left that can hold multiple villains. You can fight them in any order, only while this side is face up. Master Strike, if there are any villains in the multiverse, each player gains a wound. Then a villain from the multiverse enters an empty city space among the rooftops, streets, or bridge. Then he transforms. So, in this form, going to definitely be 18 attack until you clear out the multiverse, then he goes down to 10, which is more reasonable. Back in the other form, if, that flips over, then he's at least going to be 14. Potential with this is 20. Whew. Probably not going to be that high. At the very least, it's conceivable that he'll be 14 with those Conqueror abilities. And it's going to be hard to avoid that in particular. But let's read his tactics. Conqueror's Wrath. If any villains in the rooftop, streets, or bridge, each player gains a wound. If there are any villains in the multiverse, each player gains a wound. So you potentially could get 2 wounds. Yikes. King's Defiance. If any of the rooftops, streets, or bridge are empty, reveal the top card of the villain deck. If it's a villain and enters one of those spaces, then put a random timeline variant villain face up in the multiverse space. Feeds both. Kang double crosses each other player. Unfortunate. Put a random timeline variant villain face up in the multiverse space. Oh, yeah, you're just getting more and more things in the multiverse, making it harder to get rid of that Conqueror. Excuse me. The Time Sphere. Each other player puts 2 cards from their hand on the bottom of their deck. You draw 2 cards. Interesting. That one's okay. These are very nasty. Buff them up quite a bit. It's going to be hard keeping the multiverse clear with all of that stuff. And you might be getting some wounds. I feel like this type of Conqueror is much better than Hela's type of Conqueror, because the rooftops at the very least are probably going to have something, and it's going to cost more to get rid of it. And yeah, he already starts off pretty high, and his potential just sort of skyrockets. So I think that's very good. I think he is extremely powerful. And I do feel comfortable saying his average is probably 14. But on the other side, well, no, you would have to... No, that's pretty scary. And those enter the city onto their... Yeah, okay. With deliberation, I think he is probably... Whew. Do I think he's above Deathbird? Probably, actually, yeah. Above Authoritarian Iron Man? No. I'm going to do above Deathbird, below Authoritarian Iron Man for now. Them's be my vote. My verdict. Okay. Killmonger next from Black Panther. 5 attack. While he has more than 0 attack, you cannot fight him. Instead, you may spend attack equal to his attack to wound him and get +1 recruit. So you can, when you wound a Mastermind, you put a wound on them and they get -1 attack, and you can stack those on him. So you cannot fight him while he has any attack value. You have to wound him until he goes down to 0 and then defeat him. And then when you defeat him, I'm pretty sure you remove... you remove their wounds. Always leads Killmonger's lead. Each player must reveal 4 different hero classes or gain one of the wounds on Killmonger. Oof. Any player who can't do either must discard down to 4 cards. So always going to be something bad. If you can reveal the 4 hero classes, very good. So you're going to be wanting to get a lot of different colors when playing against him. Fail, he both makes himself harder to deal with by giving wounds out, and giving you wounds, which is bad. Thankfully, his attack value is not very high, so for each time you have to fight him, you have to go spend 5, then spend 4, then spend 3, then 2, then 1. So 5, 9, 12, 14, 15. Spread out over all of those different ways, which ironically is the same sort of starting attack that Arcade gets from Human Shields, but this feels a little bit harder to deal with, because 5 is harder to deal with than 3, but then again, we'll talk more about it. Let me read the tactics. A scar for every kill. You get +1 recruit for each non-henchman villain in your victory pile. Okay. Altar of Resurrection. The player on your left chooses a non-henchman villain from the victory pile. It enters the city with a wound on it. Then the player to your right does the same effect. In solo, you do both. Yikes. Right of challenge. Each player with no Killmonger tactics in their victory pile gains a wound that was on Killmonger. So before you like remove the wounds fully, they go to the other players. Yikes. Throw from the waterfall, draw 2 cards, and then each other player discards a card. Okay. Tactics are kind of whatever. They don't really do much. The Master Strikes do help remove those wounds. That seems pretty weak to me, if I'm being honest. I think that's pretty low. I think that's still... Do I think that's above arcade? No, I really don't. 5, then 4, then 3. Yeah, each time you have to spend more. Well, you have to spend less each time. It's going to be easier and easier. And maybe that ends up being more than you total have to put to arcade. But arcade is constantly getting human shields and a pretty decent amount. No, I think that's weaker than arcade. I'm not even going to lie. I think that's really, really weak. I can't know for certain, but that really does not seem good. So, yeah, below arcade is my current standing. Fuck you. Immediately next one, Killmonger the Betrayer. No break for me. 9 attack. This is from the What If set. Always include Killmonger as one of the heroes. That's fun. Always leads Vibranium Liberator drones. Sure. Master Strike, if there are any Killmonger cards in the city or HQ, each player gains a wound. Okay. Then choose a Killmonger hero from your hand, any player's discard pile, or the HQ to enter the city as a villain with attack equal to its cost, +3, and fight, KO this, or choose a player to gain it. Interesting. So he's all about turning your heroes into villains. That's kind of cool. Change in loyalties, gain a Killmonger card from the city, HQ, or another player's discard pile. Okay. From the city. So you could just, it's basically an instant kill. That's interesting. You get +1 recruit for each different villain group in your victory pile. That's one called pulling the strings. See you on the flip side. Each other player reveals their hand and discards a Killmonger card. Sunset over Wakanda. From left to right, each Killmonger hero in the HQ enters the city as a villain as described on the Mastermind card. Then refill all empty city spaces. Okay. So he puts a lot of villains into the city, which is scary. And a lot of high attack villains, seemingly, because +3 attack on each of those is rough. But he only has that one extra effect. These are all, like, okay. This doesn't seem strong. The 9 attack is low. So, yeah. I think, to me, that feels just above Pagliacci. Yeah, we'll go with that. No other reasoning other than, like, the villains stuff dumping a lot of things is slightly scarier than what Pagliacci is doing. Off the top of my head, that's just what I think. Next we got Claw from Black Panther. Claw is double empowered by the colors of his sonic frequency. Okay. He starts with base 8 attack. Always leads the enemies of Wakanda. Master Strike, put the top card of the hero deck next to Claw as a sonic frequency, putting any previous frequency on the bottom of the hero deck. Interesting. Each player must reveal a card that shares a color with it or gain a wound. So he's double empowered by the color of his sonic frequency. Could potentially be multiple colors if that card is a dual color card. So it could be rough. So his potential is 18. Double empowered is pretty strong. Which, with only one color matching, though, that's very unlikely. Maybe going to get 1 or 2, maybe 3, but that seems... It really only seems like you'd get 1, which would bring him up to 10. 2 would maybe bring him up to 12. That seems okay. Then the tactics, cohesive sound construct, rescue 4 bystanders. This tactic enters the city as a villain whose only abilities escape. This card becomes a Master Strike that takes effect. Okay. That's a little spooky, I guess. Convert matter to sound. Each other player simultaneously KOs one of their non-gray heroes. Put one of those cards with the lowest cost next to Claw as his new sonic frequency. Put the previous on the bottom of the hero deck. Cruelty provokes resistance. Set aside all heroes from the HQ that do not share any colors with Claw's sonic frequency. Gain one of them. Put the rest on the bottom of the hero deck. Then refill the empty HQ spaces. So you get a cool hero, potentially. But then it also potentially adds more buffs to Claw. Okay. Ultrasonic Boom. Put the top card of the hero deck next to Claw's sonic frequency. Each other player must discard a card that shares a color with it. Then put the other frequency back on the bottom. Okay. Claw seems like seems like Ultron a little swingier. Because he only ever gets one or potentially two colors that he's empowered by, which I think Black Panther has a lot of multicolor cards, so that seems like it might be a little more likely. But a lot of the time, you know, there's a little bit of manipulation with this tactic, but that's kind of the only thing. He is constantly switching. I think it is reasonable to assume he's probably going to be 10 or 12. And could be as high as 18. That's probably not going to happen, though. Because he seems a little more swingy than Ultron, I'm going to put him in the spot right below Ultron. Just, that's how I feel about that. Immediately next, Lady Deathstrike from the Messiah Complex set. This one, I have played against this one. So 8 attack always leads the Reavers. Master Strike, if she is preying on a player, finish the prey, otherwise prey on the fewest instinct heroes. So basically, if she's not preying on a player, she will put herself next to the hero or the player with the fewest yellow heroes that they have in their hand or that they've played, which in this case it would be in their hand. If she already was, then she finishes the prey, which is that player gains 2 wounds. Each other player discards 2 cards. Very bad. In one player game, it's slightly different. So preying, you normally finish the prey on a player if it gets to the end of their turn and that villain has not been defeated. Then the villain resolves their finish the prey effect. Then they go to their back into the city. And that's a very nasty effect if that resolves. 2 wounds and each other player discards 2 cards is very, very powerful. Only 8 attack, probably because, you know, she's going to be preying on stuff and you have to be able to get rid of her somewhat frequently. However, made up for slightly with some of her tactics, I believe. First one, cybernetic healing factor. If this was not the final tactic and Lady Deathstrike was not preying on a player, KO up to 2 of your heroes, rescue 4 bystanders, and shuffle this tactic back into her remaining tactics. So that one you have to either do it last or do this one while she's playing on another player. No real way to manipulate that. So that does add probably a few more hits to her potentially, but hard to determine how many exactly. Probably just 1 additional. Which at 8 is, you know, not a big deal. Prey on the weak. Each villain that's preying on a player finishes the prey. Rough. After those villains have entered the city, then each villain in the city with a prey ambush does that ambush starting from the sewers. So they finish preying and then they immediately prey again. Crazy. Relentless Assassin. If Lady Deathstrike was not preying on a player, each other player reveals their hand. She preys on one of those players with the fewest non-gray heroes. Neat. Stretching Adamantium Claws. You may KO one of your heroes. If you have a yellow icon, if you have a yellow hero, you may KO up to 2 of your heroes instead. I'm losing my voice. I'm losing the will to live. A lot of Masterminds. So, seems solid. Downside is the low attack power. She is going to be dishing out a lot of damage if you're not able to stop her before she fully preys on a player. And in solo, this is brutal. Because Master Strike basically just says she preys on you and then at the end of your turn you're fucked. Which, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, end of that turn. So, Really bad in solo. In 4-player, you could probably play around it a little bit more. And this one's tactic is interesting. Probably potential of adding a few more times that you have to beat her. But all around, not too hard. I think it's very cool, though. I think that mechanic is neat. But on the lower side, probably with some of the other unmodified 8s. Like, I think she's more powerful than... yeah, I think she's low, unfortunately. I think she's higher than Dr. Doom. Yeah. Because that effect is strong. Yeah, I'll put her... but I feel like she's more than Arcade. But it's still real low. Oh, boy. Very kind of hard to determine. Let's put her just below Nick Fury. That feels better to me. All right, next is Lilith. Oh boy. Next up is Lilith, which is a hard name for me to say, unfortunately. Lilith, Mother of Demons, from Midnight Suns. She gets +1 attack for each bystander in the KO pile. She has 8 base attack. She always leads the Lilin. Master Strike Lilith hunts for victims. So you KO a bystander that is captured by any villain or mastermind in the escape pile. If you can't, then this captures a bystander instead. If she KOs a bystander this way, each player gains a wound. So KOs a bystander, bad things happen to everybody, and she gets buffed. Already better than Spider Queen. Tactics really quick. Connoisseur of Souls. You get +1 recruit for each bystander in the KO pile. Then Lilith hunts for victims, potentially giving her more bystanders in the KO pile. And it seems like all of the Master Strikes do that, or the tactics do that. Keep messing that up. Next is Mesopotamian Demon Goddess. Each other player may discard a card for each bystander in the KO pile. Each of those players who didn't must gain a wound instead. Yikes. Offer of Corruption. Choose one, gain a wound, and each other player KOs one of their heroes, or KO one of your heroes and each other player gains a wound. So you either hurt yourself and give everybody else something good, or give yourself something good and hurt everybody else. Very interesting. Respawn, Demonic Offspring. The highest victory point Lilin villain from among all victory piles re-enters the city. The player who had that villain rescues 3 bystanders, then she does the thing. Interesting. So, pretty likely to get a few bystanders in the KO pile, especially since I'm pretty sure the Lilin... yeah, all of the Lilin villains hunt for victims. They're all going to be getting bystanders or KOing bystanders. So actually, that's going to get pretty high with that in mind and her own effects. Seems like she's doing what the Spider Queen wants to do and was failing at. So my initial thought was to rank her higher than the Spider Queen, but like just a spot above. But this seems like that's going to get pretty high. Like could scale up pretty quickly, sort of high. I think just off the cuff, off the top of my head, right above Mole Man. Let's do that. I'm not going to think too much harder. I have other things to do today. All right, next up we got Nightmare. From the Doctor Strange set. 6 base attack, low, but we'll see. When you fight Nightmare in the Astral Plane, which is a extra city space where you have to fight them with recruit, not attack. When you fight Nightmare in the Astral Plane, instead of revealing a tactic, KO one of your heroes and Nightmare moves to the Mastermind space. Always leads the Fear Lords. Crazy. And then Master Strike, he enters the Astral Plane. If he was already there, each player discards a random card. And then if he escapes from the Astral Plane, each player KOs one of their non-gray heroes. Nightmare moves to the Mastermind space. Yikes. Spooky. Very interesting. Deadly Waking Nightmares. Each other player KOs one of their non-gray heroes. Each player who KO'd a hero this way draws a card. Then he enters the astral plane. He enters the astral plane with all of his tactics. Don't fall asleep. Each other player discards 2 cards with star icons. Okay. Dreamweaver. For each of your blue heroes, rescue a bystander. Solid. Night Terrors. Each other player reveals a red hero or gains a wound. Okay. The tactics aren't anything special. The good thing about them is they send them to the astral plane to give them a bit more of a buffer. Interesting. So only 6 attack is low. And when he goes to the astral plane, you have to spend 6 recruit to move him out of the astral plane, or he'll just escape and damage everybody, KO one of their non-gray heroes. Very pretty spooky, not super bad, but yeah, all around doesn't seem too hard. You do definitely have to beat him up a few times. You're basically doing twice the amount of damage, but you're using recruit for some of that. It is interesting. I think that is similar to MODOK. But MODOK is harder. But Nightmare, you have to do both. And you have to do it more often. No, I think I'll slot Nightmare just above MODOK, just below Mojo. Sure, that seems fair. Seems interesting. Yep. Not much more to say about that one in particular. Next up, we got Omega Red from Weapon X. 10 base attack. He gets +2 while you have any wounds. Okay, and +2 while there are any wounds in your discard pile. And so if you have both a wound in your hand and a wound in your discard pile, that's 14 attack. Already better than Wounded Fury. All right. When you KO any wounds for the first time in a turn, put them on the bottom of the wound deck and gain a wound to the bottom of your deck. So, if you want to get rid of wounds permanently, you have to make sure you're always going to have at least 1 wound if you have any wounds in your deck. If you want to net lose wounds, you have to make sure you're getting rid of more than 1 in each turn, which is difficult. So, crazy. Always leads any villain group. Interesting. That seems to be a more common thing. Master Strike, each player discards one of their red heroes or gains a wound. I like how they're veering more into, instead of just revealing one of those, you have to discard one of those, so you're always doing something bad. That is definitely better and makes the Mastermind feel like it's doing more. Carbonadium Tentacles. After you draw a new hand of cards at the end of this turn, each player discards down to 3 cards or gains a wound. Yikes. Death Pheromones. Each other player discards a black hero or gains a wound. Drain Life Force if this is not the final tactic, and if you have at least 2 wounds in your hand and or discard pile, return them all to the bottom of the wound deck and shuffle this tactic back into Omega Red's other tactics. So he has a method of healing them himself with your shit. Carbonadium Synthesizer. You may return a wound from your hand or any player's discard pile to the bottom of the wound deck if you draw a card. Okay, one good thing. This is extremely rough. He has a lot of ways of giving you wounds. Yikes. And this tactic is rough. It seems like that's going to happen pretty often. So you might have to fight him a few extra times, and he's probably always going to be at least 12. Considerably also 14. This seems incredibly tough. Hard to judge for certain. Again, I haven't played against it, but this seems hard. Does the wound stuff real scary. Definitely higher than Sentry. I feel like that's higher than a lot of things, actually. Fuck, I'm going to slot that in above Zombie Green Goblin. That feels good. That feels good to me. Okay, then Romulus from Weapon X. He has Weapon X sequence, so he gets plus attack equal to the longest sequence of different printed costs numbers on your card. So, interesting. Starts at 9 base, but then will always be at least 10, because just one cost of like a 0 will count as 1 additional. Oh my god. Sorry, talking starting to hurt a little bit. But then if you have a sequence of, say, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 4 more. So he would get +4 and go up to 13. I feel like it's usually pretty easy to at least get a Weapon X sequence of 3. So he'll probably usually be at 12. It's good. That's sort of the baseline for a somewhat difficult Mastermind. Fair enough. Always leads Weapon Plus. Master Strike, each player reveals that they have a greater Weapon X sequence than Romulus. Oh, actually, this might be different then if it's on a... This enemy gets plus attack equal to the longest sequence of different printed costs among cards in the HQ. Okay, that's different. Still feels like you could probably get 3, but it seems more likely that you're going to get 2, that he's going to get 2 out of that. But who knows for certain? So each player, Master Strike is each player reveals that they have a greater Weapon X sequence than Romulus or gains a wound. Then if this is the 5th strike this game, this strike becomes a scheme twist that takes effect immediately. Rough, not super likely for that to happen, but if that does happen, that's spooky, especially when you have 5 twists out, or 5 strikes out. An extra twist can really make the difference on whether or not you're going to lose the game or not. Okay, tactics. Anoint an heir to take my place. If this is not the last tactic, a hero from the HQ that costs 6 or more ascends to become an additional mastermind with attack equal to its printed cost, and only these abilities. Fight, choose a player to gain this as a hero. Master Strike, each player discards a card or this hero class or gains a wound. Rough. Adding more masterminds, scary. Fight, each other player reveals 3 cards with different adjacent costs. Example 2, 3, 4, or gains a wound. Oof. So you want at least like Weapon X sequence 3. That one was called Bite of the Muramasa Blade. Master of Schemes. If this is not the final tactic, reveal the top 2 cards of the villain deck. Play a Master Strike or Scheme Twist from among them, putting the rest back in any order. Extremely scary. Take over the Weapon X program. You get plus recruit equal to the attack Romulus is gaining from Weapon X sequence. Cool. Solid. So this could be as high as a +5 up to 14. Probably not going to be that much. Again, 2 or 3 seems appropriate. That Master Strike is decently scary. These tactics are decently scary. Seems decently decent is the way I'll say words. And I'm feeling like he's above King Hulk, below Emperor Vulcan. That seems fair to me. All right, we got Ronan the Accuser from the Guardians of the Galaxy MCU set. He has 6 attack, pretty low. Always leads the followers of Ronan. And his Master Strike, each player discards a card at random. Then he captures this strike as a Necrocraft ship, villainous weapon that gives +1 attack. When you gain a Necrocraft ship, it becomes a triggered artifact that says whenever a Master Strike is completed, draw a card. Neat. Okay. All right. The tactics, so they are all villainous weapons. And they all say when you do it, you KO one of your heroes, rescue 2 bystanders, and then he gets this as a villainous weapon. Okay. So, first one gives him 5 attack. Triggered artifact, whenever you gain your first wound in any turn, you may KO it. Very nice. Hood of the Accuser gives him 4 attack. Whenever a Master Strike is completed, you may KO one of your cards. Very nice. Ronan's Throne, 3 attack. Whenever a Scheme Twist is completed, draw 2 cards. Holy shit. Then Cosmic Rod Warhammer gives him 6 attack. Whenever you recruit a hero from the HQ, you get +2 attack. Very interesting. So he's only going to have one of these equipped per turn, and then it'll bring him up from... So the first time you fight him is going to be pretty easy. But then he'll go up anywhere from 9 to 12. Plus any additionals that he gets from his Master Strikes. Very interesting. Okay, cool. It's slightly adjusted also because those are artifacts that then help you out a lot. But seems interesting enough. I don't know how good that is. I think, to me, that seems like it ranks higher than Malekith. Even though it starts lower than Malekith, those villainous weapons are much stronger than Malekith's stuff. So we'll rank them just above Malekith. That seems okay to me. All right, Sabretooth from Weapon X. He has 8 base attack. Sabertooth berserks once for each savagery stacked here. When a Mastermind berserks, that means you still flip the top card of your deck and discard it, and the Mastermind gets plus attack equal to its printed attack instead of you getting it. And that's when you attempt to fight it. So, could be scary. Kind of Uru Enchanted Iron Man-esque, but probably more consistently going to be good, maybe. Always leads Berserkers. Master Strike, stack this strike next to the Sabertooth as a savagery. Each player KOs one of their heroes that costs more than the number of savageries. Yikes. Any player that cannot do so gains a wound instead. And then fail. So if you fail to attack him after he berserks, KO a non-gray hero discarded by Sabertooth's berserking. Yikes. Okay. Could potentially get a lot of attack from those berserks as he attains more Master Strikes, but kind of variable. Tactics, Adamantium Lace Claws. Each other player reveals a yellow hero or gains a wound. Lethal Fangs, KO a gray hero discarded by Sabertooth's berserking. You can't KO cards you shuffled into your deck during the berserking. Okay. Salivating Prowl. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Draw one of them, discard one, and put the other back on top of your deck. That lets you manipulate for berserk, which is nice, and also drawing card. Very good. Sudden Savagery. Stack a card from the wound deck next to Sabertooth as a savagery. So he gets an additional berserk thing. Him getting up to 6 berserks could be scary. Likely it's going to be 3 or 4 with that tactic in mind, which is still very scary. Could give him a lot of attack based on how you build your deck, which is very interesting. And it's sort of, it almost makes me think like, oh, maybe you shouldn't build your deck with a lot of cards with high attack, so you're more likely to get through to Sabertooth. But then again, even if you're flipping 2-cost cards, if you only have 2-cost cards or 2 attack cards, then it's not going to catch up. So you still need higher attack stuff. You just have to hope that you got to get kind of lucky, but you also want deck manipulation, hopefully. So very interesting. That sort of is similar to, what am I thinking of? Uru Enchanted Iron Man, like I said. And I'm just going to put it one spot above him. Sure, let's do that. Okay, Sinister 6, 2099. This has 5 Mastermind tactics. The only one in the game that has this, as far as I'm aware. Or sorry, it has 6 Mastermind tactics. Interesting. Okay. So, I've never seen that before. That's very interesting. So first off, we'll actually read the Electro one first, because this has the always leads. Any Alchemax or Sinister villain group. Neat. Setup, adapt, sure. Master Strike, each player discards 3 cards, then draws a card. Discarding 3 cards is rough. Getting 1 card back is nice at the very least, but can be spooky. Fight, you may discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. That's nicer. And just sort of on a cursory look, it looks like a lot of these... oh, no, never mind. Moving on. Dr. Octopus 2099. Oh, and Electro was 9 attack. Just no additionals. 8 attack base. He gets +4 unless you played at least 8 cards or a hero that costs 8 this turn. Fun and thematic. So potentially going to be 12, which still isn't insurmountable. That's definitely tough, but bringing him down to 8 would be ideal. Master Strike, each player discards cards whose total cost is at least 8 for that player or gains a wound. Whoo! Yeah, that can be really bad. That's like a whole deck or hand discard or just get a wound, which you might want to do that instead, honestly. Fight, you may gain a hero from the HQ whose cost is at least 8. Might not actually give you anything, but, you know, it might be nice. Goblin, he gets -1 for each bystander in your victory pile. Could get a lot of things really like bystanders, especially nowadays. Master Strike, each player puts a bystander from their victory pile into the escape pile or gains a wound. Rougher, maintains him a little bit better. Fight, each villain in the city captures a bystander. Okay, fine. Sand Woman, interesting. Gets +2 for each villain in the city. So up to 16 total. Probably wouldn't want to fight her for more than 12 or 10. Master Strike, you may either recruit or attack this turn, but not both. That's rough. Fight, the next player may either recruit or attack in their turn, but not both. That's rough. Venom gets -1 for each card you have that costs 2. Nice if you are playing Spider-Man, then you can just say fuck him. But a lot of the time you might only have 1. So, but that's still not a high attack value, so that's fine. Each player KOs a card that costs 2 from their hand or discard pile or gains a wound. Yikes, that's the Master Strike. Fight, you may gain a hero that costs 2 from the HQ or KO pile. Solid. Vulture gets plus attack equal to the highest victory point value of any villain in the escape pile, rooftops, or bridge. Could give him actually a lot, up to like 4 or 5 more. So up to 11 or 12. Okay, reasonable actually. Or he'll just sit at 7. Master Strike, if there are any villains on the rooftops or bridge, one of them escapes and each player gains a wound. Yikes. That's going to hurt real bad. Fight, you may move a villain to another city space. If another villain is already there, swap them. Cool, I guess. Wild. 6 Masterminds, huh? Well, at the very least, none of them individually seem very strong. Doc Ock seems like it's going to be the hardest one to get its effect. Sandwoman seems like it's also going to be pretty high. Seems like your average here is going to be like 10 attack, which, I mean, with 6 Masterminds, that's a lot. So, yeah, hard to judge. That feels like, with that in mind, sort of similar to Hybrid or Mysterio, but definitely higher than them. You know, I'm kind of feeling like it sort of resides. Yeah, actually, we're going to go above the Goblin. Underworld boss. Sure. That's what this might be a lot tougher than I think it is initially, but it doesn't seem super bad. Hard to judge. All right, Taskmaster from the Black Widow set has 5 base attack, but gets +1 for each henchman training. Or sorry, henchman villains get +1 attack for each henchman training stacked here. During your turn, Taskmaster gets plus attack equal to the highest cost hero you played this turn. Thematic and cool. Taskmaster copies all of your shit. Neat. So you want to veer away from getting high cost cards. Even then, if you play like a 4 or 5 cost, goes up to 10. If you play a 7 cost, oh, it went up to 12. That's still not super high though. So you want to stick with like your 4 and 5 cost cards to keep him at 9 or 10, which is definitely not hard to overcome, especially with 4 or 5 cost cards. Always leads Taskmaster's Thunderbolts. Master Strike, stack this strike next to Taskmaster as henchman training. If there are any henchmen in the city, each player gains a wound. So henchman villain potentially are going to go up to like +5. That's scary as the game goes on. Thankfully, it's a slow, gradual thing, but could get real bad. Henchman Instructor. Choose a henchman from any player's victory pile to enter the city. Then each player discards a card for each henchman villain in the city and or escape pile. Ooh, you could just discard your entire hand with that. That could be really, really bad. Photographic Reflexes. Choose a henchman group from any player's victory pile to enter the city. Play a copy of a hero in the HQ that costs 6 or less. Rough. So all of them have a henchman enter the city. Whew. Sort of boosts that effect of just making henchmen super strong. Shield Initiative Trainer. That same effect. KO any number of shield agents and/or troopers. Gain that many shield officers. It's nice. Teacher and Assassin. Each other player reveals their hand and puts one of their non-gray heroes on the bottom of the hero deck. Eek. Real scary. Tactics are interesting. That effect is interesting. Even like with the highest end stuff, could get up to 14 with a 9 cost card, but you're probably not going to be buying those a lot of the time. You're probably going to lean more into making him only 11 at most, probably. So it doesn't seem too hard. The difficulty does seem like the henchman increase, that's going to make the city hard to clean and make it a bit of a bitch. But all around not too hard. I feel like that's probably going to go just above Emma Frost. That seems fair. Next up, we got Thanos from the Infinity Saga set. So 11 base attack, gets +1 for each Infinity Stone in the city and or escape pile. Sort of a reverse of the original game. Interesting. Always leads Infinity Stones. Master Strike, the leftmost Infinity Stone in the city escapes. So that's a guaranteed +1 for him. Then an Infinity Stone with 4 victory points or more enters the city from your victory pile. If you don't have any, each player gains a wound. Eek. Then he wins when 6 Infinity Stones escape. That's going to be difficult because only 8 villains, unless they're a henchman group. Nope. So interesting. Probably going to get a lot of attack from that. And base 11 is rough. Interesting. Let's read his tactics, then I'll think more on it. Destiny arrives all the same. Each other player reveals a hero that costs 7 or more, gains a wound. That's going to give a lot of wounds, probably. Price to pay. Each other player discards cards equal to the number of Infinity Stones in the city and or escape pile, or gains a wound. Yeah, you're probably just going to get a wound. You're probably going to discard a lot of cards. The Snap. Each other player discards half their cards, destroy half the HQ spaces, round down the losses. Turn the heroes there face down to mark the destroyed spaces. Don't refill those spaces. That is insane. That's crazy for a Mastermind tactic. You just get fucking 3 HQ spaces now. You should have gone for the head. KO one of your heroes. If this is the last Mastermind tactic, you do not win the game. Players must fight Thanos one more time to put the Mastermind card in their victory pile and win the game. Turns like the big showdown optional rule into a core rule that you have to do. You have to fight him 5 times now. Whew. It's only 1 in 4 that will happen. But if it does, that's scary. Okay. I don't think Thanos is as hard as his Guardians of the Galaxy version. I think he is very tough. That tactic alone is tough. And forcing Infinity Stones to escape with him already being 11 attack is spooky. I feel like a lot of the time he's going to be like 14 attack, probably. Okay. And I feel like... you know what? I think it's actually fair to slot him just below the other Thanos. Yeah, I feel comfortable with that. Very cool. I need to play against that. All right, only 3 more, I think. Ultron Infinity has 8 base attack. He has all the empowered abilities of all Ultron sentries in the city, escape pile, and stacked next to him. He always leads Ultron sentries, even in solo mode. So Ultron sentries are a henchman villain group that are like the 10 rings, where most of them are unique. There are 2 copies of 5 different ones that each get empowered by each of the different colors. And so Ultron's Infinity's potential is 13, which seems low, honestly. Master Strike cross-dimensional Ultron Rampage. Then each player stacks an Ultron Sentry from their victory pile next to Ultron. Put this strike next to Ultron as an Infinity Stone. When he has gained 5 Infinity Stones, plus this card as the Mind Stone, he gets plus Infinity attack. Oh. So, yes. Fuck you, Ethan. You said low attack. If you get 5 Mastermind tactics, you just can't win. There are some heroes from this set, I don't know exactly how many, maybe 1 or 2, that do have cards that give them infinity attack. So you have to have those to counter that at some point. If you don't, I mean, you just lose. Fun. Kind of neat. I like that. Oh, also at the start of the Master Strike, he cross-dimensional Ultron Rampages. I think I missed that part. So wounds, Ultron's escape, and permanently empower him, and then haha funny infinity stones. Tactics, infinity of minions. Okay. Stack an Ultron sentry from the city next to Ultron. Then each other player chooses an Ultron sentry in their victory pile to enter the city. Scary. Struggle for the Infinity Stones. Gain a hero from the HQ that has one of the hero classes that is empowering Ultron. Nice. Transcend mortality. Search the villain deck and stack the first Ultron sentry you find next to Ultron. Shuffle the villain deck. Unfettered annihilation. For each Ultron sentry in your victory pile, you may KO a hero from your hand or discard pile. Cool. Very nice. Honestly, I don't think he's that tough. Yeah, the plus infinity on 5 Master Strikes. Cool. You're probably not going to get that. That's most likely not going to happen. Again, his maximum is 13. Which, I mean, yeah. And as the game goes on, he's going to be more and more likely to get that maximum potential, but it's not, you know, definitely going to happen. So I see closer to 12 seems fair for him. Where do I slot him in? Just above the other Ultron. Yeah, I don't think he's that strong. Okay, then we got Zarathos from Midnight Suns. 7 attack, always leads the Fallen. Master Strike, if any heroes in the HQ are haunted, each player gains a wound. Then if Zarathos is not already haunting, he haunts the highest cost unhaunted hero in the HQ. So when he's haunting, you put the villain beneath that hero. You can't recruit the hero while the haunting villain is under it. Okay. Fight Zarathos haunts the highest cost unhaunted red, yellow, and or red hero in the HQ. Each other player discards a yellow or red hero or discards down to 3 cards. Sorry. Demonic Essence of Ghost Rider. Zarathos haunts the highest cost blue or green. Then if you have a blue hero, you may KO one of your heroes. If you have a green hero, you may KO one of your heroes. Nice. He haunts red or yellow, highest cost. Each other discards a yellow or a red or blue hero or gains a wound. Imprisoned in the Soul Crystal, he haunts the highest cost unhaunted green and or yellow hero in the HQ. Then if you have a green or yellow hero, you may KO a villain from your victory pile. If you do, draw cards until equal to that villain's victory points. Crazy effect there. All of these tactics are whatever. He seems extremely easy. Only 7 attack. Haunting doesn't shield him. It's just you can't get the hero while the villain is haunting it. That's annoying. Especially if he's on the highest cost things. But only 7 attack. That's not that hard to get through. So, okay. Yeah, that seems really low. In fact, that's very low. Fuck, I think that's extremely easy. I'm putting it right beneath... maybe not that low. I'll put it right... above Doctor Doom. Sure. No, I'm going to put him right below Loki. Yeah, that seems extremely weak. Alright, maybe I'm wrong. I've never played against him. We'll see. And finally, the last mastermind in the game. Zombie Scarlet Witch from the What If set. 9 base attack. She gets +1 for each hero with an odd-numbered cost you played this turn. Always leads Zombie Avengers in solo mode. If using another villain group, add zombie to their card names, and they all get Ambush, Rise of the Living Dead. Okay, just so she does something. Ambush, Rise of the Living Dead. Or Master Strike, cross-dimensional zombie rampage, then Rise of the Living Dead. Fuck you. Oh, boy. Okay. Chaos Hex. Before putting this tactic in your victory pile, Rise of the Living Dead. Each other player discards a card with an odd-numbered cost or gains a wound. Okay. Sorry, I lost track of where I was for a second there. Even the odds. Before putting this tactic in your victory pile, Rise of the Living Dead. They all say that. Each other player reveals the top 6 cards of their deck, discards all those cards that cost 2, 4, 6, or 8, and puts the rest back in any order. Sure. You may gain a hero from the KO pile. That one's refused to accept death. Neat. Wistful Illusion. Reveal the top card of the hero deck, then put it on the bottom of the hero deck. You may play a copy of that card this turn. Okay. Rise of the Living Dead on all of those. You know how I feel about that. Cross-dimensional zombie rampage is funny. You're probably going to get wounds from that. The odd-numbered cost thing is interesting. For the most part, that might be easy enough to play around. Just get 2, 4, get even cost cards. Sometimes that might not be an option, and she might go up a bit, but that seems easy enough to play around. Rise of the Living Dead is powerful enough. I don't know if it elevates her. I was thinking of putting her below Zombie Green Goblin, but I don't know if it's that bad. Again, there are a lot of methods nowadays for avoiding Rise of the Living Dead. So let's put her above Magus. No, below Magus. That seems fair. Okay, that is it. If you disagree with my ranking, okay. No, yeah, let me know in the comments if you like this video, what you think the hardest mastermind in the game is, what your personal favorite mastermind in the game is. My personal favorite, I do think, is actually MODOK for some reason, or maybe like Thanos. Yeah, let me know all that stuff. If you got through this, thanks for that. I'm thinking of doing a lot more legendary content in the future, and then maybe not non-legendary content in the future. I don't know. We'll see. Cool. That's the video, I guess. Goodbye.